Chapter 1278. If this was really the case, then Dai Yuan's gift was not a small one. Junior brother Yang may rest assured, this colored glass bead is different from the 1,000 illusion colored glass I took. It is not poisonous, so as long as junior brother carefully refines it, there shouldn't be any problems. Consider this the reward Dai Yuan promised junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan has nothing on her, and all the resources she has accumulated over the years were used up in order to detoxify this poison, so I hope junior brother Yang will not refuse. Dai Yuan didn't tell Yang Kai that this colored glass bead was the fruit of her 20 years of hard work in cultivating the 1,000 illusion colored glass art. Although she had reached the minor accomplishment stage in this secret art and could still cultivate it again, it was impossible to do so without several years of accumulation. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I am very satisfied with this reward, Lady Dai Yuan is quite considerate." Saying so, he put away the colored glass bead and glanced around at the Yin pond, which had lost so much of its Yin qi that it had almost been reduced to an ordinary pond. Yang Kai said, "Since we're done here, let's go back up." "Good, after so many days of delay, I'm sure Lady Yang Inflammation is anxious." Dai Yuan smiled lightly and led Yang Kai back the way they had come. It seemed that because her appearance and body had been restored to its original state, her every move and action was filled with a myriad of emotions, completely different from before, causing Yang Kai to secretly admire her. Not long after, the two returned to their room on the upper floor. After separating, Yang Kai sat down in his room. After taking out the colored glass bead and playing with it for a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something good, and a smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the door was pushed open and Yang Inflammation appeared in the room, wrapped in a black robe. "Is everything done?" Yang Inflammation asked. It's time to go." Yang Inflammation seemed a little anxious, but she didn't ask why Dai Yuan had invited Yang Kai here. "What happened?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow. "Nothing much happened. It's just that I feel that we shouldn't stay here for too long. Xiao Xiao has already been there for 7 or 8 days. It's time for it to come back. If it's too greedy, it might cause problems." Yang Kai thought about it and felt that what she said made sense. He nodded and said, "Okay, we'll leave after tonight." Although he was still inside 1,000 Illusion Peak, Yang Kai could still use his divine sense to check the situation outside. It was still dark outside. It was naturally inconvenient to leave at this time. He could only wait until dawn to leave. After the discussion, Yang Yen also returned to his room to rest. The night passed uneventfully, and the next day, Yang Kai immediately bid farewell to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan very warmly invited Yang Kai to stay for a few more days. Moreover, he also had the intention to exchange alchemy knowledge with him. However, Yang Kai had a guilty conscience at this moment. How could he be in the mood to continue staying? After a while, Dai Yuan reluctantly agreed. She then personally escorted him and Yang Inflammation out of Grand Crystal Mountain Range. On the way, Dai Yuan told Yang Kai that after a few months of recovery, she would begin breaking through to the origin returning realm. Once she succeeded, she would definitely pay a visit to Dragon Cave Mountain to thank him in person. Yang Kai naturally agreed. Just as the two of them were talking, a world-shaking noise suddenly rang out from within the Grand Crystal Mountain Range. Immediately, a pillar of light that emitted a myriad of rays of light shot into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce a hole in the sky. Even though the three of them were thousands of kilometers away, they were still able to see the pillar of light clearly. Colored Glass Mountain. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at this pillar of light and exclaimed. The place where this pillar of light came from was obviously where 1,000 Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was located. It seemed that for some reason, the spirit array arranged around Colored Glass Mountain had become unstable, causing Colored Glass Mountain's colored glass divine light to erupt on its own. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly as he exchanged a glance with Yang Inflammation, immediately thinking of many possibilities. But soon, young Kai's expression returned to normal and he asked, "Is there a problem with your noble sect's colored glass mountain?" I don't know what happened, but it seems some kind of barrier has been triggered. Junior brother Yang, I originally wanted to accompany you for a while longer, but that won't be possible now. I cultivate the thousand illusion colored glass art, so I must hurry over. You and Sister Yang Inflammation must take care of yourselves. Since such a big thing has happened to your noble sect, Sister Dai Yuan really should make a trip there. We've already left Grand Crystal Mountain Range, so Yang Inflammation and I can travel the rest of the way on our own. Yang Kai gently nodded. Good, then we'll have a good chat when I visit Dragon Cave Mountain. Dai Yuan smiled apologetically. Dai Yuan smiled apologetically before her tender body flickered and she turned into a stream of light, flying back the way she came at an incredible speed. After her figure disappeared, Yang Kai pulled Yang Inflammation and shouted, "Let's go." The two summoned their star shuttles at the same time and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what had happened, he guessed that it had something to do with the stone mongoose, so how could he be willing to remain here? After all, there had been an accident last night when he was retrieving the stone mongoose. Fortunately, he had left today, otherwise, if something like this had happened, it would have been extremely difficult for him and Yang Inflammation to leave Colored Glass Sect. With Dai Yuan as his guarantor, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about being harmed in Colored Glass Sect, but if he were to reveal any clues, Colored Glass Sect would never let him off. At that time, even Dai Yuan's words would be useless. At the same time, next to the thousand illusion colored glass mountain that Yang Kai had seen before, several dozen second or third order origin returning realm masters were floating in the air around it. Among them, there were more than a dozen peak third order origin returning realm masters, all of whom were radiating powerful auras. Half of these masters were shuttling back and forth around colored glass mountain, constantly pouring their pure Saint Qi into an unknown barrier in front of them. After receiving so much Saint Qi, this barrier fluctuated in size and seemed to be trying to suppress the colored glass divine light rising from the thousand illusion colored glass mountain. The other half were also secretly circulating their Saint Qi as they stared towards the thousand illusion colored glass mountain with dignified expressions, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. What happened? A voice suddenly sounded, and immediately, a thin old man with 3 strands of long beard and silver white hair suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away from Colored Glass Mountain. When the many origin returning realm masters saw this old man, they cupped their fists. "Greetings, Sect Master." This old man was none other than Sect Master Gong Xing He of Colored Glass Sect. Gong Xing He just waved his hand, motioning for everyone to dispense with formalities before turning his gaze to the 2 third-order origin returning realm cultivator, a man and a woman, who were flying over in a hurry. The man was middle-aged and had an imposing appearance. Although it was impossible to tell his exact age, the vicissitudes of life that appeared in the corners of his eyes indicated that he was not young. The woman was also a middle-aged beauty with a soft waist and a charming appearance. The two of them arrived in front of Gong Xing He and bowed together. "Elder Ma, Elder Du, the two of you have been guarding this place for the past few years. What happened here?" Gong Xing He looked at the two of them and asked with a dignified expression. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du exchanged a glance before the man surnamed Ma cupped his fists and replied, reporting to Sect Master, "The situation is like this. Last night, for some reason, Elder Du suddenly felt that the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain was showing signs of loosening. Immediately, she sent out her mountain quarrying beast to investigate, but what the two of us did not expect was that after the mountain quarrying beast went over there, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. No matter how we tried, we were unable to contact it and even now it has not returned. But just now, the colored glass divine light suddenly erupted. The two of us guessed that the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain was indeed damaged, otherwise, such a thing would not have happened. The spirit array was damaged. Gong Xing He frowned and quickly said, "This has not happened for over 100 years. Every few years, we restabilize the spirit array in spirit array, so how could it be damaged? This. The man surnamed Ma hesitated for a while, not knowing how to answer. Seeing him act like this, Gong Xing he naturally knew that he wouldn't be able to get any answers, so he turned to the beautiful woman and asked, "Elder Du, is there only one mountain quarrying beast?" The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled bitterly, "There is more than one mountain quarrying beast, but the one that can withstand the colored glass divine light and approach colored glass mountain spirit array is the only one, the others are not very useful." After all, this kind of thing was specially bought from the Myriad Beast sect in order to guard colored glass mountain. The Myriad Beast sect did not tell us how to raise and enslave this monster beast. So, we have no way to investigate the spirit array under colored glass mountain now. Gong Xing he immediately showed a displeased expression. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du lowered their heads and remained silent. "We also don't know why this happened." Gong Xing he asked again. The expressions of the two colored glass sect elders became even more awkward. Seeing this situation, another elder nearby spoke up, "Although we don't know whether the damage to the spirit array is man-made or not, the most important thing right now is to suppress the eruption of the colored glass divine light. If this continues, the spirit array here may collapse and we may lose this treasure mountain. The second most important thing is to thoroughly investigate colored glass sect and see if any outsiders have come here recently. If this is really man-made, it can only be one of these outsiders." "That's right." Someone immediately echoed. Gong Xing he pondered for a moment before turning to the elder who had just spoken and nodding, "I'll leave the matter of investigating the outsiders to you. For the outsiders who are still in colored glass sect, don't let them leave for the time being, but don't make things difficult for them either. If this is really their doing, then they must have had ideas about the 1,000 illusion colored glass. Humph, I'd like to see who has such great courage to try and steal from us." "Yes." The elder accepted the order and immediately withdrew. Not far away, Yin Su Dai, who had heard the commotion and rushed over, giggled and chased after the elder, seemingly having something to report. On the other side, another young woman with a graceful figure suddenly walked up and said to Gong Xing he, "Sect Master, please calm your anger. In fact, if we want to investigate the spirit array underground, besides the mountain quarrying beast, there is another way." Chapter 1279. Seeing this young woman speak, Gong Xing he's expression relaxed slightly and he nodded, Tell me, what is it?" The young woman smiled when she heard this, "Father, have you forgotten? There is another disciple in my sect who cultivates the 1,000 illusion colored glass art." This young woman and Gong Xing he were father and daughter, and both of them were third-order origin returning realm masters. This situation was not unusual on Shadowed Star because the third-order origin returning realm was the limit a cultivator could reach. As such, in many great sects, there would be father and son, master and disciple cultivator with the same cultivation. From the way Gong Xing he addressed this young woman, it was obvious she was the one Dai Yuan had mentioned to Yang Kai, the Gong Ao Fu who lived on Myriad Illusion Peak. 1,000 illusion colored glass art. When Gong Xing he heard these words, a trace of dread flashed across the depths of his eyes. The same was true for the other elders, all of them seemingly recalling something, their expressions becoming complicated. "Is that the junior who lives on 1,000 Illusion Peak?" Gong Xing he quickly withdrew the strange look in his eyes and asked indifferently. And, Gong Ao Fu nodded lightly. "Where is she?" Gong Xing he asked. "She seems to be on her way here, probably because she saw what happened here." As Gong Ao Fu spoke, she turned her head to the side where a blue streak of light was rapidly approaching. Everyone waited for a moment before the blue streak of light flew over and paused for a moment before revealing a graceful figure. However, when everyone saw the face of this figure, they all showed some surprise. This newcomer was naturally Dai Yuan, who had rushed here in a hurry, seemingly knowing that so many elders would be gathered here. As such, Dai Yuan did not show any panic and first bowed to Gong Xing he in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Thousand Illusion Peak disciple Dai Yuan greets sect master. Gong Xing he gently nodded but did not say anything. Dai Yuan then bowed to Gong Ao Fu before greeting the many elders and elders present. Gong Ao Fu's brow furrowed slightly as she swept Dai Yuan with her divine sense, asking suspiciously, Yuan, what have you been doing these past few days? Why do you seem to have suffered some loss of vitality? Dai Yuan bowed her head and replied, disciple encountered a slight setback in her cultivation. However, it is not a serious matter. Thank you for your concern. Although this was what she said, Dai Yuan's expression remained indifferent, as if she was just following a routine. Seeing this, Gong Xinghe frowned. He didn't care about her attitude. Your master said that you have a way to investigate the situation below Colored Glass Mountain, is that true? Investigate Colored Glass Mountain? Yes, we suspect that one of the restrictions underground has been damaged. It's just that I don't know if it was damaged by someone or by myself, so I need you to check it out. Are there any problems? The sect raised me, now that I have a use for it, Dai Yuan naturally won't refuse. Dai Yuan replied lightly. Hearing this, Gong Ao Fu opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She only said, if that's the case, then investigate and inform us of the situation. Disciple obeys. Dai Yuan did not hesitate, immediately closing her eyes and circulating her secret art. Soon, a colored glass divine light similar to the one erupting from Colored Glass Mountain burst forth from her tender body, but this colored glass divine light was less than a millionth of Colored Glass Mountains. The colored glass divine light only flickered around Dai Yuan for a moment before transforming into a streak of light that shot straight into Colored Glass Mountain. Seeing this, many of the elders who had never seen the Thousand Illusion colored glass art before showed looks of interest. Because the Thousand Illusion colored glass mountain was not restrained by the five elements and had the effect of restraining one's soul, even if their cultivations were far higher than Dai Yuan's, they were unable to release their divine sense or use any method to investigate the situation below Colored Glass Mountain. But now, Dai Yuan, who was only a third-order Saint King, was able to easily accomplish this feat, causing them to be both interested and shocked. They naturally knew about the Thousand Illusion colored glass art and the dangers of cultivating this secret art, so after a moment of contemplation, they no longer paid any attention to Dai Yuan and simply waited quietly. After a long time, the ray of light that shot into Colored Glass Mountain suddenly reappeared and rushed into Dai Yuan's tender body. Seeing this, many of Colored Glass sect's elders turned to look at Dai Yuan, waiting for her answer. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, still had her eyes closed, as if she was sensing something. After a while, she opened her eyes and bowed, reporting to Sect Master, Honored Master, the barrier under Colored Glass Mountain is indeed damaged, and next to it, there seems to be the corpse of a monster beast. It seems that because this monster beast triggered the barrier, not only was it killed, it was also damaged. Monster beast? The beautiful woman surnamed Du's face changed slightly. Could it be the mountain quarrying beast? It shouldn't be. The man surnamed Ma also wore a puzzled look. Logically speaking, the mountain quarrying beast shouldn't have damaged the barrier. It has explored this place many times without making any mistakes, so why was it like this time? The beautiful woman surnamed Du looked at Dai Yuan and asked with a slight smile, Martial niece, could it be that you made a mistake? The mountain quarrying beast was a monster beast we bought from Myriad Beast Sect specifically for use in this place. It shouldn't have damaged the barrier. Then I don't know, but this is the situation I investigated. If Elder Du doesn't believe me, you can find another way to investigate. After Dai Yuan said these two words, her face became slightly pale, as if using the Thousand Illusion colored glass art just now had exhausted her. The beautiful woman surnamed Du smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. If she had a way to investigate carefully, why would she need to rely on Dai Yuan's ability? It was just that she and Elder Ma had been guarding this place all this time, so now that something had happened to Colored Glass Mountain, they had to bear some responsibility. Since it's a problem with the mountain quarrying beast, it shouldn't be a big problem, all that's left is to repair the spirit array. Since the barrier underground is broken, we'll just have to find another way to fix it. Gong Xinghe's face flashed a thoughtful look, but he didn't ask Dai Yuan too many questions. Father. Since it's a problem with the mountain quarrying beast, should we investigate the guests who have visited during this time? When Gong Ao Fu asked this question, she glanced over at Dai Yuan, apparently having learned from Yin Su Dai that Dai Yuan had also received guests a few days ago. You can decide on this matter yourselves. Gong Xinghe waved his hand before turning around, his figure flickering and disappearing. As soon as their sect master left, many of the elders couldn't help secretly breathing a sigh of relief. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du glanced at each other before the former said, although according to Marshal Niece Dai Yuan's investigation, the destruction of the barrier here has nothing to do with outsiders, I still feel that something is wrong. Elder Du has been cultivating the mountain quarrying beast for more than 30 years and has never made any mistakes, but this time it has. Perhaps there is some unknown reason for this. When everyone heard him say this, they naturally understood that he was trying to shirk responsibility. If it was an outsider, then he and the beautiful woman surnamed Du's responsibility would naturally be lighter. Immediately, everyone laughed and said that this matter would be handled by the man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du and that they wouldn't intervene. The man surnamed Ma didn't decline and naturally prepared to investigate the visitors with all their might. On the other side, Dai Yuan walked over to Gong Ao Fu with a pale face and bowed, "Honored master, disciple will also go back to rest." "Good, I've troubled you this time. Before you reach the minor accomplishment stage in the 1,000 illusion colored glass art, you generally cannot use the colored glass divine light. It seems that your loss of Yuan Qi this time is not small. Return to 1,000 illusion peak and rest for a few months. Take this bottle of 100 sifting pills, it should be able to make up for your loss of Yuan Qi." Saying so, Gong Ao Fu tossed a bottle of pills over to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan caught it, thanked her profusely, and immediately withdrew. Gong Ao Fu allowing her to rest for a few months was exactly what she wanted. She had originally planned to rest for a few months before attempting to break through to the origin returning realm. While the many elders of colored glass sect repaired the barrier and spirit array, Dai Yuan returned to 1,000 illusion peak and went straight to the room Yang Kai had lived in before. Standing inside the room and looking around, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a while, she began circulating her Saint Qi and the colored glass divine light burst out from her body again, drilling directly into the ground and disappearing. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Dai Yuan carefully examined her surroundings and after a moment, her tender body suddenly shook as a look of disbelief appeared on her face, whispering softly, "It really is you." When she was investigating Colored Glass Mountain before, she had noticed that there was a small hole at the bottom of Colored Glass Mountain that seemed to have been drilled into by something. On top of that, Colored Glass Mountain seemed to be missing a lot of 1,000 illusion colored glass. However, when she followed a small underground passage to investigate, Dai Yuan was shocked to discover that the location this passage led to was actually her 1,000 illusion peak. Although the entire passage had been deliberately repaired, there were still some imperceptible traces left behind, and under the cover of the colored glass divine light, these traces had nowhere to hide. Surprised, Dai Yuan didn't dare to say anything because she vaguely felt that this matter might have something to do with Yang Kai. At that time, she wasn't certain and had only been careful, so she had pushed all the blame onto the mountain quarrying beast. However, the mountain quarrying beast had not been killed by the barrier and instead seemed to have been slapped to death by something. Now that she had returned to 1,000 Illusion Peak and investigated, she immediately confirmed her previous conjecture. Underneath the room where Yang Kai had lived, there was a similar passage leading to Colored Glass Mountain. Over the years, Dai Yuan had only received 2 guests, Yang Kai and Yang Yun, so it would be strange if they hadn't done something to this place. Dai Yuan didn't know what kind of magical method Yang Kai had used to open up a passage to 1,000 Illusion Colored Glass Mountain from here and empty out such a large area of Colored Glass Mountain. However, she knew that if this matter was exposed, Yang Kai would definitely be hunted down by Colored Glass sect. His method of harvesting Thousand Illusion colored glass without using the Thousand Illusion colored glass art was definitely not something the elders of the sect would be willing to let go of. Chapter 1280. Fortunately, only those who had cultivated the Thousand Illusion colored jade scripture art would be able to know about this. Even the sect master wouldn't be able to investigate unless the entire colored glass mountain was moved. Previously, she had pushed all the blame onto the mountain quarrying beast, so presumably Yang Kai wouldn't arouse any suspicion. After a while, Dai Yuan calmed down a little and decided to bury this matter silently in her heart, not telling anyone about it. She even tried her best to cover up the traces of the small passage deep under the chalk floor of the room where Yang Kai had lived. Yang Kai had never expected that Dai Yuan would have a way to investigate this matter. He had thought that everything would be done without anyone knowing. Before leaving, he had deliberately ordered the stone mongoose to repair the passage under the chalk, but both he and Yang Yen had underestimated the mysteries of the Thousand Illusion colored glass art and colored glass divine light. At this moment, Yang Kai and Yang Yen were already 100,000 kilometers away from the Grand Crystal Mountain Range and were currently flying towards a certain location. However, Yang Kai still had a subtle feeling that something was wrong and his expression became dignified as he constantly used his divine sense to investigate the surrounding situation. "Why do I feel like you're being a little cautious?" Yang Yen frowned and asked. When the stone mongoose came out, it encountered a very strange monster beast. Although that monster beast was only at the 6th order and was killed with a single slap, the changes in Colored Glass Mountain must have something to do with it. I don't know if that monster beast sent some kind of message back, but if it did, we need to move faster. Xiao Xiao killed a monster beast. Yang Yen exclaimed. This was the first time she had learned of this matter. It should be a monster beast specially raised by Colored Glass sect. I don't know what kind it is, but I do know that it can ignore the various barriers under Colored Glass Mountain, so it was probably placed there by someone from Colored Glass sect to investigate the situation. Fortunately, the stone mongoose was smart and didn't give it any time to react before killing it. Otherwise, we would have been in a lot of trouble this time. Oh. While speaking, Yang Kai's figure suddenly came to a halt as he looked up towards the front, his expression changing slightly. What happened? Someone's coming this way. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yang Inflammation also looked in the direction he was looking at, but found nothing. However, she knew that Yang Kai was not an ordinary person, so she was not surprised. She just asked softly, "Are they coming for us?" If they were here for the two of them, they should have chased after them from behind. Why would they come from the front? It's Yin Su Dai. They really are coming for us. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Yang Yen pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems that Colored Glass sect has a space array connected to a nearby city, otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. What should we do? What else can we do? If we avoid them now, we'll be giving ourselves away. Yang Kai shook his head. Instead, he pretended that he didn't see any traces of the people coming from the other side and went straight to meet them. Because he found that although Yin Su Dai wasn't the only one coming, there was no origin returning realm master accompanying them, so he wasn't afraid. 100 kilometers ahead, Yin Su Dai was leading 2 third-order Saint King cultivator over, her brow furrowed slightly. When she had heard that the sect master had ordered a thorough investigation of all visitors, she had been overjoyed. After all, a few days ago, she had suffered a small loss at the hands of Yang Kai when she used her beguiling technique, allowing him to take advantage of her, causing Yin Su Dai to feel quite annoyed. Without even mentioning this point, Yang Kai was Dai Yuan's guest, which was enough for Yin Su Dai to take him seriously. She had been worried about not having an opportunity to find trouble with Yang Kai, but now the opportunity had presented itself right in front of her. She really wanted to know what the relationship between Dai Yuan and Yang Kai was, and why she had brought Yang Kai back to Thousand Illusion Peak this time. How could Yin Su Dai have known that a thorough investigation of the visitors was all bark and no bite? Yin Su Dai excitedly went to report this matter to the Chang Chok old man who was in charge of this matter. When the Chang Chok old man heard that Yang Kai was just a second-order Saint King, he immediately lost interest in him and didn't even try to pursue him. However, the Chang Chok old man also knew what Yin Su Dai was thinking and didn't stop her from chasing after Yang Kai. As such, Yin Su Dai pulled in 2 strong helpers from Colored Glass sect and used the space array in the sect to teleport to 100,000 cities, just in time to intercept Yang Kai. Of the 2 cultivators beside her, one was tall and sturdy, as strong as a bear. His 2 exposed necks were bulging with muscles. At first glance, one could tell that he was a man of extraordinary strength. Between his eyebrows, there was a murderous aura surging, as if he was extremely cruel. However, when such a man looked at Yin Su Dai, his eyes were filled with tenderness and gentleness, and when he spoke to her, he deliberately lowered his voice, as if he was afraid he would offend this beautiful woman. The other person had a dignified appearance. At this moment, there was a faint light flashing in his eyes. He was looking around with a serious face, as if he was looking for something. Under his gaze, everything within a radius of 100 miles could be seen clearly. "Brother Luo, have you found him yet?" The burly man suddenly glanced at the other cultivator and asked, "You've been looking for him for so long yet haven't found a single clue. Are you not using your full strength? What are you urging for?" When the cultivator who was called Luo Shiguo heard this, a displeased look appeared on his face. They left the Grand Crystal Mountain range long ago. Although we are in front of them, who knows which direction they will go? If Brother Ho is still worried, why don't you search for him yourself? I heard that brother has been cultivating his soul recently, so this is a good opportunity to test the results of your recent efforts. It seems that Master gave you a bottle of spirit clarity pills, so presumably brother's soul is much stronger than before, right? Listening to Brother Luo's ridicule, the burly man surnamed Ho couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. The secret art he cultivated didn't pay much attention to the growth of his soul. It could be said that his soul was his biggest shortcoming, and as his strength grew, this shortcoming became more and more obvious, so some time ago, he had been forced to begin cultivating his soul. Now that his junior brother Luo had brought up his sore spot, and in front of such a beautiful woman, the burly man surnamed Ho couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. The 2 of them were normally fine, as brother and junior brother, there was no friction between them, but now in front of Yin Su Dai, it was inevitable that they would compete for her affections. Seeing the burly man surnamed Ho's embarrassed face, as if the anger in his heart was about to explode, Yin Su Dai quickly said, "2 brothers, please don't quarrel. This time, I invited the 2 of you to come out because I wanted to borrow your combined strength. Brother Luo's spirit eye technique is perfect for searching for someone in this situation, and after finding him, I'll have to trouble Brother Ho to capture him." 2 brothers must have seen the incident with the sect's supreme treasure, Colored Glass Mountain. The sect master and many Chang Chok elders suspect that it was caused by an outsider, but that surnamed Yang didn't leave earlier or later, but instead chose to leave at this time. There's clearly something wrong with him, so we can't let him escape. Yin Su Dai didn't show any signs of annoyance because of the 2's jealousy and instead wore a look of enjoyment on her pretty face, as if she couldn't wait for the 2 of them to quarrel as fiercely as possible. However, right now, tracking Yang Kai was more important, so she had to try to persuade them. Hearing her say this, the burly man surnamed Ho's face became gloomy as he took her words for real. "So, it really was that little brat who did this?" "I don't know," Yin Su Dai shook her head with a smile. "But this matter is of great importance, so we can't let any suspicious person go. Capture him and hand him over to the sect's Chang Chok elders, they will naturally decide what to do with him." She was using a chicken feather as an arrow to command orders, so how could she dare speak so confidently? Moreover, her words could only fool the burly man surnamed Ho, while the cultivator surnamed Luo wore a thoughtful look on his face, clearly understanding something, but he didn't say anything. For him, finding a person was just a piece of cake. Selling a favor to Yin Su Dai was the most important thing. Good, junior brother Luo, search carefully. When you find that little brat, this big brother will capture him. Daring to have ideas about our colored glass mountain, I want to see if this little brat has 3 heads and 6 arms. As he spoke, he bared his white fangs, giving him a terrifying appearance. Cultivator Luo was just about to speak when suddenly his spirit shook and he shouted, "Found him." Where? Yin Su Dai also wore a happy expression and hurriedly asked. That way, they're heading towards us. Cultivator Luo pointed and nodded lightly, and, it's exactly as junior sister described, a man and a woman, the woman wrapped in a black robe, that's them. Then there's no mistake, Yin Su Dai smiled tenderly. Interesting, they actually walked right into our trap. The burly man surnamed Ho also grinned and shouted, "Big brother will head over first, junior brother Luo, protect junior sister and wait for us to capture them." Seeing this, Luo Wu knew that this burly man was trying to steal the credit. After all, he was the one who had found them, so if he wanted to capture them, he could take advantage of this opportunity to enjoy some alone time with Yin Su Dai. Turning his head slightly, Luo Wu smiled and said, "Brother Ho is quite impatient. Junior sister, let's head over slowly, presumably by the time we arrive, brother will have already finished his task." What kind of skill can a trivial second-order Saint King have? A strange light flashed across Yin Su Dai's beautiful eyes, but after hearing this, she nodded nonchalantly, and, this is all thanks to brother Luo's spirit sight, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to find someone in such a large area. Junior sister is too kind. If you need Big Brother's assistance in the future, feel free to ask, Big Brother will definitely not refuse. Your Myriad Crystal Peak is not far from our Flying Bird Peak, so if junior sister has time in the future, you can come to Flying Bird Peak for a few days. Big Brother can accompany you throughout the journey. It would be an honor for this Big Brother. Brother Ho actually took the initiative to invite her, his words full of affection. Hearing this, Yin Su Dai giggled twice, but did not deny it. Although she did not get a definite answer, her beautiful face and pleasant laughter caused Cultivator Luo to become absent-minded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Immediately, his heart trembled as he realized that his junior sister had made progress in her beguiling technique. He had heard that as long as Grandmaster Xiao refined an origin condensing pill, she would be able to break through to the origin returning realm. It seemed that this rumor was true. Chapter 1281. Yang Kai stared at the burly man who had flown in front of him with a strange look on his face, his expression indifferent. This burly man was naturally the cultivator surnamed Ho that Yin Su Dai had found, but Yang Kai didn't understand why he had rushed over alone while Yin Su Dai and the other cultivator seemed to be chatting and laughing behind them. The cultivator surnamed Ho swept his eyes over Yang Kai, and after determining that the aura fluctuations coming from Yang Kai were indeed only second-order Saint King realm, the corners of his mouth curled disdainfully before he turned to look at Yang Inflammation and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He didn't expect that this woman in a black robe would be so beautiful. Moreover, after being stopped by him, the man and woman in front of him didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, each of them was calmer than the other. The only thing that puzzled Ho was that he couldn't see through Yang Inflammation's true cultivation. When his divine sense swept out, it was as if the other party's body didn't exist, directly passing through it without being able to detect anything. This made the burly man's expression turn cold as he subconsciously regarded Yang Inflammation as a cultivator even more powerful than Yang Kai. The cultivator surnamed Ho was mainly here to find Yang Kai, so he naturally wasn't interested in Yang Inflammation. After a brief inspection, he withdrew his gaze and stared at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. "Hello, friend." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Why are you standing in front of my senior sister and junior brother?" "Why? Heh heh." The burly man surnamed Ho chuckled. "Is your surname Yang?" "Yes." Did you just come out of the Grand Crystal Mountain Range? Yes. Then there's no mistake, this Ho is looking for you, boy. The cultivator surnamed Ho's face became cold. He shouted in a low voice, daring to have ideas about Colored Glass Mountain and even touching its barrier, let's see where you'll run this time. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai was really shocked. He subconsciously thought that his good deed had been exposed. But after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. If he had really been exposed, the people chasing after him wouldn't have just been these 3 Saint Kings. At the very least, several of Colored Glass Sect's elders would have been dispatched. Since it wasn't exposed, why was this guy so sure? How would Yang Kai know? The brawny man surnamed Ho simply believed Yin Su Dai's words. That was why he had such preconceived notions and took it for granted. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai chuckled, "Friend must be joking, I only went to Grand Crystal Mountain Range at the invitation of your noble sex Dai Yuan. It was just a few days. Why do you have designs on Colored Glass Mountain?" Dai Yuan. The brawny man surnamed Ho was taken aback. Surprised, he asked, "You know Dai Yuan? She actually invited you as a guest." He had a look of disbelief on his face, as if he had heard something unbelievable. "Of course I won't lie about this kind of thing. You can go back to Grand Clarity Mountain's Thousand Illusion Peak and ask Dai Yuan. You'll naturally know when the time comes. Let me ask Dai Yuan." A trace of dread appeared on the brawny man surnamed Ho's face before he suddenly waved his hand and said unreasonably, "Boy, don't speak irresponsibly. In any case, no matter what you say, you won't be able to escape this time. This Ho was entrusted by someone to capture you first. As for what you did, I don't care, I'm only responsible for capturing you." Listening to him say this, Kai Yang couldn't help but grin. "So you're saying that friend is deliberately looking for trouble?" "Humph." The brawny man coldly snorted, "So what if I am?" As soon as his voice fell, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the brawny man surnamed Ho's hand and a fierce energy fluctuation burst from his body. His figure shot up into the sky like an eagle, his right hand suddenly transforming into a cold metallic luster as it pressed down towards Yang Kai's head. In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, the air within 1,000-meter radius seemed to freeze. When this palm pressed down, it was as if the entire sky was collapsing and the aura it condensed made it difficult to breathe. Standing behind Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation let out a muffled groan as her tender body trembled slightly. However, a brilliant light flashed from her body as if nothing had happened. At the same time, she hurriedly retreated, appearing 1,000 meters away, out of the range of the brawny man surnamed Ho's attack. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Ho let out a light sigh, seemingly not having expected Yang Inflammation to be so powerful. Although he didn't know what that brilliant light just now was, he was certain it was a powerful artifact. Relying on the power of an artifact, he didn't put it in his eyes, so he only hesitated for a moment before increasing the pressure on his hand and continuing to press down on Yang Kai, shouting angrily, "Crawl down." He wanted to knock down Yang Kai with a single blow so that Yin Su Dai, who was following closely behind, could see how powerful he was. This was a rare opportunity to show off, so how could the brawny man surnamed Ho miss it? When the palm was still 100 meters or so away from Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer as he stood in place and stared at his opponent's ferocious and unreasonable display, an indifferent expression appearing on his face. As soon as his opponent attacked, Yang Kai could see that this brawny man wanted to rely on his powerful physique and powerful Saint Chi to win. If it had been any other second-order Saint King cultivator facing such an attack, they would definitely have been flustered, but how could Yang Kai put him in his eyes? The dignified aura that could almost crush an ordinary cultivator to dust was not able to affect Yang Kai in the slightest. With a wave of his hand, the dignified aura in the vicinity immediately seemed to be attracted by something and became turbulent, shattering like an invisible mirror. The pervasive dignified aura suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai, who had been shrouded in his opponent's palm, blurred and disappeared. The brawny man surnamed Ho's face changed drastically. He never expected that a second-order Saint King cultivator would be able to escape from his all-out suppression. What's more, after escaping, he couldn't even find Yang Kai's position. It was as if Yang Kai had simply disappeared from the world without leaving a trace of his aura. The cultivator surnamed Ho panicked and immediately knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Just as he was searching for Yang Kai, he suddenly felt a swirling force above his head and an extremely dangerous aura pressing down on him. Not good. The cultivator surnamed Ho shouted in his heart as he looked up, only to see that Yang Kai, who had disappeared, had appeared above his head at some unknown time. Yang Kai's actions were exactly the same as before, looking down at him from above. Yang Kai's eyes were extremely cold, like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens looking down at an ant, causing the cultivator to shudder. Yang Kai also stretched out his palm and slammed it down towards the brawny man, but this palm print was expanding infinitely, covering the entire sky in an instant, giving the brawny man a feeling that he couldn't avoid it. Ho Jian did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly condensed 10% of his strength, raising his palms above his head as if he were holding up the heavens. At the same time, his body flashed with a brilliant light as a layer of metallic armor appeared around him, protecting him. At the same time, from the center of his forehead, a jet-black light flashed and spun like a sharp awl, creating a whistling sound as it shot towards the giant palm print. The brawny man surnamed Ho was an elite disciple of Colored Glass sect, so even when the situation had suddenly changed, he was still able to make so many moves in an instant. However, his heart was still beating wildly and he didn't feel the slightest sense of security. Under his bewildered gaze, the pitch-black cone-like attack took the lead to collide with the huge palm print. When the palm print slammed down, the pitch-black cone-like attack's rotating force immediately disappeared, and the light dimmed, revealing its original appearance. It turned out to be a spinning top-like offensive artifact. As soon as this artifact came into contact with the heaven-covering hand, it was knocked to the side, seemingly having lost a great deal of its spirituality. Immediately after, the heaven-covering hand slammed into Ho Jian's body without any hindrance. Ho Jian's artifact armor, which was covered in several layers of metallic luster, instantly began to crack like a spider's web. In less than a breath of time, this artifact armor collapsed. The brawny man surnamed Ho grit his teeth and roared as he poured all of his Saint Chi into his arms, suddenly sending out countless fist shadows to meet the giant palm print. Seeing this, Yang Kai coldly snorted and pushed his Saint Chi once again, increasing the power of the heaven-covering hand by 30%. The countless fist shadows rushed into the heaven-covering hand like clay oxen entering the sea, not even creating a single ripple before they were swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. The cultivator surnamed Ho's face suddenly turned pale. Although they had only fought for 3 breaths, he could tell that he was not the opponent of this man his junior sister Een was looking for. Understanding this in his heart, the cultivator surnamed Ho showed an unyielding expression on his face as his expression became more and more violent. Before he could do anything else, the heaven-covering hand had already slammed into him. With a loud bang, the cultivator surnamed Ho's body fell heavily to the ground, creating a large crater, but the heaven-covering hand did not collapse and instead continued to pursue him relentlessly. The ground trembled as a huge palm print appeared on the ground, covering an area of 1,000 meters. At the center of the palm print, the cultivator surnamed Ho was kneeling on one knee, his hands in the air as his body spasmed. His thick and solid arms were stained with blood and looked terrible. The clothes on his body were also torn, revealing his burly body. However, at this moment, his arms were bent at a strange angle. It was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries. Even so, he stared at Yang Kai who was falling from the sky, his eyes filled with horror and resentment. A dumbstruck look flashed across Yang Kai's face, as if he hadn't expected this burly man to be able to withstand his heaven-covering hand without collapsing. It seemed that this man's burly body wasn't just for show, his physique must also be quite strong. Meeting the man's resentful gaze, Yang Kai raised his brow and landed lightly in front of the brawny man, immediately lifting his foot and gently placing it on the brawny man's shoulder as he grinned dangerously at him. The brawny man's face went pale. Although he knew what Yang Kai was going to do, at this moment, his internal organs were severely injured. Not to mention resisting, even moving was extremely difficult, so even though he knew what was going to happen, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 1282. Under the uneasy gaze of the cultivator surnamed Ho, a powerful force suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. This force was so strong that he was unable to block it. The brawny man's body shrank and he fell directly to the ground. His face and nose were covered in dust, making him look extremely embarrassed. He struggled desperately a few times, but Yang Kai's foot pressed down on his shoulder, as heavy as a mountain, making it impossible for him to move. For a moment, his dusty cheeks flushed red with shame and indignation. 1,000 meters away, Yin Su Dai and the other cultivator surnamed Luo, who had just arrived, were stunned by this incredible scene. Neither of them could believe their eyes. The two of them had followed behind the cultivator surnamed Ho at a leisurely pace. Although they seemed to be chatting and laughing, they had also seen the scene of Yang Kai and the cultivator surnamed Ho fight just now. All of this could only be described as a flash of lightning. The cultivator surnamed Ho had launched an aggressive and majestic blow while shouting arrogantly for Yang Kai to crawl to the ground. Naturally, they had heard it clearly, but in the blink of an eye, the one crawling on the ground was not the Yang Kai they had imagined, but their fellow disciple who was not weak. Yin Su Dai and the cultivator surnamed Luo were naturally aware of the strength of the cultivator surnamed Ho. Among the Saint King Realm cultivators in Colored Glass sect, his strength could be ranked in the top 10, but such an elite disciple had actually been beaten to the ground by Yang Kai in a single blow. No matter how he struggled, he could not get up. How could Yin Su Dai and the cultivator surnamed Luo not be shocked? No Saint King Realm cultivator in Colored Glass sect could achieve this level of strength. Didn't this mean that this Yang Kai was much stronger than the elites in the sect? For a moment, the cultivator surnamed Luo's expression became gloomy as he secretly swallowed his saliva. Thinking about it, if he had been in his brother's position, he was afraid his end would not have been much better. Being defeated was not a big deal, but the key was that he had lost so much face in front of Yin Su Dai and had even boasted before. Presumably, this brother of his would no longer have the face to bother his junior sister Yin in the future. Thinking so, while the cultivator surnamed Luo was shocked, he also felt a sense of schadenfreude, secretly pleased. This was also the first time Yin Su Dai knew that Yang Kai was so strong. Although she had met Yang Kai several times before, she had never had a deep relationship with him, so how could she have known that such an unknown character could be so powerful? Even Fang Tian and Chu Dai's Yang Kai, right? Moreover, he had a relationship with senior sister. Thinking so, Yin Su Dai was not surprised. Instead, a different kind of light bloomed in her beautiful eyes as she stared at Yang Kai without blinking. Thinking quickly, she whispered to the cultivator surnamed Luo, "Brother Luo, do you see that woman in black robes over there? And, what orders does junior sister have?" The cultivator surnamed Luo heard this and also looked towards Yang Yun. "Can you quietly capture that woman?" Yin Su Dai smiled sweetly, as if this was a trivial matter. The cultivator surnamed Luo's face changed slightly. Although he wanted to take charge, he hesitated and said, "Junior sister, look at the current situation. Even Brother Ho couldn't withstand a single blow from him, so how can I capture that woman under his nose? Moreover, he doesn't seem to be someone to be trifled with. If we anger him because of this, the gains will not be worth the losses. Brother Luo, rest assured. Since junior sister has made such a proposal, she must have made arrangements." Yin Su Dai smiled. Yin Su Dai smiled lightly, "Leave him to me, senior brother Luo only needs to capture that woman." The cultivator surnamed Luo still looked hesitant and did not agree immediately. Seeing this, Yin Su Dai's pretty face sank slightly, but a light flashed across her beautiful eyes as if she had thought of something. She said, "Brother Luo, I know what you are worried about, but I only asked you to capture that woman. I didn't ask you to hurt her, so you don't have to worry about that person coming after you. What's more, Brother Luo, although you are not his opponent, with the floating light escaping shadow secret technique you cultivate, he shouldn't be able to do anything to you, right? Or is it that brother can't satisfy such a small request from junior sister?" Hearing what Yin Su Dai said, the cultivator surnamed Luo pondered for a moment before nodding. "Good, since junior sister thinks so highly of brother, then I will leave that woman to brother. But junior sister, you have to be careful. This surnamed Yang doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. You must not suffer any losses at his hands." He seemed to be very confident in his floating light escaping shadow secret technique, so even after witnessing the scene of Yang Kai beating the cultivator surnamed Ho to the ground with one move, he still agreed to Yin Su Dai's request. Yin Su Dai giggled and said, "Junior sister shouldn't be his opponent in 10 moves in a head-on fight, but how could I give him such a chance?" The cultivator surnamed Luo turned his head and glanced at Yin Su Dai, suddenly discovering that his junior sister was emitting a faint halo. This halo was invisible, but when it appeared, it caused one's mind to sway. In the next moment, the tender body of this junior sister next to him seemed to be exuding an endless attractive force that attracted his mind, making him unwilling to look away from her. It was as if his entire being was being sucked in by her. The cultivator surnamed Luo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before his heart trembled. He bit the tip of his tongue and woke up from his daze, a look of horror appearing on his face. He no longer dared to look at Yin Su Dai. He knew that his junior sister's bewitching technique had improved greatly compared to before. Her charm was not something he could resist, so he immediately felt more confident in Yin Su Dai. At that moment, Yang Kai, who had one foot on the shoulder of the cultivator surnamed Ho, suddenly raised his head and looked at Yin Su Dai and Luo cultivator, as if he had just noticed them. He smiled and said, "Sister Yin, what a coincidence to run into you here. It seems we were brought together by fate." "Fate, heh." Yin Su Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly, seemingly endlessly charming, as she said softly, "There is indeed some fate between us, but this time it's not a coincidence. I deliberately used the space array in colored glass sect to come to a nearby city and then came to find you." "Find me?" Yang Kai raised his brow and pretended to be surprised. "What's wrong? Does Sister Yin need something from me?" The smile on Yin Su Dai's face disappeared and was replaced by a sad expression. "It's nothing serious, but did little brother forget the agreement you made with me a few days ago? Didn't you say you would come to Myriad Crystal Peak when you had time? Why did you leave without even saying goodbye? Could it be that senior sister Dai Yuan was not a good host? If that's the case, this junior sister will apologize to her. Senior sister Dai Yuan is not good at communicating with others and does not understand the ways of the world, so I hope little brother will not bother with her." Saying so, Yin Su Dai really bowed, her every movement unconsciously revealing a myriad of amorous feelings as she stared at Yang Kai with her pair of beautiful eyes, unconsciously exuding a kind of power that seemed to draw in his soul. Yang Kai wore a flattered look and quickly waved his hand. "Sister is too serious. It's not that Dai Yuan was not a good host, it's just that this one has an important matter to attend to that made it inconvenient for him to stay in colored glass sect for long, so I was in such a hurry to leave." At the same time, Yang Kai's mind raced and he felt a lot more relieved. When that cultivator surnamed Ho came over, he kept saying that he had broken the barrier of colored glass mountain, but now Yin Su Dai had not said a word about it. It seemed that the stone mongoose's actions had not been exposed, so Yang Kai had nothing to worry about. "So that's how it is." Yin Su Dai nodded lightly, raised her jade-like hand, and brushed her hair behind her ear, revealing her small and delicate earlobes as she smiled sweetly. "If little brother doesn't mind, can you let go of my worthless brother first? It seems that there was some misunderstanding between the two of you just now. Now that little brother has punished him, can you let him go? He's your brother." Yang Kai was surprised and a touch of apology appeared on his face, so this one is also from Colored Glass sect. I thought it was some blind fool who had come looking for trouble, so I didn't ask any questions and just beat him up. I'm really sorry about that, but since he is Sister Yin's brother, I'll return him to you. Saying so, Yang Kai casually kicked out, the back of his foot curling around the abdomen of the cultivator surnamed Ho. With a crisp cracking sound, the cultivator surnamed Ho, who was originally blushing from shame, suddenly turned pale and flew straight towards Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai's pretty face changed slightly. She did not expect Yang Kai to be so ruthless. That kick seemed casual, but judging from the sound of it, her brother Ho's sternum and ribs were likely broken. This kind of injury was not light, but it was not serious either, but it would require at least 3 or 4 months of bed rest to fully recover. A trace of anger flashed across Yin Su Dai's beautiful eyes as she secretly blamed Yang Kai for not giving her any face. Waving her jade-like hand forward, a pink cloud-like aura suddenly appeared in front of her. When the cultivator surnamed Ho's body hit the pink cloud, it caved in like cotton, but it also dissolved the force of the cultivator surnamed Ho's impact, allowing him to avoid a second injury. Yin Su Dai raised her jade-like hand again and placed it on the cultivator surnamed Ho's shoulder, spinning him around twice. When they came to a stop, the cultivator surnamed Ho was already standing firmly beside her, but his face was alternating between blue and white, as if he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. What made him even more uncomfortable was that Yin Su Dai did not even spare him a glance. After helping him dissolve the force of his attack, she completely ignored his existence, standing in place for a while without saying a word. On the opposite side, Yang Kai saw this scene and was secretly surprised. He had deliberately poured a bit of Saint Chi into his kick just now, but he had not expected it to be so easily dissolved by Yin Su Dai. It seemed that this woman was not as simple as she appeared on the surface. Since she was able to monopolize Colored Glass sect, she really had some skill. If Sister Yin has nothing else to say, this Yang will take his leave. Yang Kai decided not to entangle himself with this woman any longer. After all, she was the chief elite disciple of Colored Glass sect, so he could not kill her. If he continued to entangle himself with her, he would only suffer a loss, so he immediately said goodbye. Chapter 1283. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Yin Su Dai chuckled lightly and said, "Little brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I came here this time specifically to invite little brother to 10,000 Ren Peak. In fact, I am very curious about the relationship between little brother and senior sister Dai Yuan. If possible, I hope little brother can give me some face and accompany me on this trip. You also know that senior sister Dai Yuan does not communicate with others in the sect. Even as her junior sister, it is extremely difficult for me to speak a few words with her. Little brother, you are the first guest she has invited back in the past 20 years. Not only am I curious about this matter, even my honored master has inquired about it. This time, I actually came here on the orders of my honored master." "Your honored master?" Yang Kai looked at Yin Su Dai with a smile and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Many thanks to Senior Gong for thinking so highly of me, but this Yang has an important matter to attend to right now and is unable to spare any time. How about this, if I have the opportunity in the future to visit Colored Glass sect, I will pay a visit. In the future, who knows when the future will be? Since there is no time like the present, today will be fine." Yin Su Dai insisted, making a decision for Yang Kai all of a sudden, seemingly not allowing him to refuse. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. This kind of entanglement naturally made him unhappy. It seemed that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai also felt that he had been somewhat naive. Since the other party had chased him all the way here, it was naturally impossible for her to simply withdraw. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai whispered, "What if I insist on not going?" "Not going?" Yin Su Dai giggled tenderly as she looked at Yang Kai with interest, exhaling lightly as she said, "I'm afraid little brother doesn't have a choice. As soon as her voice fell, Yang Yun, who was 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai, suddenly called out. It was as if she had been ambushed. Yang Kai's expression turned cold, and he quickly turned his head to look. At some point, a male cultivator with a white glow had appeared. This cultivator seemed to have wanted to capture Yang Inflammation just now, but for some reason, he failed. Instead, he was forced out by a defensive artifact on Yang Inflammation's body. At this moment, he was standing in place with a frown on his face, one of his hands grasping at the air, contending with a layer of fiery red light around Yang Inflammation's body. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized this cultivator as the cultivator who had come with Yin Su Dai. Hurriedly turning his head to look behind Yin Su Dai. Where was that person? All that was left was a ray of fluorescent light that gradually dissipated between heaven and earth. Yang Kai's face instantly turned ashen. He didn't even know when the other party had left Yin Su Dai's side. The one who had attacked Yang Inflammation seemed to have cultivated an extraordinary secret technique that had deceived even him. It was easy to imagine if Yang Inflammation had not been wearing some random artifact she had refined herself. Once captured, Yang Kai would have immediately been subjected to the other party's control. At that time, even if he didn't want to, he would have no choice but to follow Yin Su Dai. After knowing that he had fallen into the other party's trap, Yang Kai flew into a rage. Ignoring the movements of Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he glared towards Yin Su Dai. Yang Inflammation had a dazzling array of artifacts on her body, and although Yang Kai didn't know how many she was wearing, he knew that it was impossible for a third-order Saint King cultivator to capture her so easily. Even an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator wouldn't necessarily be able to capture Yang Inflammation, so Yang Kai wasn't worried about Yang Inflammation's ability to protect herself. Just as the cultivator surnamed Luo attacked Yang Inflammation, Yin Su Dai also attacked Yang Kai. Accompanied by a melodious giggle, the pink fog that had appeared before once again appeared strangely, transforming into a large pink fog barrier that wrapped around Yang Kai tightly. The next moment, Yin Su Dai opened her mouth and spat out a fragrant scent into the pink fog barrier. The pink fog barrier immediately began to wriggle, as if it had come to life. As it wriggled, a burst of seductive laughter rang out from the pink fog barrier. As soon as these sounds rang out, the already wounded cultivator Ho, who was standing behind Yin Su Dai with an awkward expression, immediately blushed and his blood began to boil. A fiery light flashed across his eyes as he stared at Yin Su Dai, who was using her beguiling technique, with a look of possessiveness in his eyes. Seemingly feeling his burning gaze, Yin Su Dai frowned, turned around, and slapped cultivator Ho's forehead. Ho was startled and his eyes, which were about to be obscured, immediately regained their clarity. Pay attention to yourself, don't make such a fool of yourself. Yin Su Dai scolded with a displeased expression, causing cultivator Ho's face to become even redder, as if blood was about to drip from it. He had lost face again and again today and would likely never be able to raise his head in front of Yin Su Dai again. Originally, this beguiling technique had not been used on him, and with his strength and cultivation, it would not have been difficult for him to resist, but after being injured by Yang Kai, his Saint Chi had become unstable and his mood had fluctuated, causing him to make a fool of himself. Now that he heard Yin Su Dai's words, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine and wished he could return to Colored Glass Sect immediately and enter secluded retreat. Later, I'll need to borrow Big Brother Ho's help, you should meditate and restore your strength for the time being. Yin Su Dai saw his embarrassed expression and quickly said. Hearing this, Cultivator Ho's eyes flashed a fierce light and he quickly restrained his embarrassment. Nodding repeatedly, he sat down cross-legged, took out a few bottles of pills from his space ring, poured out one each, and swallowed it. He then took out 2 high-rank Saint crystals and held them in his palms, silently restoring his secret art. Seeing this, a look of satisfaction appeared on Yin Su Dai's face and she continued to pour pink energy into the mist barrier to enhance the power of her beguiling technique. Inside the pink mist barrier, Yang Kai stood motionless and turned his head to look around. The place he was in had undergone earth-shaking changes. Originally, he was in the middle of a vast wilderness, but now he was in a different place. In front of him was a huge pool with clear water and a strong wine fragrance wafting from it. When this fragrance entered his nose, he could not help but feel as if he was floating in the air. At the edge of the pool, there were more than 20 young girls, all of them dressed neatly in dancing. Each of these young girls had soft waists, graceful figures, and outstanding looks. Each of them had their own merits, but their temperaments were all very similar. Some of them had fiery eyes, some had shy looks on their faces as they stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes, their red lips trembling slightly as if they wanted to say something, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Some of them wore cold expressions and gave off an inviolable aura, as if they were goddesses standing high above the masses. Some of them wore charming expressions and took the initiative to display all kinds of beauty as they danced about. Their full peaks trembled, their elasticity was amazing, and their buttocks and breasts were a dizzying sight to behold. There were also some who wore bashful expressions, as if they were unripe fruits, causing one's appetite to swell. In the surrounding space, a gentle and lingering melody resounded. Coupled with the dance of these young girls, it actually caused one to involuntarily have the misconception of being in love under the moonlight. It caused one to involuntarily think of the person one loved in one's heart and the bits and pieces of time one spent with her. It seemed as if one was unwilling to leave this pool of wine and forest of meat and fall into it forever. Yang Kai, on the other hand, just stood in place, his expression indifferent as he observed everything around him. No matter how the young girls tried to dance, he remained indifferent. After suffering a loss last time when she used her beguiling technique to deal with Yang Kai, Yin Su Dai had not learned her lesson and actually tried it again this time. Yang Kai really did not know what she was thinking. However, this beguiling technique did have some unique characteristics. If it were an ordinary Saint King realm cultivator who fell into this trap, they would definitely lose their composure. However, Yang Kai's divine sense was extremely powerful, and it was not the first time he had been used this beguiling technique. Looking around, the illusory scene in front of him was full of flaws, so how could it possibly shake his mind? Yin Su Dai also seemed to realize that Yang Kai had not been bewitched, and a moment later, using some unknown method, the pink mist barrier suddenly began to churn again. The expressions of the 20 or so young girls who were singing and dancing suddenly changed, becoming sad and sorrowful. At the same time, the melody in the surrounding void also lowered in pitch, filling the air with a sense of melancholy. Under the accompaniment of this melody, these young girls seemed to have become young women who had been left alone in their boudoirs, their desires dissatisfied. Their originally neatly dressed clothes suddenly became as thin as gauze, clinging to their tender bodies, revealing the beauty of their bodies. Their towering chests, their flat bellies, and the lush grass between their legs were all vaguely visible. It was as if as long as Yang Kai was willing, he could have them all at his fingertips. This kind of temptation, compared to the beautiful scene just now, immediately rose to a whole new level. Yang Kai's brow furrowed for a moment before he suddenly grinned. He, who had intended to immediately take action, actually withdrew his Saint Chi and waited for a good show to begin, waiting to see how Yin Su Dai's beguiling technique changed. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the pink mist barrier began to churn again as Yin Su Dai activated her beguiling technique for the third time. After the mist barrier stabilized, the sad young girls all became naked and began to tangle together like water snakes, exposing all of their beauty to the air. Some in pairs, some in groups of 3, some in groups, some in pairs, 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 some in groups, all of them hugging each other's tender bodies, their beautiful legs entwined together as their jade hands wandered over each other's tender bodies, touching what they should and shouldn't touch. They were actually engaging in a series of sensual acts right in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched all of this with great interest. This was the first time he had seen such a scene, and it had to be said that even though he knew that everything in front of him was an illusion, this scene was still quite visually impactful. At the very least, Yang Kai felt that his body was reacting somewhat and his blood flow had accelerated significantly. Not bad, not bad. Yang Kai nodded lightly, greatly satisfied. Not immediately taking action to break the other party's beguiling technique was the right thing to do. At the very least, this kind of scene was not something one could enjoy normally. A cold snort suddenly rang out, as if Yin Su Dai had become angry out of shame. In the next moment, all of the young girls who were entangled with each other overflowed with a pink aura and their expressions all changed to one of extreme resentment, as if they had transformed into poisonous women as they glared at Yang Kai, more than 20 pairs of beautiful eyes flashing coldly. Chapter 1284. The moment Yin Su Dai's cold snort rang out, the young girls with bitter eyes suddenly rushed towards Yang Kai, their soft, boneless arms dancing like snakes as they sent a pink mist towards Yang Kai. In the midst of this fog, these young girls dashed back and forth like butterflies, their figures gradually blurring until they disappeared without a trace. However, the surrounding music suddenly became like a powerful army, clanging and intertwining with each other. This music contained a thick murderous intent, madly pulling at the ruthlessness in the depths of Kai Yang's heart, attempting to destabilize Kai Yang's emotions. At the same time, the pink mist seemed to have a mind of its own and silently invaded Yang Kai's body through his pores, affecting his judgment and the circulation of his Saint Qi. Yin Su Dai saw that she was unable to confuse Yang Kai, so she immediately gave up her previous plan and prepared to take action. She didn't really expect to be able to do anything to Yang Kai, she was simply trying to stall for time so that her brother Luo could capture Yang Inflammation. Inside the pink mist, Yang Kai's expression became dignified as a mass of black flames burst out from his body, burning him fiercely. All the pink mist that approached him seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis, disappearing without a trace upon contact. However, this pink mist was seemingly endless, and even though it was being burned by the demonic flames, it continued to surge towards Yang Kai like moths to a flame. Inside this pink mist, a number of beautiful figures suddenly launched a sneak attack. These figures were none other than the young girls who had disappeared before. From strange angles, they appeared at the most difficult times to guard against, their naked bodies waving their pink ribbons and wrapping them around Yang Kai. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was tightly wrapped in these pink ribbons. What's more, these ribbons were quite strange as they remained unscathed even under the burning of the demonic flames. This aroused Yang Kai's interest, and after taking a closer look, he was able to see some clues. These pink ribbons were not formed from the mist but were instead origin-grade artifacts that Yin Su Dai had summoned at some point. It was just that the color and shape of this artifact combined with her beguiling technique was enough to fool Yang Kai's attention, so he hadn't been able to detect it. On top of that, these ribbons seemed to have the effect of restricting the circulation of Saint Qi, causing the layer of demonic flames around Yang Kai's body to weaken significantly. Giggles came from all directions, making it impossible to tell where they were coming from. Immediately after, the ribbons tightened, as if they were trying to bind Yang Kai like a rice dumpling. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he grabbed one of the ribbons wrapped around his body and pulled it towards him. In an instant, a graceful figure was dragged out of the mist by this force. Not waiting for the shadow to approach him, Kai Yang's other hand clenched into a fist and directly punched the shadow's body. A shrill scream seemed to ring out in Yang Kai's ears as a young girl's tender body burst into a flower of blood and disappeared from his sight like a bubble, blending into the surrounding mist, causing the pink color to become even thicker. Seeing that this method was effective, Yang Kai's body immediately began spinning like a top, the powerful force he exerted causing the young girls on the other end of the ribbons to cry out as they were all dragged to Yang Kai's side. Black demonic flames flew out from Yang Kai's hand and smashed into the illusory figures that weren't even alive. Screams rang out one after another as the illusory figures of these young girls all burst into a bloody mist and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The moment these young girls were shattered, Yang Kai seemed to hear Yin Su Dai's snort. It was as if his actions just now had caused some damage to Yin Su Dai, who was using her beguiling technique. Yin Su Dai had indeed suffered a bit of backlash from her beguiling technique. She had not expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless, not showing any mercy to her at all. If it had been any other man trapped in her beguiling array, even if they knew these young girls were fake, they would not have acted so decisively. As long as Yin Su Dai had been given a little time, she would have been able to perform another of her beguiling array's subsequent transformations. This transformations not only had the function of trapping the enemy but also had extremely strong killing power. Yin Su Dai had thought that using this transformations to delay Yang Kai for the time it would take to drink a cup of tea should be possible. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai simply disregarded the young girls formed by her beguiling technique as if they were nothing and dealt with them cleanly. Yin Su Dai was unable to withdraw her beguiling technique in time and immediately suffered a bit of backlash. Yin Ran's backlash wasn't too strong and wouldn't affect her next battle, but Yin Su Dai's beautiful eyes still flashed a fierce light as she shouted, "Brother Ho!" Got it. Cultivator Ho, who had been meditating behind Yin Su Dai, heard this and immediately got up, his figure flickering as he disappeared into the pink mist. At the same time, Yin Su Dai's divine sense moved and a number of graceful figures once again appeared from the mist surrounding Yang Kai, but this time, these figures were different from before. All of them were holding different weapons that exuded strong energy fluctuations, and some of them were even wearing glowing artifact armor. Yang Kai could not help but be taken aback when he saw this. Although he looked down on Yin Su Dai for repeatedly trying to use her beguiling technique to deal with him, he knew that this woman would not be stupid enough to repeat the same mistake. He had clearly shattered these figures with ease just now, so why would she summon more of them now? But what puzzled Kai Yang the most were the weapons in the hands of these new Shinpings. Just as he was wondering, one of the young girls to the side suddenly waved a small fan in her hand and gently fanned Yang Kai. This small fan didn't look very eye-catching and was embroidered with some patterns of birds and beasts. But as soon as this fan was fanned, the roars of beasts immediately rang out and black streaks of light suddenly flew out from the face of the small fan. With a twist, these streaks of light transformed into monster beasts of various sizes. These monster beasts were exactly the same as the patterns on the small fan before. After the monster beasts appeared, the face of the small fan became empty. There were more than 30 of these monster beasts, some as big as buildings while some as small as snakes. As soon as they appeared, they directly rushed towards Yang Kai. An illusion? Yang Kai frowned, his expression suddenly becoming solemn as a long sword covered in demonic flames appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a sword wave that filled the sky. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out as some of the 30 or so monster beasts were unable to dodge in time and were split in half by this sword wave, while others were extremely agile and easily dodged it before continuing to charge towards Yang Kai. As for the monster beasts that were split in half, their bodies transformed into black chi and reassembled, twisting and distorting before reappearing, as if they had not suffered any damage at all. However, if one looked closely, they would find that the color of these monster beasts' bodies was slightly dimmer than before, indicating that they were not completely unharmed. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by more than a dozen monster beasts that had rushed to his side. Among them, a monster beast the size of a building raised its huge claws and pressed them down towards Yang Kai. Before the claws had even landed, an endless pressure pressed down, as if it wanted to crush Yang Kai into a meat patty. Yang Kai did not dodge and, in order to verify his guess, threw a punch upwards. His fist wrapped in demonic flames collided with the huge monster beast's foot. The monster beast was sent flying while Yang Kai's body also shook and he could not help but retreat a few steps. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other monster beasts pounced on Yang Kai, drowning him in an instant. Outside, Yin Su Dai saw this and couldn't help showing a smug smile, but just as this smile bloomed, it immediately stiffened. Inside the pink mist, among the monster beasts that had drowned Yang Kai, a black light suddenly erupted and all the monster beasts whimpered, as if they had been sent flying by a great force. It's not an illusion. Good, 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 Colored Glass Sect's chief disciple really has some skill. Yang Kai shouted. It wasn't until this moment that he finally determined that the small fan and these monster beasts were not illusions. The small fan was an artifact, and the monster beasts were the manifestation of that artifact's power. Both were real. Not only the small fan, but the weapons in the hands of the young girls were also real artifacts. In this pink mist, only the young girls were illusions created by Yang Kai's bewitching technique, existences that existed between reality and illusion. Little brother, don't struggle, just come with me obediently. In Su Dai saw that Yang Kai was being so difficult to deal with and her pretty face went cold as she shouted. You want me to go with you? Let's see if you have the ability. Yang Kai sneered again and again, his figure flickering as he disappeared from where he stood. At the same time, a long whip flashing with lightning lashed out at the place where he had been standing, causing a series of thunderclaps to ring out. However, as soon as Yang Kai's figure appeared, another streak of light flashed in front of him and stabbed towards his face. Although this streak of light was extremely fast, Yang Kai was still able to see it clearly. It was a dagger-like artifact that had been thrown out by one of the young girls and landed right in front of him, making it seem as if he had thrown it himself. Yang Kai was furious and stretched out his big hand, releasing a blazing demonic flame aura as he grabbed the dagger. Immediately after, Yang Kai coldly snorted and pushed his Saint Chi, causing his demonic flame to completely envelop the dagger. At a glance, it was obvious that this Saint King grade high-rank dagger was quickly melting like a snowflake under the scorching sun. In the blink of an eye, this dagger had turned into a puddle of molten iron that fell from Yang Kai's fingertips. Now that he had determined that these artifacts were real, Yang Kai naturally knew what to do. This In Su Dai's constant harassment had annoyed Yang Kai greatly, so he had decided to use this opportunity to teach her a lesson and let her know the consequences of provoking him. Seeing a Saint King grade artifact being destroyed so easily, the remaining girls all wore dumbfounded expressions. It was unknown if it was because they were connected to In Su Dai's soul that they were able to see her expression at this moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai grinned fiercely and pounced towards these young girls. In an instant, cries of alarm rang out as the young girls swiftly scattered, pushing the power of the artifacts in their hands and sending a barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai. Chapter 1285. It had to be said that the beguiling technique In Su Dai cultivated was ingenious and its power was not small. With this strange secret art, she could easily defeat cultivators in the same realm without even having to face them head-on. Unfortunately, using this beguiling technique to deal with Yang Kai was slightly inadequate. Firstly, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was much stronger than a cultivator in the same realm, so he would not be confused by her. Secondly, Yang Kai cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, so he had a natural resistance to beguiling techniques. Amidst a burst of screams, the young girls inside the pink mist barrier were slaughtered by Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't target these phantoms themselves. In any case, these phantoms were all In Su Dai's illusions and couldn't be killed. What Yang Kai targeted were the artifacts on their hands or bodies. These artifacts were all Saint King grade high-rank artifacts, more than 20 of them in total. In Su Dai being able to collect so many artifacts and even use their power was quite surprising. Even with the help of these young girl phantoms, In Su Dai herself had to first refine these artifacts before she could use them. Refining more than 20 artifacts must have taken a lot of time, so if they were destroyed, In Su Dai would definitely feel distressed. Sure enough, seeing the Saint King grade artifacts she had painstakingly refined being melted into molten iron by Yang Kai's demonic flames and 5 or 6 of them being destroyed in the blink of an eye, In Su Dai was both shocked and angered. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "If you destroy any more of my artifacts, I'll teach you a lesson." Hearing her exasperated shout, Yang Kai's mood suddenly became much better and he turned around. He stared at a young girl standing next to the wine pool. The young girl was holding a long whip with lightning flashing in her hand. Every time she swung it, there would be a crackling sound. The lightning power was extraordinary. Among the 20 or so secret treasures, in terms of power and preciousness, it could be ranked in the top 3. The value of such an artifact would definitely not be low. If it was destroyed, Yin Su Dai's mood would only worsen. Yang Kai immediately rushed towards the young girl. His figure swayed a few times. Appearing in front of Yin Su Dai, this young girl was connected to Yin Su Dai's soul, so naturally, she immediately noticed Yang Kai's sudden attack, causing her pretty face to pale. Then, she shook the whip in her hand, creating countless whip shadows that enveloped Yang Kai. Streaks of cyan lightning shot out from the whip. Yang Kai snorted. With a wave of his large hands, the pitch-black devil flames immediately appeared in front of him like a curtain. All of the incoming lightning bolts came into contact with the devil flames. He immediately disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai reached out with his other hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. The sky full of whip shadows condensed and the long whip was immediately caught in Yang Kai's hand. The devil flames surged again and the long whip, which seemed to be refined from some unknown material, suddenly dimmed in color and lost much of its spirituality. It seemed that in a moment, it would be destroyed just like the other artifacts. At that moment, a dreamy whisper sounded in Yang Kai's ear. This whisper contained an infinite charm that rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body paused and the devil flames in his hand also weakened significantly. The moment the murmuring sound rang out, a burly figure suddenly leapt out of the pool. This figure was abnormally tall, with muscles as firm as iron plates. His eyes were like those of a fierce beast as he stared fixedly at Kai Yang. In his hand was a blade that looked like a broken blade. This blade had not injured Kai Yang, but had instead cut his hand. But what was strange was that not a single drop of blood flowed out from the wound. Instead, the blood seeped into the blade and dyed the 3-foot-long blade red. The smell of blood filled the air, making anyone who smelled it feel like vomiting. This burly man turned out to be the cultivator surnamed Ho who had been injured by Yang Kai before. At some point, he had sneaked into the pink mist barrier and hidden himself in the wine pool. With Yin Su Dai cooperating with him, even Yang Kai had not been able to discover any flaws. While Yang Kai's attention was attracted by the long whip artifact, Ho took advantage of this opportunity and suddenly launched an attack. With a shake of the blade in his hand, a blood-red light shot out from the blade and slashed towards Yang Kai's waist. Ho-Ho's face was filled with ruthlessness as his murderous intent surged like a tide, a cold grin appearing on his face. He had suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai before and knew how powerful Yang Kai was, but since he dared to rush out at this time, naturally he had full confidence in himself. The broken blade in his hand was an origin-grade high-rank artifact he had obtained when he went out for life experience. What's more, it was an extremely evil artifact that was 20 to 30% more powerful than ordinary artifacts. Originally, with his cultivation, Ho-Ho did not dare to use such an artifact casually. After all, if he used it too many times, it was very likely that the evil aura of this artifact would affect his temperament. But today, he had been humiliated again and again, so all he wanted to do was regain face in front of Yin Su Dai, so how could he care about such things at this moment? Immediately summoning this artifact, he prepared to deal a fatal blow to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's timing was perfect, precisely when Yang Kai was distracted by Yin Su Dai's whisper and was trying to destroy the long whip artifact. Yang Kai knew that no matter how strong Yang Kai was, it would be impossible for him to avoid this saber wave. If he was hit by the saber light, he would definitely die. Before Yang Kai could leave, he tied him up tightly. At the same time, the whip flashed with lightning, and the power of the artifact was instantly activated. Streaks of lightning swam around Yang Kai's body, crackling and exploding continuously, attacking his body. Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold and fierce. Raging flames burst out from his body, burning towards the long whip. In an instant, the long whip was destroyed, broken into countless pieces, and fell to the ground, but in this moment of delay, the blood-red saber wave had already arrived in front of Yang Kai, leaving him with no way to avoid it. Facing this saber wave that was so close and about to hit his body, Yang Kai calmly took out a purple shield and poured his Saint Chi into it, causing a purple halo to swirl around it. A huge rune suddenly appeared on the shield, and immediately after, this rune rushed out of the shield and burst open, the resulting explosion transforming into an even larger shield that blocked in front of Yang Kai. Hong, with a loud bang, the blood-red saber wave slammed into the shield, causing it to collapse. At the same time, the blood-red saber wave also disappeared. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Ho was dumbfounded. It seemed that he had not expected Yang Kai to have such an excellent defensive artifact, one that could even block his killing blow head-on. It seemed he had underestimated Yang Kai's heritage. When the purple shield was first refined, it was only an origin-grade low-rank artifact, but after being refined by Yang Inflammation, it was upgraded to origin-grade mid-rank. Later, in the Lu Yen Sand Field, Yang Kai used the purple shield to fight the artifact spirit, causing it to lose a great deal of its spirituality. After bringing it back and undergoing a second refinement by Yang Inflammation, the purple shield was now an origin-grade high-rank artifact. Compared to its previous defense, it was even more outstanding. Since it was also an origin-grade high-rank artifact, the purple shield was of the same grade as the broken blade, so naturally it was able to block its attack. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have taken it out so confidently. After blocking the blood-red saber wave, Yang Kai put away the purple shield and stared at the brawny man surnamed Ho coldly, a sneer appearing at the corners of his mouth. The other party's attack just now contained a strong murderous intent, how could he not feel it? This person already had the intention to kill him. If they had only wanted to bring him back to colored glass sect before, Yang Kai wouldn't have killed them, but now, with a flick of his hand, a picture scroll appeared in Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as a series of mountain phantoms suddenly rushed out from the picture scroll. As soon as these phantoms rushed out, they immediately grew in size, blotting out the sky as they smashed down towards Ho Jian with great momentum. The face of the cultivator surnamed Ho changed drastically and he no longer cared about anything else, hurriedly pushing the power of the broken blade artifact in his hand, madly pouring his blood into it and sending out a series of blood-red saber waves. The blood-red saber waves rushed forward and smashed into the bottom of the mountain phantoms, causing the first few mountain phantoms to sway and fall to the ground, creating a series of giant craters. But this time, Yang Kai had summoned more than a dozen mountain phantoms, each one bigger than the last. How could the cultivator surnamed Ho defend himself? After holding on for less than 3 breaths of time, he was powerless to continue. Seeing a mountain about to fall on him, the cultivator surnamed Ho's face turned ashen and his eyes became lifeless. He could see that he would die here in the next moment. For a moment, it was too late for regrets, feeling that he shouldn't have come out with Yin Su Dai. At that moment, the surrounding pink mist and the wine pool suddenly distorted and disappeared. Yin Su Dai's figure appeared in front of the cultivator surnamed Ho like a ghost, a dignified look on her charming face as she held a white bead in her hands. This bead exuded a soft light that spread wildly in all directions. Being illuminated by the light of this bead, Yang Kai suddenly felt the murderous intent in his heart lessen a lot. He became calm and even hesitated about whether he should kill the cultivator surnamed Ho. But in an instant, Yang Kai dispelled the hesitation in his mind and stared coldly at Yin Su Dai. He knew that the reason why he was in such a situation was definitely related to the bead in the other party's hand. At this moment, Yin Su Dai was staring at the bead in her hand, as if she was looking for something. In the next moment, her face lit up with joy as she looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes and asked softly, "Do you really want to do this? Won't you regret it?" When she asked these two questions, she stood in front of the cultivator surnamed Ho, ignoring the mountain phantoms that were smashing down on her as if they were nothing, as if she wasn't afraid of death. Chapter 1286. After Yin Su Dai asked these two questions, she didn't make any move to resist, her tender body so weak that it seemed like it would be blown away by the wind. However, when Yang Kai saw her face, his expression changed drastically and he immediately waved his hand, retrieving all the mountain phantoms that were flying towards them while the 100 Mountains picture reappeared in his hand. He stared in the direction of Yin Su Dai with a look of disbelief, his eyes filled with tenderness as his mouth twitched a few times and he called out, "Su Yen." At this moment, the woman standing in front of Ho Jian was no longer Yin Su Dai. She was clearly the beautiful figure that Yang Kai had hidden in the depths of his heart, the woman he dreamed of every night. His expression immediately froze as he stared blankly at the face he yearned for day and night, the tenderness in his eyes almost able to melt stone. On the opposite side, Su Yen also stared back at him, returning his gaze with infinite tenderness, but imperceptibly, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, as if hearing this unfamiliar name caused her to feel somewhat strange. Just when she thought that Yang Kai had been bewitched by her, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became extremely cold and the tenderness in his eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by a thick sense of disgust and coldness. As soon as she saw Yang Kai's expression change, Yin Su Dai realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Letting out a soft cry, she grabbed Ho Jian, who was now pale and on the verge of collapsing, and prepared to flee. However, Yang Kai's low voice suddenly sounded, "Blossoming Lotus." Yin Su Dai, who was staring at Yang Kai, suddenly went stiff as she vaguely saw a budding lotus phantom in his eyes. This phantom was extremely beautiful and exuded a seven-colored brilliance, attracting all of her attention and making her involuntarily want to observe it more carefully. At that moment, the lotus phantom suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's eyes and strangely appeared in her knowledge sea. A divine sense attack. Yin Su Dai's face changed drastically as she immediately understood what was happening. Just as she was about to defend herself though, she noticed that the spiritual energy in her knowledge sea was madly gathering towards a certain place, as if a huge vortex had appeared and was drawing in her spiritual energy. The source of this attraction was none other than the lotus bud that was about to bloom. Yin Su Dai let out a muffled groan as she fell limply from midair. Using her inner vision, she saw that the seven-colored flower bud was slowly blooming, and every time it bloomed, a great deal of her spiritual energy would be consumed, as if its blooming required her spiritual energy as its source. Yin Su Dai was shocked and hurriedly circulated several soul defensive secret techniques, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop her spiritual energy from being devoured. In just the blink of an eye, more than half of his sea of consciousness had dried up. However, the flower bud had only just bloomed a little. Just a little bit had already consumed so much of his spiritual energy. If he released it all, wouldn't it drain his knowledge sea dry? At that time, even if he didn't die, his soul would be damaged. This kind of damage was not something that could be healed in a day or two. Thinking so, Yin Su Dai's face suddenly turned pale. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would really dare to try and kill her. For a moment, her beautiful eyes flashed with an infinite desire to live, causing her to become even more pitiful. Peng, Yin Su Dai fell to the ground, her tender body covered in dust. Where was her previous charm? At this moment, her face was pale and she seemed to have a splitting headache, groaning constantly as large drops of sweat seeped out of her tender body, drenching her clothes in the blink of an eye. Even if she wanted to beg for mercy, she couldn't. The pain of her soul being drained was more unbearable than any pain she had ever suffered before, so she could only grit her teeth and hold on to the last trace of clarity in her knowledge sea. Even so, she knew that once the seven-colored lotus fully bloomed, she would really be finished. Sha sha, the sound of light footsteps approached from afar and Yin Su Dai reluctantly turned her head to look in the direction of the sound, only to see Yang Kai's face gloomy as he walked up to her and looked down at her indifferently, without the slightest emotion in his eyes. Yin Su Dai opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. With a crack, Yang Kai snapped his fingers. The seven-colored lotus flower that was slowly blooming in Yin Su Dai's mind suddenly stopped blooming and immediately turned into specks of fluorescent light that disappeared. Seeing this, Yin Su Dai's face filled with joy as she quickly examined the situation of her knowledge sea. At first glance, she was both shocked and horrified. Her knowledge sea had almost dried up. If Yang Kai hadn't stopped that strange secret technique at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even so, if she wanted to fully recover, she would have to pay a huge price and spend a very long time. From the time Yang Kai suddenly displayed the blossoming lotus secret technique until now, only 3 breaths had passed. During these 3 breaths, the brawny man who was being protected by Yin Su Dai didn't understand what had happened, but he knew that the 3 of them had really kicked an iron plate this time. Seeing that Yang Kai's attention wasn't on him, he glanced over at the distressed Yin Su Dai and steeled his heart, grit his teeth, and pushed his Saint Chi to escape. He didn't even have time to care about Yin Su Dai. But just as his body moved, a figure flashed in front of him and the indifferent Yang Kai blocked his path. The brawny man surnamed Ho's lips went dry as he stared at the figure in front of him, his eyes filled with horror, not daring to move. Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a jet of demonic flame, directly punching a hole in the brawny man's left chest. The brawny man didn't even have time to think about resisting as he let out a muffled groan and staggered back a few steps while clutching his chest, a look of disbelief filling his face as the light in his eyes quickly dissipated and he fell from the sky, his body engulfed in demonic flame mid-air and incinerated. After doing this, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he returned to Yin Su Dai's side. Yin Su Dai was still clutching her head with both hands as she gasped for breath. It seemed that the blossoming lotus secret technique just now had caused great damage to her, leaving her without even the strength to escape. Beside her, a white bead had fallen to the ground. Yang Kai looked at this bead for a moment before stretching out his hand and pulling it over. Although he didn't know what this bead was, Yin Su Dai had just used it to spy on the beautiful figure in the depths of Yang Kai's mind and then used her bewitching technique to give Yang Kai the illusion that Su Yan was standing in front of him. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai released a burst of demonic flame from his hand and the bead quickly melted and disappeared from this world. Regardless of what this bead was or how precious it was, Yang Kai didn't want to leave it behind. After burning the bead, Yang Kai stared at Yin Su Dai coldly and said indifferently, "Did you think I wouldn't dare kill you?" Yin Su Dai's eyes were filled with horror as she didn't dare to answer. She had clearly seen the scene of Yang Kai killing the cultivator surnamed Ho, so she knew that her actions just now had touched her opponent's psychological bottom line. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to kill. As early as the first time the cultivator surnamed Ho came to find him, he could have killed him. The woman named Su Yan seemed to be very important to him, otherwise, how could such a thing have happened? Thinking quickly, Yin Su Dai regretted her actions. If she had known that Yang Kai was so tyrannical, how could she have come here to look for trouble? "Did you think I wouldn't dare kill you?" Yang Kai asked again. "You can't kill me." Yin Su Dai struggled to maintain her composure and whispered, gasping for breath, "My senior brother should have already succeeded, you should also consider the safety of your companions." Succeeded? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up as he suddenly waved his hand and sent out a golden ray of light. This golden ray of light was extremely thin, as if it was nothing more than a golden thread, and in a flash, it disappeared into the void. A moment later, a male cultivator's panicked scream rang out as a layer of fluorescent light suddenly appeared in the originally empty space. After the light shattered, a figure appeared. It was none other than the cultivator surnamed Luo. After Yin Su Dai inexplicably fell from the sky and the cultivator surnamed Ho was killed, he seemed to have realized that the situation here was not good and actually used his flickering light escaping shadow secret technique to escape, but under the pursuit of the golden thread, he was forced to use it. The golden thread seemed to have a life of its own, and no matter how he tried to resist, he couldn't stop it from invading and entangling him. In just a moment, he was tied up by the golden thread. This golden thread was naturally the golden blood thread secret technique that Yang Kai had been cultivating for a long time. It was similar to an artifact. The golden blood thread secret technique was derived from Demon Blood Temple's demon blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai also wanted to test the power of the golden blood thread secret technique, so he used it. Now, seeing that the cultivator surnamed Luo was so easily bound by the golden blood thread and unable to break free, Yang Kai was very satisfied. With another wave of his hand, the golden blood thread that bound the cultivator surnamed Luo was immediately pulled back to Yang Kai's side. When Yin Su Dai saw this, she was so angry that her nose became crooked. Just now, she and Yang Kai were locked in a fierce battle, and she was very confident in her brother, so she didn't pay attention to the situation between him and Yang Inflammation, instinctively thinking that Yang Inflammation had been captured. But now, she immediately knew that she had been too naive. When the cultivator surnamed Luo was captured, the black-robed Yang Inflammation also walked over. Looking at her appearance, besides being a little frightened, she was unscathed. Even her black robe was not wrinkled. It was unknown how she had been able to resist the cultivator surnamed Luo for so long. Did you succeed? Have you not woken up yet? Kai Yang sneered. Yin Su Dai's face alternated between green and red, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. At the same time, she stared coldly at the cultivator surnamed Luo, secretly blaming him for being useless. The cultivator surnamed Luo was also full of bitterness. He didn't expect that Yang Inflammation would have so many artifacts, and each one of them was very powerful. During his attempt to capture Yang Inflammation, the other party didn't fight back, only passively defending. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't break through that defense. At this moment, being captured by Yang Kai, he really didn't dare to look at Yin Su Dai. Seeing that Yin Su Dai was unwilling to talk, Yang Kai coldly snorted and opened his hand, sending a huge palm print towards the cultivator surnamed Luo. Under his horrified gaze, the cultivator was directly slapped to the ground. The sound of bones breaking rang out. This blow alone had caused the cultivator to suffer heavy injuries. But what made him feel lucky was that the other party didn't seem to have killed him. Chapter 1287. She and her senior brother and junior sister had chased after Yang Kai and thought that bringing him back to Colored Glass Sect would be a simple matter, but none of them had expected that one of them would be buried here while the other two would be seriously injured. Looking at Yang Kai's indifferent face, Yin Su Dai suddenly realized that she had done something wrong. Even if I wanted to overturn this world, she would only support me from behind, not stand in front of me and ask me if I regret it. Yang Kai suddenly said something that Yin Su Dai found somewhat inexplicable, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. A woman like you dares to transform into her appearance? You really don't know the difference between life and death. As soon as these words fell, a jet of black energy shot out and directly into Yin Su Dai's tender body. Yin Su Dai's beautiful face went pale as she thought she was doomed this time, 2 drops of tears involuntarily falling from her eyes. Just now, this jet-black demonic flame had easily burned Brother Ho's body to ashes, so now that it had entered her body, how could she possibly survive? But to her surprise, this demonic flame was not as hot as she had imagined, but instead extremely cold. As soon as it entered her body, Yin Su Dai couldn't help shivering, as if her Saint Chi had been frozen, unable to circulate properly, a layer of white frost quickly covering her body. I won't kill you this time. Next time, if you dare to run into me again, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yang Kai coldly snorted before waving his hand and sending the golden thread binding cultivator Luo Yang back into his body. Immediately after, under Yin Su Dai's complicated gaze, Yang Kai took Yang Inflammation and left. A long time after Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation's figures disappeared, Yin Su Dai and cultivator Luo dared to move. Although both of them had suffered serious injuries, they were not fatal. Cultivator Luo only had many broken bones in his body, but he wasn't seriously injured. Yin Su Dai's injuries were slightly more serious. Her soul had been damaged, and the cold qi in her body was constantly roaming through her meridians, making her feel very uncomfortable. Junior sister Yin. Are you alright? The cultivator surnamed Luo forced himself to stand up and asked with concern. When he asked, he stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to help Yin Su Dai up. Do I look fine to you? Yin Su Dai's pretty face was a little distorted, and she unceremoniously slapped the hand of cultivator Luo to the side before standing up unsteadily. Her hair was a mess, and her hairpin was in disarray. Where was her previous graceful image? The cultivator surnamed Luo knew that she was blaming him for his incompetence, so even though he was angry, he did not dare to say anything. But then again, if he had known that this surnamed Yang was so powerful, he would not have run here with Yin Su Dai to intercept him. Wasn't that just courting death? Fortunately, that guy surnamed Yang didn't try to kill him in the end, otherwise, he would have died together with Brother Ho. Until now, he still didn't understand why Yang Kai only killed Brother Ho. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Junior sister, do you want to find a place to rest? This place is not too far from Myriad Beast Mountain, and there will often be disciples from Myriad Beast Mountain coming here. If they see us, it will definitely cause some trouble. The cultivator surnamed Luo took advantage of the time when Yin Su Dai was tidying up her clothes and asked softly. Although Yin Su Dai did not give him a good look just now, he did not dare to ignore her. If he really did that, he would definitely suffer when he returned. Hearing this, Yin Su Dai's face relaxed a little and she nodded, let's find a place to heal first. Also, we need to discuss how to report this matter to the elders of the sect when we return. The cultivator surnamed Luo was startled, but he immediately nodded, as junior sister says. At that moment, the two of them forced themselves to stay alert, dragged their injured bodies, and found a secluded place nearby to meditate and heal their injuries. Somewhere a few thousand kilometers away, Yang Yen followed behind Yang Kai without saying a word, controlling her star shuttle to fly in a certain direction. She looked at Yang Kai's back and for some reason, suddenly felt that there seemed to be a sense of loneliness in his back. Since separating from Yin Su Dai and the others, Yang Yen noticed that Yang Kai's mood had changed a little. He had been hurrying along, as if he was still thinking about something. She didn't go forward to disturb him and just quietly followed behind him. She knew that Yang Kai's current state should be related to the secret technique Yin Su Dai had used at the last moment and the name of a woman he had called out. After a full day and night, Yang Kai, who had been hurrying along, suddenly turned around and landed on a nearby hill. At this moment, the sense of loneliness that had appeared in his back suddenly disappeared. Yang Yen controlled her star shuttle and landed beside Yang Kai, glancing sideways at him and seeing that he had really returned to normal, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Who is Su Yen?" "Why do you ask?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. "Just asking." Yang Yen curled her lips, immediately knowing that Yang Kai didn't want to say more, so she didn't try to get to the bottom of it. However, even if Yang Kai didn't say anything, she could guess that this Su Yen must be the most important woman in his life. She didn't ask, but Yang Kai suddenly became interested in talking and smiled. "She is my real senior sister, unlike you, a fake senior sister." "You?" Yang Yen grinned, as if he had just discovered something incredible, his smile intriguing. Yang Kai nodded calmly, "But I don't know where she is in star territory now." "She's not on Shadowed Star?" Yang Yen was surprised. "She's not. Me coming here was an accident. She entered star territory earlier than I did, but I don't know where exactly she is." "Is that so? You're worried about her, aren't you?" Yang Yen asked softly. "I'm worried, so I want to find her as soon as possible, but I don't even know when I'll be able to leave Shadowed Star." Yang Kai sighed sadly. "Right now, I can only cultivate and wait until I'm strong enough to leave Shadowed Star and explore the outside world. Yang Yan Yan's eyes darted around, seemingly wanting to say something, but after thinking about it carefully, she swallowed her words and waved her hand. Let's not talk about that, you seem quite sad. Let me ask you, why didn't you kill those two as well? Could it be that you couldn't kill her because she was a woman? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. If I could, of course I would want to kill them all, but In Su Dai's identity in Colored Glass Sect is different. If I really killed her, Colored Glass Sect would definitely not let me off. On top of that, when they came out this time, others must have known. If not for this reason, I wouldn't have minded silencing them. If that's the case, then you shouldn't have killed one of them. Yang Yan frowned. Yang Yan frowned secretly. She had seen the battle between Yang Kai, Ho Jian, and In Su Dai before and had felt that either she didn't kill them or she had to kill them all. Now that she had only killed one of them, it was obviously not worth the loss. Yang Kai smiled. I killed him because he wanted to kill me, that's all. As for whether Colored Glass Sect would target him or not, Yang Kai didn't care. It was impossible to say that he wouldn't become enemies with Colored Glass Sect. After all, one of their disciples had died at his hands. However, the identity of Cultivator Ho was obviously not as good as In Su Dai, so even if there was some trouble, he wouldn't be targeted by all the elders of Colored Glass Sect. Even if someone came to find trouble with him, it would only be a few. With the current defensive strength of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had nothing to fear. In any case, the Xie family was already targeting him, so adding one or two more enemies didn't matter. What's more, which great sect's disciples didn't have accidents every year? If these sects were always looking for trouble with others because of the deaths of their disciples, there would be no need for them to develop. As such, Yang Kai really didn't care about killing Cultivator Ho. In this battle, Yang Kai not only tested the power of his golden blood threads but also the power of the soul skill he had derived from his seven-colored soul-warming lotus. The blossoming lotus secret technique was the soul skill Yang Kai comprehended after his seven-colored soul-warming lotus had finished evolving. After testing it out, In Su Dai had been unable to withstand a single blow. However, although the blossoming lotus secret technique was powerful, the burden it placed on Yang Kai was not small, and it consumed a great deal of his spiritual energy. Yang Kai considered the gains and losses and secretly felt that this soul skill should be used when he was least expecting it. Now that he had the Space Blade, blossoming lotus secret technique, golden blood threads, demon eye of annihilation, demonic flame, and a variety of other secret techniques, as well as the 100 Mountains picture, the purple shield, the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace, and the Artifact Spirit, Yang Kai was confident he could compete with an ordinary Origin Returning Realm Master even though he was just a second-order Saint King Cultivator. As for whether he could win or not, that would depend on his opponent's cultivation. However, Yang Kai wasn't sure he could kill Ling Qing from Star Emperor Mountain and Lu Yi from Flowing Cloud Valley, especially the former, who gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, one that wasn't inferior to his own. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be proven. After all, the two of them had never fought before. With some messy thoughts flashing through his mind, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Where are we now?" "Now you know how to ask." Yang Yan pouted, "Why didn't you think about it when we were hurrying along yesterday?" A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face. He had been affected by In Su Dai's secret technique yesterday, and although he didn't feel anything strange at the time, he still couldn't help recalling some things afterwards. However, after a day of adjustment, his mood had now returned to normal. Yang Yan chuckled lightly, "Fortunately, we haven't strayed too far from our original goal. If we go now, we'll only need to take a slight detour, so we won't be delayed for more than 3 days. That's good, Yang Kai nodded lightly. On this trip, he and Yang Yan weren't just going to visit Colored Glass Sect, there was also another thing they needed to do, otherwise, Yang Yan wouldn't have followed them here. But before that, shouldn't you release Xiao Xiao and let me see how much 1,000 illusion colored glass it has swallowed? Yang Yan suddenly proposed excitedly. Although Yang Kai had summoned the stone mongoose back last night, for the sake of safety, neither of them dared to investigate. Now that they finally had the time and opportunity, Yang Yen naturally couldn't wait to find out. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly and released his divine sense to investigate the surrounding area. After confirming that there was no one else within a few dozen kilometers, he waved his hand and summoned the stone mongoose. Chapter 1288. Above a huge mountain valley that covered an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, Yang Kai and Yang Yen stood high up in the air. Looking down at the extremely thick yin and cold qi, both of them couldn't help frowning. Even if he hadn't ventured too deep, Kai Yang could see that this yin qi wasn't easy to resist. Moreover, from time to time, he could faintly hear a ghastly wail and howl of the wind, causing him to shudder. "Are you sure this is the place?" Yang Kai observed for a while before turning to look at Yang Yen. "Yes, although I don't know the specific location, if these two map fragments are pieced together, they should point to this place." Yang Yen looked at the two map fragments in her hand and said confidently. "That's a bit troublesome," Yang Kai frowned. The reason he had brought Yang Yen with him on this trip was precisely because of these two map fragments. One of them was something Yang Yen already possessed, but Yang Kai had never asked her where she had obtained it. The other map fragment was the one that had appeared at the auction in Heavenly Fate City. Yang Kai had obtained it by killing an imperial sect disciple named Meng Hongliang in Lu Yen Desert. When these two map fragments were pieced together, although it was still impossible to obtain a precise clue, it was still possible to see some clues. At a glance, it was obvious that these map fragments had a long history, so there should be some secrets hidden within them. Once this map fragment was found, Yang Kai may be able to obtain great benefits. Now that Dragon Cave Mountain was in a financial crisis and Yang Kai had forbidden Yang Yen from continuing to auction artifacts, Yang Yen had taken advantage of this trip to Colored Glass Sect to follow Yang Kai and search for the location indicated on the map fragment to see if their luck was good enough to solve the current awkward situation. After checking the amount of 1,000 illusion-colored glass the stone mongoose had swallowed, the two of them had rushed over without stopping, spending a full 10 days before finally arriving above a huge mountain valley. It was called a mountain valley because there were indeed some mountain ranges on the edge of this place, but this was the first time Yang Kai had seen such a huge mountain valley. At first glance, it looked as if some powerful master had forcefully sunk the ground into this place and the cold yin qi emanating from it was very uncomfortable. If even the periphery was like this, it was easy to imagine how dangerous this place was. "Do you know what kind of place this is?" Yang Kai asked again. If he was alone, he wouldn't be worried at all, but now that Yang Yen was with him, although her self-preservation ability was outstanding, if they really encountered some kind of great danger and Yang Kai couldn't save her, it would be a bit worrying. "I don't know, Shadowed Star is too big, how could I possibly know all the places? However, seeing that there is no one within 1,000,000 kilometers of this place, it doesn't seem to be a good place." Yang Yen shook her head. Yang Kai felt helpless. Whether this place was a good place or not could be seen at a glance, so why would Yang Yen need to explain? It was impossible to find someone to ask about the situation now as the two of them hadn't seen anyone since passing through a small city 5 or 6 days ago. "Since we're already here, we might as well go in and take a look. Whether or not we can find the final location of the map fragments is still uncertain, I just don't want to waste these two map fragments." Yang Yen saw Yang Kai's hesitant look and couldn't help urging him. Yang Kai glanced at her for a moment before nodding, "Good. But you have to follow me closely, don't stray more than 10 meters from me." "Got it." Yang Yen spat out her tongue before wrapping her black robes tighter around her body. The two of them no longer hesitated and headed deeper into the mountain valley. As soon as she entered the mountain valley, a rich frigid aura assaulted her from all directions, causing Yang Yen to shiver involuntarily. However, in the next moment, Yang Yan's fire attribute Saint Qi burst out from her body and dispelled this frigid aura, restoring her to normal. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about this cold Yin Qi, his physical strength was more than enough to resist this kind of attack. As far as the eye could see, this place was dilapidated and desolate. It was difficult to see any trees in sight. Occasionally, there would be some grass growing here, but all of them exuded a gloomy aura and were dark and ugly. The howling of the wind that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves grew louder and louder by their ears. The fierce wind blew in from afar, sweeping past their bodies and strangely bringing with it a chill. This chill seemed to directly affect their souls, making it impossible to guard against. "Let's go!" Yang Kai called out, leading Yang Yen deeper into the mountain valley. Along the way, besides the extremely uncomfortable environment, there were only gusts of wind that blew from time to time. They didn't encounter any kind of danger, which surprised Yang Kai greatly, but he was also quite happy about it. A day later, the two of them had already entered within 3,000 miles of the mountain valley. At this moment, they were standing in front of a collapsed wall, somewhat absent-minded. There should have been a building here, but they didn't know when it had collapsed. The merciless flowing time great emperor had passed, leaving only some ruins behind. The edges of the broken wall had been smoothed out by the wind, and the gravel had become as smooth as a mirror. Ha! Yang Yen suddenly seemed to have discovered something and rushed a few steps forward, running to the front of the broken wall and circling around it. Yang Kai didn't stop her. Under the investigation of his divine sense, there were no traces of danger around. After a while, Yang Yen returned with a thoughtful look on her face. "What did you find?" "Barriers." Yang Yen said in a deep voice, "It seems that this used to be the site of a sect. There are traces of barriers here, but they have been destroyed long ago. It seems that we have to be careful in the future. Generally, the barriers of a sect are gradually strengthened from the outside to the inside. We haven't encountered them before, maybe because we haven't entered the range of this sect yet." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately nodded and asked, "Which way are we going now?" Yang Yen took out the two map fragments and looked carefully, then pointed to a direction, "This way." Yang Kai immediately continued to lead the way. Along the way, the two of them did encounter some remaining barriers and arrays, but these barriers and arrays were not worth mentioning in the eyes of Yang Yen. Under her reminder, Yang Kai avoided all the barriers that could be avoided, and the ones that couldn't be avoided were broken by Yang Yen. None of these barriers and arrays could last more than 30 breaths of time under the hands of Yang Yen. However, Yang Kai didn't show any joy, instead, her expression became much more dignified. Since this was the ruins of a sect, and from the looks of it, it was something that had happened many years ago. Even after such a long time had passed, the restrictions and arrays were still in effect. It was easy to imagine how powerful this sect used to be. And for such a sect, the restrictions and arrays set up inside should be extraordinary. Whenever Yang Yen broke those barriers and arrays, Yang Kai would stand guard, waiting for her to break them and then lead the way. The two of them divided the work and cooperated seamlessly. At this moment, Yang Yen broke a small illusion barrier and clapped her hands happily. Just as she was about to say something to Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold. His figure flickered and he rushed in front of Yang Yen, grabbing her shoulder with one hand and dragging her behind him, at the same time, his other hand gently pushed forward. A scorching black flame burst out from his palm. His palm struck the void, but strangely, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. This scream contained some kind of incredible divine might, sending out a kind of soul skill attack towards Yang Kai and Yang Yan's knowledge seas. However, this attack wasn't strong and couldn't break through the defenses of the two's knowledge seas, so it was blocked outside. Even so, Yang Yan's face turned pale. She hadn't noticed any danger at all before being attacked, so naturally she was frightened. After looking over at Yang Kai with rapt attention, he suddenly discovered that an illusory, almost invisible figure was being held tightly in Yang Kai's hand. As the demonic flames surged, the blurry face of this figure showed an expression of extreme pain before it was burned to ashes. Yin Soul. Yang Kai and Yang Yen blurted out almost at the same time, then glanced at each other, feeling a chill run down their spines. Yin souls were a very special kind of existence. After the death of a living being, their soul would not dissipate and would condense into a kind of existence similar to a living being. Generally speaking, after the death of any living being's physical body, their soul would not exist for long. Without a physical body as a carrier, their soul would quickly dissipate from the world and become a part of the world energy. However, if they were preserved with a suitable artifact or found a suitable physical body in a short time, they could preserve their soul and prevent it from disappearing. However, how could it be so easy to refine an artifact that could store a soul? Possession was even more dangerous. If one was not careful, they could be swallowed by the soul of the physical body's owner. For example, when the old demon wanted to possess Yang Kai's body, the result was that he was controlled by Yang Kai instead. In the end, he had no choice but to obey Yang Kai's orders. However, there was another situation that could prevent a soul from dissipating, and that was a very suitable environment. For example, this mountain valley was a very suitable place. The yin qi here was extremely rich, so if a soul was here, the speed at which it dissipated would be greatly reduced. If an opportunity came, it would not dissipate all year round and would instead become a yin soul. Of course, after transforming into a yin soul, this wisp of soul would also lose its sentience and become an evil spirit that could only act on instinct. The yin souls formed in this situation were very aggressive. Any living being or living being with a physical body was an enemy in front of them. They existed between reality and illusion, and if one did not have a suitable secret technique or artifact, it would be very difficult to truly destroy them. After Yang Kai's demonic flames transformed into a scorching hot attribute, it was the nemesis of these yin souls, so it could be killed with a single grab. If it were any other cultivator, it would not have been so easy. Chapter 1289. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had indeed dealt with this kind of thing before. Many years ago, when he was training in the evil cavern in the ash-gray cloud evil land, the evil spirits he encountered were similar to yin souls. At that time, he had collected a lot of evil spirit essences, but unfortunately, after the yin souls here dissipated, there was no such thing. After entering this mountain valley, Yang Kai had some doubts about whether there were yin souls here, but since he hadn't found any along the way, he hadn't paid much attention to them, but now he had encountered one. What made Yang Kai's expression even more ugly was that since one yin soul had appeared here, it meant there would be a second, third, or even more. Looking at Yang Inflammation's complexion, she obviously also thought of this and her expression became gloomy. As if to verify the two's conjecture, after the first yin soul was destroyed, wisps of yin qi visible to the naked eye suddenly emerged from the ground in all directions, as if they had been awakened by the yin soul's screams. These yin qi were either thick or thin, some almost imperceptible while others were thick like smoke. No matter what form they took, they only needed to twist and distort for a moment before transforming into humanoid yin souls. Without exception, none of these yin souls had clear facial features, and some of them didn't even have a complete set of limbs, giving them an extremely strange appearance. Seeing this, Yang Inflammation immediately activated her artifact armor and in an instant, a fiery red stream of light wrapped around her body. Yang Kai didn't say a word as he flicked his 10 fingers and sent out a jet of demonic flame that accurately pierced through the bodies of these yin souls. Although there were many of these yin souls and they seemed to be densely packed together, some of them couldn't even withstand a single blow. After a round of attacks, none of these yin souls were able to resist and were all engulfed by the demonic flame, turned to ashes, and dissipated. Seeing this, Yang Inflammation seemed to have calmed down greatly. Her eyes darting around, she took out a disc-shaped artifact and poured her Saint Qi into it, activating its power. The next moment, a blazing red light centered on the disc-shaped artifact suddenly spread out in all directions, dispersing all the yin qi in the surrounding area. The yin souls that had been condensed were unable to resist the power of this light and burst apart amidst shrill screams. The scorching red ring of fire continued to extend for a distance of 300 meters before it gradually lost its might and disappeared. As far as the eye could see, the originally densely packed Yin souls had already vanished without a trace. They had actually been completely annihilated by the ring of fire. Yang Kai was stunned. He looked at Yang Inflammation in astonishment. My newly refined artifact, isn't it good? Yang Inflammation smiled proudly at Yang Kai. It's suitable for the current situation, but if it's used against a single person, it's slightly inadequate. Yang Kai's vision was quite good and he immediately saw through the shortcomings of this artifact. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Yang Inflammation curled her lips and said, I have other artifacts that can be used to deal with a single person, but I'm too lazy to fight with others. It seemed that she was very unhappy that Yang Kai had spoken the truth. Yang Kai touched his nose and said lightly, let's go, although these Yin souls are vulnerable, there may be other evil spirits among them. We can't be careless. The two immediately continued on their way. This sect ruins was indeed quite strange. Not only were there many remnant barriers, but there were also so many Yin souls. Along the way, the pair encountered several more Yin soul attacks and barriers, but these were all easily resolved by Yang Kai and Yang Yen with little effort. Nothing too dangerous happened. After exploring this mountain valley for several days, as time passed, Yang Inflammation spent more and more time examining the map fragment. It seemed that the closer they got to their goal, the more difficult it was for her to determine the correct location. One day, while Yang Inflammation was examining the map fragment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he released his divine sense. A moment later, his expression became strange as he frowned and said, there are still people here. Who? Yang Inflammation was surprised and asked. I don't know, but there are only 4 people, 2 third-order Saint Kings and 2 second-order Saint Kings. They seem to be trapped in some kind of barrier. Do you want to go take a look? We can ask where this place is, Yang Inflammation proposed. According to Yang Kai's original idea, since the two of them were here to seek treasure this time, of course, they didn't want to complicate matters. No matter who these people were or what kind of danger they encountered, he didn't want to meddle in their affairs. However, under the probing of his divine sense, the auras of 2 of these people felt familiar, as if he had encountered them somewhere before. This made him curious, so after listening to Yang Inflammation's suggestion, he nodded and said, good, let's go take a look quietly, but don't expose our tracks. Yang Inflammation naturally had no objection. The two immediately rushed over. Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful, so as long as he restrained his aura and wrapped his divine sense around himself, he wouldn't need to worry about being discovered by any other cultivator in the same realm. Yang Inflammation, on the other hand, urged the power of the necklace artifact she was wearing and soon, a thin layer of energy covered her body. This thin layer of energy seemed to be flowing with water, and in the blink of an eye, she seemed to have disappeared from Yang Kai's field of vision, leaving behind only a faint figure. Even when Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate, he couldn't detect any trace of her aura. Unless someone stood close to her and looked at her with their naked eyes, she wouldn't be exposed. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The 4 people weren't close to where the 2 of them were, at least 30 kilometers away. Only Yang Kai dared to release his divine sense to investigate in such a place. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation came to the bottom of a mound and peered over. Not far away, in an open space, there was a semicircular energy curtain that covered an area of about 300 meters. Inside this energy curtain, there were 4 cultivator figures, each with a dignified expression on their faces. The 4 of them were surrounded by brilliant light as their Saint Chi surged. Each of them was holding a different type of artifact, and 2 of them were constantly urging the power of their artifacts to bombard the semicircular light curtain. Every time they attacked, the light screen would shake a little, but for some unknown reason, the light screen not only trapped the 4 of them inside, but also reflected their attacks back at them. After their companions attacked, the remaining two had to use their defensive artifacts to block the energy that bounced back to prevent their companions from being injured. The cooperation of the four cultivators was extremely skilled, and it was obvious at first glance that they were familiar with each other, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through the semicircular energy curtain in a short time. Moreover, it was unknown how long they had been trapped here, but the Saint Chi fluctuations in each of their bodies were fluctuating, clearly having consumed a great deal of their Saint Chi. Oh, it's actually a spirit array that can reflect one's strength. Interesting. Yang Yan's eyes lit up, seemingly very interested in this semicircular barrier. Yang Kai, on the other hand, frowned as he stared at a young woman with a pair of expressive peach blossom eyes among the four cultivators, a strange expression appearing on his face as he muttered, "It's her." He had felt that the auras of two people here were somewhat familiar, so he had come to investigate, but he hadn't expected it to be this woman. This young woman was none other than Chen Shirtao of Clear Sky Sect. Speaking of which, Yang Kai didn't have a deep friendship with this woman, having only met her a few times in Lu Yan's desert, but this woman seemed to have determined that he was a person of great destiny and had intended to rope him in to act together with her, but before Yang Kai could refuse, they encountered Chang Chi, who was chasing after the dragon soul. As a result, her luck was quite good and she followed Yang Kai into an underground Saint Crystal lode. Later, Yang Kai left the underground Saint Crystal lode ahead of time, leaving behind only the people from Clear Sky Sect and Chang Chi to mine for Saint Crystals. Yang Kai didn't know what their final harvest was. However, looking at Chang Chi's harvest, it was obvious that their harvest was not small either. Added together, they should have at least collected hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals without taking any risks. What's more, Yang Kai was able to obtain the dragon bone, dragon bead, and 9-branched jade crystal tree from the underground Saint Crystal lode, so Chen Shirtao and the others may have had other opportunities and obtained other precious treasures. From a certain point of view, Chen Shirtao had indeed taken advantage of Yang Kai's luck to obtain such a great harvest. It was just that Yang Kai hadn't expected to meet Chen Shirtao in this kind of place. One of the familiar auras he had sensed before was her, while the other was a beautiful woman he had met at that time. This woman was a second-order Saint King, and at this moment, she was one of the people in charge of defense. "Do you know them?" Yang Yan tilted his head and asked softly. "Barely," Yang Kai nodded. "Do you want to help them?" "No need," Yang Kai decisively shook his head. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. "This woman is a bit troublesome, it's best not to be discovered by them. This barrier doesn't seem too dangerous and should only be able to trap them for a day or two. When the time comes, they will naturally come out. But I want to study it." Yang Yan didn't finish his words before his beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared towards a spot not far away from Yang Kai. Yang Kai also sensed something at that moment and turned his head, his expression becoming ugly. Because not far away, there were several Yin souls flying towards them, seemingly attracted by the movement over there. Looking at their route, it was obvious they would pass by the hill where he and Yang Yan were hiding. Yang Kai was annoyed and quietly gestured to Yang Yan to retreat. Unexpectedly, just as they moved, the few ghosts seemed to have sensed something and looked over. Soon after, they let out shrill howls and pounced over fiercely. Although Yang Kai and Yang Yan's concealment was perfect and they wouldn't be discovered by a Saint King realm cultivator, these Yin souls could still sense them as long as they were alive. Seeing this, a cold murderous intent flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he stretched out his hand and pinched towards the nearest Yin soul while at the same time releasing a few demonic flames from his other hand. Chapter 1290. These Yin souls weren't very strong, so after being attacked by Yang Kai, they all disappeared in an instant. However, with this attack, Yang Kai's figure was naturally exposed, and the four people on the other side were able to detect him. The four people were all startled and stared over with dignified expressions, only to see Yang Kai standing there helplessly and awkwardly. Among the four people, the two men's expressions were naturally ugly because while they were trapped inside the barrier, there was someone on the outside who was sneaking around, so naturally they had some suspicions, thinking that Yang Kai was acting nearby with some ulterior motive, so they immediately stopped what they were doing and turned around to stare at Yang Kai vigilantly. After the two women saw Yang Kai, they were stunned, but soon, Chen Shitao and the other delicate woman remembered Yang Kai's appearance. Although it had been almost 2 years since they parted ways, how could Chen Shitao forget this man who had brought her so many benefits? Immediately showing a joyful look, she raised her jade hand and greeted, "So it's you." The delicate woman also smiled at Yang Kai, her smile extremely sweet. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on, but he had to pretend to be surprised and ask, "You are?" Chen Shitao covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes flashing seductively. "What's wrong, little brother Yang doesn't recognize me." "This mistress is Clear Sky Sex Chen Shitao, we met in Lu Yen Sand Field." Lu Yen Sand Field. When the two men beside Chen Shitao heard this, they couldn't help staring at Yang Kai in shock. After all, those who could come out of Lu Yen Sand Field alive were generally not to be underestimated. At that time, the two of them had missed the opportunity to enter Lu Yen Sand Field due to various reasons, so they regretted it even more when they learned that Chen Shitao and the others had obtained great benefits from it. However, their understanding of Lu Yen Sand Field was only based on Chen Shitao's description, so now that they saw a cultivator who had safely returned from Lu Yen Sand Field, they naturally paid more attention to him. However, after realizing that Yang Kai was only a second-order Saint King, one of the two men couldn't help curling his lips and no longer paid him any more attention, seemingly thinking that Yang Kai being able to return alive was only because he had entered the first layer. The other man, who had a lower cultivation but was full of vigor and vitality, became even more interested in Yang Kai. His cultivation was the same as Yang Kai's, both second-order Saint Kings, so naturally he felt some desire to compare. Seeing Chen Shitao act like she was very familiar with him, Yang Kai felt even more troubled. When he met this woman last time, Yang Kai knew that she was troublesome, but it seemed he had underestimated how familiar she was with him. Seeing her acting so cordially, Yang Kai could only smile and say, "So it's you, I remember now." "You finally remember me. I thought little brother Yang was really a person with a short memory and didn't put me in his eyes, hee." Chen Shitao seemed to be very happy, giggling even though she was trapped inside the barrier, much to the surprise of the other three. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai could only laugh and play along. After laughing for a while, Chen Shitao suddenly turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai and asked, "Right, little brother Yang, how did you end up here?" "I accidentally stumbled into this place and felt there was something strange about it, so I decided to come in and take a look, but I didn't expect to hear some movement here so I didn't show myself before. I hope you don't blame me." Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly. "Accidentally stumbled into this place." Chen Shitao smiled as she stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. Although she didn't really believe Yang Kai's words, she didn't ask any more questions, simply turning her eyes and asking, "This mistress is presumptuous, but can I ask little brother Yang for a favor?" "What kind of favor?" Yang Kai's scalp went numb as he immediately knew he was in trouble. "Can you and your companion attack this barrier from the outside? It has the property of reflecting attacks, so we really can't move freely inside, but I estimate that if we attack from the outside, there shouldn't be any problems." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before turning his head to look at Yang Inflammation, the latter gently nodding to him. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Of course." Chen Shitao's pretty face lit up as she quickly said, "Many thanks, little brother Yang. After we escape, we'll come back to thank you in person. It's just a small matter, Sister Chen doesn't need to worry." Yang Kai waved his hand and motioned for the four of them to stand back before taking out the 100 Mountains picture and sending out a series of illusory mountain peaks towards the barrier. Yang Kai didn't use his Saint Chi mainly because he didn't want to expose himself too much in front of outsiders. The 100 Mountains picture was just an artifact, so others wouldn't be able to see anything from it. The illusory mountain peaks rumbled and smashed down with great momentum. Sure enough, as Chen Shitao had expected, the rebound barrier only targeted those trapped inside, so attacking from the outside wouldn't affect it. Under Yang Kai's attack, the semicircular energy barrier soon began to crumble and its color gradually faded. It would likely break in less than a cup of tea's worth of time. Seeing this, Chen Shitao and the delicate young woman couldn't help rejoicing. After all, the four of them had already been trapped here for 2 days, and although they would have been able to forcibly break out of this barrier in another day or two, it was naturally best to have someone help them out now so they wouldn't have to stay in this damned place for too long. The male third-order Saint King cultivator suddenly asked in a low voice, "Sister Chen, are you familiar with this person?" Chen Shitao heard this and hesitated for a moment before shaking her head honestly. "I'm not familiar with him, I've only seen him twice in the Luoyan sand field, but this person is very interesting." Very interesting. The male cultivator was taken aback, not understanding what Chen Shitao's evaluation meant. Just as he was about to ask for more details, the other man who seemed to be in high spirits said, "Sister Tao, you said he also entered the Luoyan sand field before?" "And, I met him in the Luoyan sand field." "Oh, he's actually a second-order Saint King. When he entered last time, he was only a first-order Saint King." It seems he really did have some kind of opportunity. Chen Shitao's beautiful eyes lit up, seemingly having discovered something amazing. A first-order Saint King actually daring to enter the Luoyan sand field, he really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The male cultivator who spoke before suddenly snorted coldly, a look of disdain flashing across his face. This person being able to come out alive is really quite lucky. I'm afraid he was only active in the first layer's periphery at that time. For some reason, this person seemed to look down on Yang Kai very much. Although they had only met for the first time, he was trying his best to belittle him in front of Chen Shitao. Chen Shitao smiled and shook her head. He wasn't active in the first layer's periphery, he passed through the first layer. I met him in the second layer. He was able to pass through the first layer. The male cultivator looked surprised. After all, he had heard before that although the flame area of the Luoyan sand field's first layer wasn't very difficult to pass, it was still somewhat dangerous. Many second-order Saint King cultivator with impure Saint Qi and insufficient preparation had been blocked, so what kind of ability did this first-order Saint King have to pass through? He wore a look of disbelief. Of course, junior sister Lu Ying was also present at that time. "If you don't believe me, you can ask her," Chen Shitao said as she pointed to the beautiful woman standing next to her. The beautiful woman called Lu Ying nodded repeatedly, indicating that what Chen Shitao said was true. "But, Brother Wang, you're right about one thing, his luck is really good," Chen Shitao smiled meaningfully. "Luck?" Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Wang slowly shook his head. "Luck is not strength. Junior apprentice Sister Chen, haven't you heard of the saying, the greatest fortune never comes? If we rely on luck for everything, then we don't need to cultivate." Chen Shitao showed a look of disapproval. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Wang turned to the other man and asked, "Junior Brother Chen, do you think brother's words make sense?" Brother's words make sense. The man who had the same surname as Chen Shitao and even looked somewhat similar nodded heavily without hesitation, but he still looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked Chen Shitao, "Elder Sister Tao, is this guy the one you mentioned last time?" "Yes." Chen Shitao gently nodded. "So it's him. If that's the case, I'll have to make friends with him." He had clearly received information about Yang Kai from Chen Shitao a long time ago, so just like Chen Shitao, he was very interested in Yang Kai. Seeing the two of them like this, the cultivator surnamed Wang snorted softly and no longer said anything. Outside, Yang Kai's brow twitched slightly, his expression indifferent. Although the voices of the people inside were very low, with his powerful divine sense, how could he not hear them? He had heard every single word of their conversation, and immediately complained in his heart. He really shouldn't have been so curious that he had come all the way here. Now, not only was he being ordered around like a coolie, he had also attracted the attention of another person. However, for these 4 people to appear here, it was likely that they had other important matters to attend to. Otherwise, they would not appear in such a strange place. At that time, they might not be entangled with him. Perhaps they could not wait for him to leave as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately relaxed a lot and continued to push the power of the 100 Mountains picture to smash the barrier. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the barrier trapping Chen Shitao's group of 4 finally reached its limit and began to crack. Seeing this, Yang Kai collected the illusory mountain peaks and the 100 Mountains picture into his body before standing in place and waiting. Chen Shitao's group of 4 walked out of the place where they were trapped with smiles on their faces and walked towards Yang Kai to greet him. When they approached, a fragrant scent wafted into their nostrils, making them feel quite happy. Chen Shitao smiled and said, "Little brother Yang, this mistress is truly grateful for your help. Sister Chen is too polite, it's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand and was about to exchange some pleasantries with them before immediately leaving when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yang Yun rush out silently, seemingly searching for something near the original barrier. Chapter 1291. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling bitterly, knowing that Yang Yun wanted to study this barrier, so his plan had fallen through. He could only smile and talk to Chen Shitao while waiting for Yang Yun to finish. During the conversation, Chen Shitao naturally introduced her companion to Yang Kai with great enthusiasm. The delicate and pretty woman Yang Kai had met before was the Clear Sky sect disciple who had followed Chen Shitao into the Lu Yan sand field, Lu Ying. Of the other 2 men, the one with the lower cultivation but with bright eyes was called Chen Fan Lei, and he was actually one of Chen Shitao's younger brothers. After hearing her introduction, Yang Kai suddenly understood why the 2 of them had some subtle similarities. It turned out they were related by blood. The last 3rd Order Saint King cultivator was called Wang Yuhan. To Yang Kai's surprise, this Wang Yuhan and Chen Fan Lei were not disciples of Clear Sky sect. Instead, the 2 of them came from a different sect called Extreme Path sect, a different sect from Chen Shitao and Lu Ying. However, it was common for cultivator to travel together, even if they didn't belong to the same sect, so Yang Kai didn't show much surprise after learning this information. It was just that this Extreme Path sect sounded familiar to him, as if he had heard of it somewhere before. After a brief introduction, Chen Shitao smiled and asked, "Little brother Yang, why have you come to this Grand Burial Valley?" Her voice was sweet and soft, and coupled with her mature temperament, she was even more attractive than Yin Su Dai's beguiling technique. Yang Kai noticed that the man named Wang Yuhan seemed to have some special feelings towards Chen Shitao. However, upon hearing the words Grand Burial Valley, Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he couldn't help calling out, "This is Grand Burial Valley?" Chen Shitao was surprised but immediately covered her mouth and giggled, asking in surprise, "Little brother Yang, you shouldn't have really stumbled into this place by accident, right? You don't even know where this is?" When Yang Kai explained this to her before, Chen Shitao naturally didn't believe him. After all, this place was several days away from the outermost perimeter, so even if one had no intention of venturing so deep, it was impossible for them to reach this far. But now, seeing Yang Kai's reaction and expression, Chen Shitao couldn't help wondering if Yang Kai wasn't lying to her. He. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "I really don't know where this is." After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Is this the Grand Burial Valley left behind after the ancient Yang sect was destroyed?" Chen Shitao nodded lightly, pursing her lips into a smile. "It seems you're not completely ignorant about this." "Yes, I've heard some rumors about this place before." The reason Yang Kai knew about Grand Burial Valley was because he had heard about it from Dai Yuan in Lu Yan's desert. At that time, when the red candle fruit was about to mature, Yang Kai had asked Dai Yuan about the disciple of Star Emperor sect, which had led to this topic. According to Dai Yuan, this Grand Burial Valley was originally a huge force called the Ancient Yang Sect that was not inferior to Thunder Typhoon Sect or Heaven Battling Union, but more than 2,000 years ago, a member of this Ancient Yang Sect accidentally killed a Star Emperor Sect disciple who had come down from Star Emperor Mountain for life experience. As a result, the Ancient Yang Sect was destroyed a month later and this strange place became Grand Burial Valley. Moreover, Dai Yuan also said that since then, many cultivators like to come here in groups in search of opportunities because there were rumors that although the Ancient Yang Sect had been destroyed, there was still a hidden secret cave left behind that contained the countless years of accumulated treasures of the Ancient Yang Sect, so with the word prophet in front of everyone, it was only natural that many cultivators would come here. However, this place was heavily guarded and the Yin Qi was extremely rich. Many people came here, but many died, and the hidden secret cave had never been found. Over time, not many people cared about it. As for whether the destruction of the Ancient Yang Sect and Star Emperor Sect was true or not, there was no way to verify. Dai Yuan herself had come here in person but gained nothing. Instead, she had been entangled by a wisp of cold qi that took her a long time to dissolve after returning to Colored Glass Sect. Yang Kai recalled what Dai Yuan had said at that time and his expression became gloomy. If this place was really Grand Burial Valley, he would have to be careful. In the past, not only had Saint Kings come here, but even Origin returning realm masters had fallen here. Yang Kai knew that even if he was strong, he did not dare act carelessly. Could the two map fragments in Yang Yan's hands point to the hidden secret cave of the Ancient Yang Sect? Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he could not help feeling excited. If this was the case, it could really solve the current embarrassing situation of Dragon Cave Mountain. After all, the wealth of a great forces sect was quite astonishing. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai maintained a calm expression on his face. Chen Shi Tao and the others seemed to be able to see that Yang Kai was contemplating something, so they did not interrupt him. After a long time, Yang Kai took a deep breath and cupped his fists to Chen Shi Tao. Many thanks, Sister Chen. If we had not run into you this time, I'm afraid my companion and I would not have known where we were. Chen Shi Tao giggled, you're really careless, didn't you ask around before coming here? Fortunately, your luck has always been good, otherwise, even if you have an Origin returning realm cultivation, you would not have been able to return. She put on a reproachful look, as if she was blaming Yang Kai for not cherishing his own life at all. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. Chen Shi Tao, on the other hand, seemed to think of something and enthusiastically explained to Yang Kai, little brother Yang, don't think you're in any danger right now, but if this is really the Ancient Yang Sect's ruins, then this place is only the periphery. The barriers and spirit arrays on the periphery are not too strong, but if you go deeper, the barriers and spirit arrays you encounter will not be as peaceful as the ones that trapped the four of us before. You must be careful. Sister Chen. Wang Yuhan suddenly interjected, this friend only accidentally stumbled into this place, how could he continue to go deeper? It's useless to tell him this. Chen Shi Tao's brow furrowed but she did not answer and instead turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, since I know this is Grand Burial Valley, I naturally won't go any deeper. I'm afraid all of you have other important matters to attend to, so this Yang won't disturb you any further and will take his leave. Brother Yang, take care. When Wang Yuhan heard this, he actually smiled and greeted Yang Kai, as if he couldn't wait for him to leave. Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes as the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly, beckoning to Yang Yan before turning back to where they came from, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Looking at his back, Chen Shi Tao opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. After Yang Kai's back disappeared, she sighed softly. This brother Yang is really interesting. Wang Yuhan gently nodded and sneered, without any preparation, he actually rushed into Grand Burial Valley. Fortunately, he met Sister Chen, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Brother, you don't seem to like this person very much, Chen Fan Lei asked with a simple and honest expression. Wang Yuhan chuckled, "It's not that I don't like him, it's just that I look down on people who only rely on luck to survive. Brother, as I said before, luck will always run out, next time he won't be so lucky." Saying so, he glanced over at Chen Shitao intentionally or unintentionally, as if he wanted to persuade her, but Chen Shitao obviously showed some displeasure, making him feel helpless. Chen Shitao was naturally unhappy. It was rare for her to meet a person with such great luck like Yang Kai. She had originally wanted to invite Yang Kai to accompany her. After all, although the four of them had come to Grand Burial Valley this time for some reason, accidents were bound to happen. With Yang Kai accompanying them, perhaps they could rely on his luck to minimize the risks involved. But how could she have known that as soon as Yang Kai said goodbye, before she could even persuade him to stay, Wang Yuhan had already taken over? "Aya, senior sister Chen." Lu Ying, who had not spoken until now, suddenly called out, "You forgot to ask where he came from again." When Chen Shitao heard this, her nose became crooked in anger as her full and soft breasts heaved up and down. Last time, she had intended to inquire about Yang Kai's origin so that she could get to know him better in the future, but after she collected enough saint crystals, she found that Yang Kai had already disappeared. When she asked Chang Qi about this, Chang Qi was also vague, not daring to disclose Yang Kai's origins too clearly. This was something Chen Shitao had always regretted. This time, she had a rare opportunity to meet him again, and if it weren't for Wang Yuhan's interference, she definitely wouldn't have forgotten about this matter. At the very least, she would have inquired about his origins so it would be easier for her to visit him in the future. Next time she went out on an adventure, she could also invite him to accompany her. Compared to traveling with others, she was much more willing to travel with Yang Kai, who had great luck. It was this Wang Yuhan who had repeatedly interrupted her conversation with Yang Kai, causing her to completely forget about it. Thinking so, Chen Shitao glared at Wang Yuhan unceremoniously, only to meet his somewhat flattering gaze. The latter was stunned, but before he could figure out what was going on, Chen Shitao waved her hand dismissively and said, "Let's go, we need to find that Thunder Pond as soon as possible and help Fan Lei break through his current bottleneck." Saying so, she immediately led the way. Lu Ying knew why Chen Shitao had become like this, so she naturally shot Wang Yuhan a glare before following after her senior sister. Chen Fan Lei, on the other hand, seemed to be naturally slow-witted and didn't notice this at all, simply following after them. Wang Yuhan, who was at the end of the group, glanced in the direction Yang Kai left with a gloomy expression. Although the extreme path sect he and Chen Fan Lei came from wasn't a small sect, it still couldn't be compared to Clear Sky sect, so he had long been interested in his junior brother's sister. Chen Shitao's appearance and figure were both outstanding, especially her pair of natural peach blossom eyes that seemed capable of seducing one's soul. Every time Chen Fan Lei returned to his family, Wang Yuhan would find an excuse to follow him in order to see Chen Shitao. He had always wanted to impress her in front of her in order to win her heart. Chapter 1292. If he could really win this beautiful woman's heart, not only would Wang Yuhan have a beautiful companion in the future, he might even be able to enter Clear Sky sect, killing two birds with one stone. How could he not be enthusiastic? However, after meeting her several times, Wang Yuhan had openly and secretly expressed his admiration for her, but Chen Shitao showed no interest in him at all. Over time, Wang Yuhan gave up and no longer intended to pester Chen Shitao, only to annoy her. However, the last time he was chatting with his junior brother Chen Fan Lei, Wang Yuhan accidentally heard some shocking news from him. That news was that Chen Shitao now had a net worth of 1,000,000 saint crystals and several powerful origin-grade high-rank artifacts in her possession. This wealth seemed to have been obtained by her from Lu Yen Sand Field. According to Chen Fan Lei, his sister's luck was quite good. She had found a saint crystal lode in the Lu Yen Sand Field and collected a large number of saint crystals. Later, when she returned to the sect, although she turned over most of her harvest to the sect, she had still kept a small part of it. Moreover, the elders of Clear Sky sect had given her countless artifacts and pills. Those powerful origin-grade high-rank artifacts were the rewards from the elders of Clear Sky sect. Chen Fanlei wasn't a scheming person, it was as if he was born to be so carefree. His relationship with Wang Yuhan was very good, so naturally, he didn't hold back when talking about such matters. However, even though he spoke unintentionally, the listener was more interested, and Wang Yuhan, who had originally given up on Chen Shitao, was once again tempted. This time, Chen Fanlei wanted to use a hidden thunder pond to cultivate his secret technique in order to break through his current bottleneck, so Wang Yuhan immediately proposed that he invite Chen Shitao along. The process was naturally extremely smooth. Since her younger brother was about to break through his bottleneck, as his older sister, Chen Shitao naturally felt obligated to protect him. Immediately, she brought Luing out of Clear Sky sect and met up with the two of them outside Grand Burial Valley before entering this place together. At first, everything went smoothly, but 2 days ago, they accidentally touched a barrier and were trapped inside. Then, a little brat named Yang Kai appeared, and seeing that Chen Shitao was particularly interested in him, Wang Yuhan naturally became vigilant, so he decided to target him. But now, it seemed that his approach had made Chen Shitao unhappy. Wang Yuhan stood in place with a gloomy expression and thought for a moment before helplessly shaking his head and following the other three towards the thunder pond. At the same time, he was secretly considering what method he could use to win Chen Shitao's heart. Now that he thought about it, he really thought of a good idea. He immediately smiled and prepared to find an opportunity to carry out his plan. On the other side, after separating from Chen Shitao and the others, Yang Kai took Yang Inflammation back the way they came. After walking a few dozen kilometers, the two of them stopped. This is the Grand Burial Valley. After listening to Yang Kai's description of the situation here, not only was Yang Yan not surprised, she instead showed a look of joy and eagerness. What do you want to do? Yang Kai asked with a frown, suddenly having a bad feeling. It's nothing, it's just that if this is really the ruins of a great sect, it must be full of barriers and spirit arrays. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light. Yang Kai could see a look of excitement in them. Gently rubbing his forehead, Yang Kai said, "Since we've already come here, I have no intention of backing down, but where are the two map fragments pointing us to? If it's not too deep, there's no need for us to complicate matters." "Hee, I'll have to disappoint you, the map fragments are really too deep. Don't worry, there's no restriction or formation in this world that I can't break. We won't run into any trouble here. If the people here were still alive, I can't guarantee anything. But now, the restrictions and formations left behind are all dead. There's no one controlling them at all, so they can't unleash their full power. How can they be a problem for me?" She looked full of confidence. Seeing this, Yang Kai also shook his head and nodded, "Good, since you say so, we'll continue to explore and see if the place the map fragments point us to is the ancient Yang sect's secret cave. If it is, you can purchase materials for artifact refining and spirit arrays as you wish in the future." Yang Inflammation's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to urge Yang Kai to hurry up. Immediately, the two of them took a large detour to avoid bumping into Chen Shitao and the others again before continuing deeper into the sect. Chen Shitao was right. In the periphery, the barriers and spirit arrays they encountered weren't too powerful. There were a few like the one that had trapped them before, but none of them were able to stop Yang Inflammation from breaking through. After a dozen breaths to a stick of incense worth of time, all of these barriers were completely broken. Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation walked together without any hindrance. 5 days later, the two of them seemed to have entered the inner circle of the ancient Yang sect, because here, they could see ruins everywhere. It seemed that there were originally many buildings here that had all been destroyed. The barriers and spirit arrays they encountered here were much stronger than before, so Yang Inflammation had to be careful in breaking them. These barriers and spirit arrays had existed for too long, and some of them were very unstable. When Yang Yan tried to crack them, it was inevitable that some unexpected situations would occur, so Yang Kai was responsible for ensuring her safety. Yang Kai originally wanted to search through these ruins to see if there was anything of value, but soon he gave up on this unrealistic idea. Grand Burial Valley had existed here for more than 2,000 years, and over the years, countless cultivators had rushed here. Even though this was the inner circle, there were still many masters who had set foot here, so even if there was anything good here, it would have already fallen into the hands of others. On this day, Yang Yen stared at a huge open space in front of her and suddenly waved her hands, summoning a series of strange artifacts. These artifacts flickered and disappeared into the void. Yang Kai wasn't surprised and simply stood behind Yang Inflammation, secretly condensing his Saint Qi, ready to act at a moment's notice. Yang Inflammation closed her eyes for a while and suddenly smiled, turning back to Yang Kai and saying, "There's a large spirit array here, I'm afraid it'll take some time to crack it. Can you bypass it?" "No." Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, "Although I can bypass it, it's rare for such a spirit array to exist, so I have to break it. I told you before that as long as I keep studying spirit arrays and artifact refining, more and more information about the territory of these two territories will appear in my mind. This is a good opportunity. Cracking this spirit array will be no less beneficial to my growth than refining my own artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays. It'll also save me a lot of money on materials." Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and asked, "Is there any danger?" "Absolutely not." Yang Inflammation shook her head vigorously. "All right, how long will it take you to crack it?" Yang Kai asked. 2 to 3 days, you can do whatever you want to do to pass the time." Yang Inflammation spat out her tongue before immediately ignoring Yang Kai and focusing her attention on the large spirit array in front of her. Yang Kai didn't disturb her and instead thought about it for a moment before waving his hand and summoning the Origin King Grade High Rank Artifact Refining Furnace. As its surface flashed, it rapidly expanded until it was about 10 meters in diameter. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the ground and with a single thought, a high-pitched cry rang out from the artifact refining furnace and the Firebird artifact spirit flew out, circled around the artifact refining furnace a few times before diving back in and spraying out pure fire attribute energy from its mouth to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead inside. Yang Kai didn't remain idle either, taking the initiative to pour his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace to enhance its power while at the same time continuing to cultivate his golden blood thread. Passing the time was quite easy. Whether it was cultivating the golden blood thread or refining the dragon bone and dragon bead, both were time-consuming activities, and for Yang Kai, doing so was not a waste of time. As such, he didn't object to Yang Inflammation cracking the spirit array here. If he couldn't do anything else, why would he waste his time here? Time flew by, but Yang Kai didn't feel anything and was immersed in comprehending the golden blood thread secret technique when suddenly, a slight noise came from in front of him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a large area in front of him flickering with light and the world energy in a chaotic manner while Yang Inflammation stood to the side with a grin on her face, taking back the thing she had shot out before. A moment later, all the light suddenly dimmed and Yang Kai felt that the open space in front of him seemed to be missing something. He immediately understood that the spirit array arranged here had been broken by Yang Inflammation. His brow furrowing, Yang Kai put away the artifact refining furnace and artifact spirit before getting up and asking, "Are you done? And, let's keep going. I'm beginning to like this kind of place more and more. Last time, I should have entered the Lu Yen sand field with you. I heard there were many barriers there. If you had followed me in, I'm afraid you would have been disappointed. Although there were barriers there weren't many of them. However, I did see the ruins of an ancient sect there, and they seemed to be well preserved. Presumably, they would meet your requirements." Yang Inflammation sighed, "Unfortunately, you won't have a chance. I don't know how many years it will be before the Lu Yen sand field opens again." The two continued to talk as they continued on their way. Along the way, the barriers and spirit arrays they encountered became much fiercer. Every time Yang Inflammation cracked one, it took him a lot of time and effort. Even so, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. Although these barriers had been flowing Great Emperor for a long time, they were still the internal barriers of a great sect, yet they were easily broken by Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what the person who arranged these barriers and spirit arrays would think if they were to learn of this. Yang Kai, on the other hand, noticed that every time Yang Yen cracked a spirit seal, she would smile, obviously having gained a lot. This alone made this trip worthwhile. After all, Yang Inflammation had also gained a lot by cracking these barriers, saving Dragon Cave Mountain a lot of money. Although Yang Kai didn't gain anything, he also didn't lose anything. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could do his own thing, killing several birds with one stone. Yang Kai even thought to himself that if he didn't have enough financial resources to buy materials for her in the future, he should look for a place similar to this one and have Yang Inflammation crack it. Yang Kai believed that with Shadowed Star being so large, there should be many places similar to Grand Burial Valley. Chapter 1293. Inside Grand Burial Valley, Yang Yen stood in place as she stared at the two map fragments in her hand, her expression flickering because the two map fragments had led her to this point and there was no more to follow. Yang Yen being able to reach this point with just two map fragments was quite impressive, but now she couldn't determine where the final location the map fragments led her to, only knowing that it was within 1,000 kilometers of this place. 1,000 kilometers wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either, so it would take a lot of time to find a secluded place. After reaching this point, the spirit arrays and barriers didn't hinder her, but the extremely rich Yin Qi here was constantly consuming her Saint Qi. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a massive reserve of Saint Qi in his body, allowing him to take care of her at all times. Otherwise, the two of them would have had to retreat long ago. What should we do? Yang Yen turned to look at Yang Kai. Since they had already come this far, she naturally didn't want to give up. Perhaps as long as they worked hard, they would be able to find the final location the map fragments led them to, but that would depend on Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai frowned and pondered. Although they hadn't encountered much danger along the way, the Yin souls the two of them had encountered over the past 2 days were equivalent to Saint King Realm cultivators. Some of these Yin souls were nourished by the Yin Qi all year round and had even developed some sentience, making them extremely difficult to deal with. As soon as they sensed something was wrong, they would immediately retreat, recuperate for a while before rushing back. Fortunately, Yang Kai had many means to deal with them, otherwise, it would have been impossible to completely eliminate them in this place. Yang Kai faintly felt that he wasn't the only one who saw danger in this Grand Burial Valley, otherwise, there wouldn't be rumors about Origin returning realm masters dying here. After a while, Yang Kai quickly said, "If I say we should go back now, would you be unwilling?" Yang Yen nodded honestly. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I'm not willing either. Since that's the case, let's continue searching. In any case, it's only 1,000 kilometers, at worst we'll just turn this place upside down." Hearing his words, Yang Yen immediately perked up, and the two of them immediately began to search the area within 1,000 miles. One day later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked around in surprise. When Yang Yen saw this, he naturally knew that he had found something and immediately waited quietly. After a while, a strange look appeared on Yang Kai's face as he slowly asked, "Do you smell something strange?" "Yes, it smells like something rotten," Yang Inflammation replied. She had obviously noticed this as well. "Sure enough, it wasn't my imagination." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as a pitch-black fireball suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as the fireball appeared, the surrounding space was warped and distorted. The scorching heat it contained seemed to be able to burn even space itself. Immediately, Yang Kai waved his hand and threw the black fireball towards a nearby withered tree. The speed of the fireball was not fast. However, just as the black fireball was about to come into contact with the unremarkable-looking withered tree, a low roar was suddenly emitted from within the tree. This low roar was like the roar of a ferocious beast that had been trapped in a cage. It was unusually low and deep. Soon after, a baleful aura that soared to the heavens erupted from within. With a loud bang, the withered tree burst into powder under the great force that erupted from inside, and an abnormally tall figure suddenly appeared there. The figure stretched out his large hand, and a pale yellow aura instantly enveloped his hand. He didn't even try to dodge as he reached out to grab the black fireball. The moment the pale yellow aura came into contact with the black fireball, it was as if a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil. There was a huge reaction, and the pale yellow aura quickly faded, but Yang Kai's demonic flame also weakened a lot. A moment later, the pale yellow aura and the black fireball disappeared at the same time, and the abnormally tall figure's true appearance was suddenly exposed in front of Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. After seeing this person's appearance, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Yang Inflammation, however, cried out in alarm, "Corpse soldier! Corpse soldier!" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The abnormally tall figure in front of him was clearly not a living person. His face was dry, as if there wasn't the slightest trace of moisture in it. His skin was all skin and bones, and his eyes were sunken deep into his skull. His two green eyes were like will-o'-the-wisps, and although his figure was abnormally tall, just like his face, he was all skin and bones. His appearance was extremely terrifying, causing anyone who looked at him to shudder. From his body, Yang Kai couldn't feel any vitality, only a strong death chi and corpse chi. If it weren't for the aura fluctuations from his body not being inferior to that of a third-order Saint King, Yang Kai really would have thought he was a corpse. However, it was precisely this thing that seemed to be a corpse in front of him that had dispersed his demonic flame fireball with a single blow, causing his attack to fail in the slightest. The putrid aura that Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had smelled before had come from this corpse, but because it was blocked by the withered tree, it wasn't very clear. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "You can think of him as a kind of living creature." "Living creature?" Yang Kai's face changed, and just as he was about to ask something, the corpse soldier opposite him suddenly showed a strange expression. It seemed to be grinning, but because its face was dry, it looked particularly strange and ferocious. Immediately, a hoarse voice came from its throat, "Good, good, good, 2 more great tonics, especially this little girl, her flesh is so tender, she'll definitely taste good." Hearing this, Yang Inflammation couldn't help shivering and quickly hid behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai's look of surprise quickly converged. Since Yang Inflammation said that this corpse soldier was a living creature, it wasn't surprising that it had sentience and could speak. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a strange creature, but after thinking about it for a moment, since there were souls, it wasn't surprising that there would be a corpse soldier. Grinning, Yang Kai looked at him and said, "You want to eat my companion? You have a problem with that?" The corpse soldier coldly looked at Yang Kai, its green eyes flashing with a dangerous aura. "Don't worry, you can't escape, you'll all become my food." "You want to eat me?" Yang Kai seemed to have heard something funny, his face cold as he shouted, "Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?" As soon as his voice fell, his hand shook, and a black sword appeared in his hand. He immediately slashed forward, and a jet-black sword cut through the void, flying towards the corpse soldier with an imposing momentum. The corpse soldier wasn't afraid at all. He let out a strange laugh and didn't dodge. He crossed his arms in front of him, and the faint yellow aura that had appeared once before instantly filled his body. Just like that, he charged towards the sword rays. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, but he didn't do anything else and just coldly observed his opponent. He saw that the sword light that he had slashed out had accurately struck the other party's arms, but the other party's figure was only slightly shaken by the strong impact. His arms were unscathed amidst the tumbling light yellow aura, and only a series of crisp sounds of metal clashing could be heard. A corpse soldier's body is extremely strong, not something a cultivator of the same rank can compare to. It's no worse than a defensive artifact of the same rank. Yang Yan's reminder came from behind. So that's how it is. Yang Kai gently nodded. Little girl, you seem to know a lot about us. Heh heh, you'll be the first to be enjoyed later. The corpse soldier grinned again and rushed in front of Yang Kai in an instant, stretching out a big withered hand, its long black fingernails glowing with a cold light as it grabbed towards Yang Kai. Before the corpse soldier could reach him, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly, as if it wanted to twist Yang Kai's head off. Yang Kai raised his hand and sent out a punch to meet the corpse soldier's open hand. You overestimate yourself. The corpse soldier saw that Yang Kai wanted to face him head-on and sneered. His 5 fingers tightened around Yang Kai's fist, and at the same time, he exerted force with his fingertips, wanting to crush Yang Kai's fist into dust. Unexpectedly, when he clenched his fist, his opponent's fleshy and seemingly fragile fist was actually extremely sturdy. Even if he used 70% of his strength, he couldn't tear through even a layer of his opponent's skin. On the contrary, the huge force coming from his opponent's fist made his green eyes twitch. With a strange cry, the corpse soldier's body flew out like a kite, his eyes full of shock. Yang Kai's body also shook and he hurriedly stepped back a few steps. He felt a cold chill on his fist. Looking down, he saw 5 dark fingerprints on the back of his hand, exuding a thick black chi. The black chi seemed to be alive, wriggling and struggling on the back of his hand, trying to invade his body. Be careful of his corpse chi. This kind of thing is extremely insidious. Once it invades, it is very difficult to get rid of. Yang Yun's timely reminder sounded. Yang Kai's face turned cold, and the demon flame came out of his body, turning into a scorching hot existence. The wriggling black chi seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis, and after a burst of almost undetectable howls, it flew out from the back of Yang Kai's hand and dissipated into the air. Seeing this, Yang Yun's heart relaxed. The most difficult thing to deal with corpse soldiers was their strong physique and strange corpse chi. Since Yang Kai wasn't afraid of either, she had nothing to worry about. Sure enough, seeing Yang Kai easily dispel his corpse chi, the corpse soldier who had fallen to the ground rolled his eyes, showing some hesitation. Originally, he thought that Yang Kai, a second-order Saint King, and Yang Yun would not be his opponent at all. He would be able to deal with these two quickly and devour their physique essence to enhance his own strength. He had done this kind of thing more than once or twice before, but now, he found that this second-order Saint King cultivator was somewhat different from the ones he had encountered before. This made him wonder if he should continue to fight. While he was hesitating, Yang Kai had no intention of letting him go. With a flick of his finger, an imperceptible golden thread immediately flew out. This golden thread was silent, and it wasn't until it reached the corpse soldier that he noticed it. With a low roar, the corpse soldier opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of fangs, and spat out a thick corpse chi towards the golden thread. Chapter 1294. In an instant, a thick corpse chi enveloped the golden thread, but to the corpse soldier's horror, his corpse chi, which had always worked so well, was completely ineffective against this golden thread. The golden thread also seemed to have a spiritual nature as it shook slightly, releasing astonishing vitality and vitality fluctuations from within, instantly dispersing the corpse soldier's corpse. Immediately after, the golden thread reached his chest and pierced through his abnormally tough body like it was made of tofu. The golden thread coiled around him a few times before firmly binding him. The corpse soldier was greatly shocked, but before he could make any other moves, Yang Kai shot out a pitch-black blade-like attack. This attack did not have the slightest energy fluctuation, but the green ghost fire in the corpse soldier's eyes flickered wildly as he felt great danger from this attack. Hurriedly twisting his body, the corpse soldier narrowly avoided being hit in a vital position, allowing the pitch-black blade-like attack to cut into his arm. An extremely strange scene appeared. Without a sound, his arm actually fell off from his body. Moreover, the place where it was cut off was actually missing a part. It did not match his wound at all. Naturally, Yang Kai's space blade was the only one capable of this. Although the corpse soldier's body was extremely tough, the space blade's power was also boundless. Cutting through the void was enough to swallow a part of his opponent's arm and banish it there forever. However, Yang Kai could only see some light green liquid flowing out of the corpse soldier's wound without the slightest trace of blood, making it look extremely strange. Even so, the corpse soldier seemed to have suffered some kind of serious injury and issued a mournful howl before his entire body was wrapped in thick corpse chi. Yang Kai was just about to kill him when his face suddenly changed and he hurriedly waved his hand, summoning the golden thread binding the corpse soldier back. In an instant, the corpse soldier regained his freedom. Wrapped in corpse chi, the corpse soldier glared fiercely at Yang Kai before grabbing the broken arm that had fallen to the ground and turning into a yellow streak of light, fleeing at an incredible speed. Yang Kai stood in place with a gloomy face. He looked down at his golden thread and found that it was stained with a lot of black gas. After all, he hadn't cultivated the golden silk secret skill for a long time, so he still couldn't display its full power. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. Tied up, no matter how strong the corpse soldier was, Yang Kai could deal with him in a short time. With a flick of his hand, Yang Kai took the golden thread back into his body before pushing his Saint Chi to expel the corpse chi from it. At the same time, he grabbed Yang Yan's shoulder and chased after the corpse soldier. The fight between Yang Kai and the corpse soldier was just a flash of lightning. Yang Inflammation didn't even have time to react before the corpse soldier, which she regarded as a great enemy, fled in panic. It wasn't until now that she suddenly remembered something and explained the origin of the corpse soldier to Yang Kai. Through her explanation, Yang Kai understood that the corpse soldier was actually just a name, a classification of this kind of creature. Just like how Yin souls could be born, these corpse soldiers were also born when the Yin Qi was extremely dense. When living creatures died here, by chance, their souls and bodies would not disappear. Instead, they would become another kind of existence. These were the corpse soldiers. Of course, some corpse soldiers were not formed in this way. Instead, they were Yin souls that forcibly occupied other bodies and transformed into corpse soldiers through a method similar to possession. There were also corpse soldiers that were artificially created using some kind of secret technique. On Shadowed Star, there was no lack of such secret techniques in many evil sects. However, in general, the formation of corpse soldiers was much more difficult than that of Yin souls. As long as the conditions were right, Yin souls could be formed without their soul dissipating, but corpse soldiers were different. Corpse soldiers required both a soul and a physical body to exist and needed to be fused together, so the difficulty was naturally higher. This kind of creature could generally be divided into 3 grades: 100-year corpse soldiers, 1,000-year corpse generals, and 10,000-year corpse kings. Needless to say, the cultivation of a 100-year corpse soldier was extremely difficult for such creatures to cultivate because they were inanimate objects. Their bodies could not easily absorb world energy like living creatures, so their cultivation speed was countless times slower than any living creature. Perhaps a corpse soldier that had cultivated for hundreds of years would not even be able to compare to a Saint King realm cultivator in terms of cultivation. The difference in strength between corpse soldiers was also huge, ranging from the insignificant initial element realm to the powerful Saint King realm. For example, the one Yang Kai had just encountered was a peak Saint King realm existence. It was estimated that it had cultivated for at least 700 to 800 years to achieve such achievements. Once a corpse soldier was promoted to a 1,000-year corpse general, it would have strength no less than an origin returning realm master. As for the legendary 10,000-year corpse kings, they had the qualifications to compete with origin king realm masters. It could even be said that a 10,000-year corpse king was much stronger than an ordinary origin king realm master. A 10,000-year corpse king that had cultivated for 10,000 years had a body that was almost indestructible. Yang Yan Yun's detailed explanation caused Yang Kai to be secretly shocked. He had never come into contact with this kind of creature before, nor had he ever heard of it, so he had never expected such a strange thing to exist in this world. However, young Kai was not an ordinary person. He had seen many strange creatures before, so he was only slightly interested in the indestructible body of the 10,000-year corpse king and did not show too much surprise. Along the way, young Kai didn't know what kind of strange method the corpse soldier used, but it suddenly disappeared in a place 50 miles away. Young Kai released his divine sense but was unable to find any clues. However, the faint corpse chi emanating from the corpse soldier's body still left some traces behind. Following this corpse chi, Yang Kai and Yang Yenyun chased after it until they arrived in front of a collapsed ruin. Looking around, for a radius of more than a dozen kilometers, this place was obviously the core of this sect, otherwise, there would not have been so many buildings. There are traces of a spirit array. Yang Yenyun's beautiful eyes stared at a certain place that looked like a square and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's just an illusion array, it won't be difficult to crack. Yang Kai gently nodded, motioning her to go forward and crack it. Yang Yenyun once again took out some strange artifacts, poured his Saint Chi into them, and threw them into the void, disappearing. After waiting for a stick of incense worth of time, the scene in front of them suddenly shook and changed. Soon, after a series of earth-shattering changes, the square suddenly disappeared and was replaced by another set of ruins. Before Yang Yenyun could relax, a mysterious energy attack suddenly shot out from all directions towards Yang Kai and Yang Yen with astonishing momentum. Array within an array. Yang Yenyun called out. Yang Kai reacted quickly and pulled Yang Yenyun behind him while summoning his purple shield and madly pouring his Saint Chi into it. In an instant, a sandstorm was kicked up and a cloud of yellow dust appeared out of thin air, enveloping both Yang Kai and Yang Yenyun. This was the power of the sandstorm contained in the purple shield. The energy attacks hit the sandstorm but were blocked by the wind and sand. Although they did not completely disappear, their power was greatly reduced and they were no longer as fierce as before. Yang Kai waved his hands and sent out a series of black fireballs, blocking the remaining energy attacks. Seeing this, Yang Yenyun relaxed and quickly scanned her surroundings. She had not expected that there would be a spirit array within an array here. After all, this kind of arrangement was extremely demanding and required a huge amount of materials, so even some of the great sects would not arrange such a spirit array lightly. However, one had actually appeared here. While she was greatly surprised, she also secretly became vigilant. The attacks from the second spirit array were endless, and although they weren't enough to destroy the heavens and earth, Yang Kai was still struggling to defend himself. If this continued, he would have to use other means to defend himself in a short while. At that moment, Yang Yenyun suddenly pointed to the bronze door that had fallen to the ground and shouted, "Hit that!" Hearing this, Yang Kai did not hesitate and sent out a space blade. In the blink of an eye, the space blade cut through the bronze door and split it in half. A buzzing sound came from the surrounding void and all the attacks quickly subsided. After waiting for a while and seeing that no more attacks were coming, Yang Kai put away his purple shield and looked around with rapt attention. He thought that the corpse soldier who had escaped before would be hiding here, but there was nothing as far as the eye could see, causing him to feel quite confused. It doesn't make sense. Even I have trouble breaking this spirit array, so why did that corpse soldier disappear as soon as he came in? It's impossible for him to be proficient in spirit arrays. Yang Yenyun frowned, obviously unable to understand what was going on. Yang Kai wore a thoughtful look on his face before suddenly asking, what if he knew the safe route in and out of this spirit array? That's impossible. Yang Yenyun shook his head decisively, unless he was an array grandmaster when he was alive, no matter how strong he was, it would be impossible for him to do such a thing. Of course, if he was a disciple of this sect when he was alive and mastered the spirit array here, that would make sense, but he's just a corpse soldier who has only cultivated for a few hundred years. The ancient Yang sect was destroyed 2,000 years ago, so he definitely wasn't a disciple of the ancient Yang sect when he was alive. In any case, he's definitely still here. Yang Kai grinned, this place is so well hidden, and there's even a spirit array within a spirit array. Don't you think this is most likely the place we're looking for? You mean, as long as we find where he's hiding, we'll be done? Yang Yan-yun also thought of something and asked excitedly. Maybe, Yang Kai nodded. The two exchanged a glance before no longer hesitating and immediately began searching the surrounding area. Half an hour later, the two stood above some ruins and stared at a certain place in front of them. At first glance, this place looked inconspicuous, but if one looked carefully, they would find that there was something different about it, as if the space around it was somewhat distorted. It was another extremely well-hidden barrier, but this one only had a small concealment effect and didn't have any offensive capabilities. If it weren't for Yang Yan-yun's deep understanding of spirit arrays, he likely wouldn't have been able to discover it. Chapter 1295. The more hidden this barrier was, the more certain Yang Kai was of his previous guess. After staring at the barrier for a long time, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he stretched out his hand to summon the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace. Pointing his finger, he shouted, "Let's go in and take a look." Accompanied by a soft cry, the Firebird artifact spirit flew out of the artifact refining furnace and plunged into the spirit array without hesitation. As soon as the artifact spirit touched the spirit array, the surrounding space suddenly shook and the artifact spirit disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai frowned, but after noticing that the connection between him and the artifact spirit still existed, he relaxed. Standing in place and carefully accepting the information transmitted by the artifact spirit, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. After a while, he said, "It seems this is the place. There is a completely different world inside, and the world energy aura is astonishing. It is very likely the place we are looking for." "Really?" Yang Yan-yun was overjoyed. "But, there is still a lot of corpse chi inside. It seems that there is more than one corpse soldier living here," Yang Kai said solemnly. Yang Yan-yun was stunned and his expression became hesitant. If there was only one corpse soldier, Yang Kai wouldn't need to be afraid, but if there were too many of them, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to compete with them. Whether or not to continue exploring would require careful consideration. After a while, Yang Yan-yun said, "Since this is the ruins of the ancient Yang sect, it means that these corpse soldiers appeared after the ancient Yang sect was destroyed. It is likely that many of them were originally disciples of the ancient Yang sect, but because of some kind of opportunity, they became like this after their deaths. In other words, they are the most powerful. They are just corpse generals that have cultivated for 2,000 years, at best equivalent to a second-order origin returning realm master, perhaps even slightly weaker." Second-order origin returning realm, Yang Kai murmured to himself with a thoughtful look. If that was all, he didn't need to be afraid. He might not be able to defeat a corpse general with such strength, but escaping with Yang Yan-yun would not be a problem. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai made a decision. He nodded lightly and said, "Then let's go in." If Yang Kai had only sensed the corpse energy inside, he would have turned around and left. Although he was not afraid of the 1,000-year corpse generals. However, unnecessary fights were still avoided as much as possible. However, other than the corpse chi, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth inside was also extremely dense. It was obvious that something good was hidden inside. He and Yang Yan had come all the way here. Now, the target was within reach. Naturally, he didn't want to shrink back at the last moment. After saying so, Yang Kai released his Saint Chi. He wrapped Yang Inflammation in it and led her to take a step forward. With a stomp of his foot, heaven and earth began to spin. Soon after, the scene in front of them was very different. The two of them were actually in a cave-like place. The humming sound of the wind came from far away. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves, making people shudder. Around the cavern, there was an unknown fluorescent substance that gave off a green hue, like a ghost fire. However, inside this cavern, there was an extremely rich world energy aura. Yang Kai even smelled some subtle medicinal fragrances, causing his heart to tremble. He knew that he and Yang Inflammation had really found the right place. The location the two map fragments had pointed to was most likely the ancient Yang sect's secret cave. Although the light inside the cavern wasn't too bright, with Yang Kai's cultivation, after pouring his Saint Qi into his eyes, he was still able to see everything clearly. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon discovered that this cavern had traces of human activity. It seemed that this cavern had originally existed 1,000 meters underground but had later been excavated to make it even more spacious. In the depths of this cavern, there were many passages leading to unknown places. Yang Kai followed a wisp of his divine sense all the way down, and it wasn't until he reached a depth of 30 kilometers that his expression changed to one of shock. "What did you find?" Yang Inflammation asked softly. "Shoo." Yang Kai quickly raised a finger while quietly withdrawing his divine sense and sending a message to Yang Inflammation, "Corpse soldiers, there are many, many corpse soldiers." Yang Inflammation's beautiful face paled. Yang Kai added, "But they all seem to be sleeping and haven't awakened yet. We just need to be careful not to disturb them." "How many?" Yang Inflammation's small face went pale as she asked nervously. "I don't know. At the bottom of the passage I investigated, there were 7 or 8. There are at least a few hundred passages here. If every passage is like this, then this place, could this be a corpse cave?" Yang Inflammation seemed to have thought of something. "Corpse cave?" Yang Kai frowned. Rumor has it that some special places are more likely to give birth to corpse soldiers, and if corpse soldiers sleep and cultivate in such places, they can easily fuse their souls with their physical bodies and gain sentience. If this is really a corpse cave, it's too dangerous. Whether this is a corpse cave or not, I don't know, but the corpse qi in the depths of the passage is indeed very rich and the coldine qi is quite strong. Those sleeping corpse soldiers are indeed breathing in the coldine qi. Then this is a corpse cave. Yang Inflammation was taken aback and muttered, "With so many corpse soldiers, it's very likely that some of them were former disciples of the ancient Yang sect while others were cultivators who later died here. It seems we've entered an extraordinary place. Since we're already here, what's the point of saying such things?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, with a single thought. A ball of fire in the distance quietly flew back and immediately drilled into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. This was the artifact spirit that Yang Kai had released to explore the way before. Seeing this, Yang Inflammation grit her teeth and once again urged the power of her necklace. This time, the necklace not only released a halo of light that wrapped around her, but also wrapped around Yang Kai. In an instant, the two's auras were isolated. The two of them looked at each other and quietly moved forward. Since the corpse soldiers were sleeping, there was nothing to worry about. The only thing that worried Yang Kai was that the Peak Saint King Realm corpse soldier he had injured before was hiding somewhere. Yang Kai didn't dare to investigate too presumptuously, so he couldn't find any trace of this corpse soldier. Along the way, the pair passed through some deep forks and could clearly detect a strong corpse qi coming from the depths of these forks. However, these movements were extremely regular and it was obvious that if there was no external force, these corpse soldiers wouldn't wake up for a while. Whenever they passed through these forks, Yang Inflammation couldn't help moving closer to Yang Kai, as if she was subconsciously looking for a sense of security. Fortunately, Yang Inflammation's artifact was excellent and the two of them were well prepared, so they didn't expose their auras as they went deeper. While the two of them were going deeper, in the depths of one of the forks, in a dark cave, 3 skinny corpse soldiers sat cross-legged on the ground. It was unknown what kind of secret art they were circulating, but as they breathed in and out, they were absorbing the surrounding white qi into their lungs to enhance their strength. These 3 corpse soldiers all exuded the aura of Peak Saint King Realm. At the end of the passage, a figure flashed and another corpse soldier appeared, this one in a sorry state. One of his arms was broken at the elbow and his 2 fangs were exposed, making him look extremely hideous. As soon as he appeared, he was noticed by the other 3 corpse soldiers. The 3 corpse soldiers all opened their eyes and looked at him. In an instant, in the dark cave, 6 green eyes that looked like will-o'-the-wisps jumped about. "Hey, brother Nye, how did you become like this?" One of the corpse soldiers glanced at his companion's severed arm and asked in surprise, "Did you encounter some kind of danger outside?" The corpse soldier's eyes flashed fiercely as he grit his teeth and said, "I did encounter some danger. I was careless and lost one of my arms. Such a thing actually happened." The corpse soldier who had spoken earlier was shocked. Hasn't there been no origin returning realm cultivator entering Grand Burial Valley since many years ago? Could another origin returning realm cultivator have appeared? It wasn't an origin returning realm cultivator, just a second-order Saint King. The corpse soldier seemed a little ashamed. This Nye was careless and suffered such a serious injury. "Huh, brother Nye must be joking. If you and I were still in our human forms, this kind of severed arm injury would indeed be difficult to heal, but now that you've become like this, such an injury is nothing to be worried about. With just a bit of corpse chi, you'll be fine. I'm afraid brother Nye's injury won't be able to heal completely." The other corpse soldier with long hair seemed to have discovered something and said in a pleasant voice. This corpse soldier turned out to be a woman. Although her full appearance could not be seen clearly, it was easy to imagine that she must have been a beautiful woman when she was alive. "What do you mean?" the corpse soldier who spoke earlier asked in surprise. "If I'm not mistaken, brother Nye's severed arm is missing, right?" The female corpse soldier's eyes flashed. Hearing what she said, the other 2 carefully observed it. At first glance, they found that it was indeed the case. The severed arm brought back by the zombie soldier was indeed missing a part, and the incision was unusually neat, as if it had been cut twice. A second-order Saint King is so powerful. "Brother Nye, aren't you underestimating him too much?" the female corpse soldier said with some blame. "It's not that this Nye underestimated him, it's just that his strength is too strange. I've never encountered such an attack before." The severed arm corpse soldier recalled the pitch-black blade-like attack, and even though he was already a corpse, his face twitched slightly as a look of lingering fear appeared on his face. At that time, if he had not reacted quickly, he would have died again. After dying last time, he was brought back by the corpse soldiers here and raised in the corpse cave for over 100 years. It was not easy for him to cultivate sentience, and after countless more years, he gradually gained his current strength. If he were to die again this time, he would really disappear. What kind of power was that? The other 3 corpse soldiers were surprised and quickly asked. Chapter 1296. The broken-armed corpse soldier quickly recounted everything that had happened to him in great detail, even the details of his fight with Yang Kai. After hearing this, the female corpse soldier's body shook slightly, and she said in surprise and bewilderment, "You're saying that he can slash out pitch-black attacks that are like blades? And that attack didn't give off the slightest energy fluctuation, and even your corpse couldn't resist it?" "Yes, after that attack, I lost a part of my arm, and I don't know where it went." The broken-armed corpse soldier nodded heavily, turning his green eyes towards the female corpse soldier as he asked, "Do you know something?" The female corpse soldier hesitated for a moment before replying, "From what you're saying, it sounds like the other party used Space Force." "What?" The other 3 corpse soldiers were shocked. "Space Force? You're not joking, right?" The female corpse soldier coldly snorted, "Have you forgotten where I came from?" The broken-armed corpse soldier was startled for a moment before suddenly seeming to remember something. "So that's how it is." The female corpse soldier nodded lightly and whispered, "Among the elders of Heaven Battling Union, there has always been one who cultivates Space Force. I was fortunate enough to see Elder Mo Shaoxing display this divine technique once, so I know more about Space Force than you." "It's just that." "Just what?" "It's just that if what Brother Nye said is true, then this intruder's attainments in the Tao of space are simply too high. Back then, Elder Mo was unable to form a blade out of space and easily cut off his corpse, so how could a mere second-order Saint King achieve such a feat? That's why I said he used Space Force, but I wasn't too certain. That's right, that's right. I've heard of Mo Shaoxing's name before. But, it's been a few hundred years. I don't know if he's still alive. If that brat can really use space as a blade, it's a bit too terrifying. What's the use of saying such things now? Have you forgotten what kind of existences we are? Sister Lan, I know you have some kind of relationship with Elder Mo, but if you appear in front of him like this now, do you think he will let you go? Upon hearing this, the ghost fire in the eyes of the female zombie soldier, who had been changed to Miss Lan, suddenly jumped even faster, as if her emotions were unstable. By the way, Brother Nya, you didn't leave any traces behind when you came back, right? The corpse soldier who spoke first asked warily. Naturally not, and even if that person had found this place, he wouldn't have been able to break this barrier. This is a spirit array set up by the ancient Yang sect. If we hadn't learned how to enter and leave from them, even if we were at our peak, it would have been impossible for us to break this spirit array. How could a trivial second-order Saint King have such ability? That makes sense. The corpse soldier nodded, seemingly thinking of something and suddenly sighing, I really don't know whether I should thank those ancient Yang sect bastards or hate them. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have died, but if it weren't for them, I'm afraid I would have long since vanished. Now that I've fallen to such a state, the taste, heh. As soon as this remark came out, the other three corpse soldiers fell silent, obviously feeling the same way. After a long silence in the depths of the cave, the female corpse soldier said, forget it, let's not think about these things for now. These 10 years, it's been our turn to guard this place, so just in case, let's go out and take a look, lest that master awakens and questions us. Very well. Lady Lan and I will go take a look. Brother Nya, you should quickly use the Yin Qi here to reattach your severed arm. Although it's missing a chunk, it's better than nothing. As he spoke, the corpse soldier also stood up and walked out with the female corpse soldier. At the same time, in another huge secret cave, Yang Kai and Yang Yen both snuck in and saw the rows of empty wooden shelves in front of them and the various boxes scattered on the ground. Yang Kai's face became gloomy and he almost couldn't help cursing out loud. He and Yang Yen followed the faint medicinal fragrance all the way to this place, and after a careful investigation, determined that there were no traces of a sleeping corpse soldier, they rushed in. How could they have known that they would see such a scene? This used to be the place where the ancient Yang sect stored spirit grasses and spirit medicines. There were at least 100 wooden shelves here, each of which had 3 floors and each floor could hold 5 or 6 boxes. But now, all of these boxes were scattered on the ground, as if they had been abandoned by the ancient Yang sect. All the boxes had been opened and the things that were originally stored inside had disappeared. After finally finding this place and just when they were about to reap a great harvest, such a scene suddenly appeared. Yang Kai's mood could be imagined. There was no need to guess that these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had definitely been eaten by the sleeping corpse soldiers. Although this method of eating was somewhat wasteful, the corpse soldiers couldn't perform alchemy, so they could only consume spirit grasses and spirit medicines to strengthen themselves. This was the cultivation method of the corpse soldiers, just like the monster beast. However, after a careful search, Yang Kai still found some remnants of fire and young attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines from the opened boxes. These herbs were no different from the most ferocious poisons to the corpse soldiers, so they naturally wouldn't swallow them. Unfortunately, all the boxes had been opened and after such a long time, the medicinal properties and auras of these herbs had all been exhausted, making them unusable. This made Yang Kai's eyes pop out of their sockets and he wished he could rush into the depths of the cave and chop all the corpse soldiers to pieces to vent his anger. After a gloomy investigation, Yang Kai and Yang Yen both sighed. The spirit medicine reserves of a great sect had been completely destroyed, anyone who saw this would feel extremely distressed. Fortunately, in addition to this secret cave, there was a deeper place, so the two of them didn't hesitate and continued to explore. Shortly after the two left, the female corpse soldier and her companion also appeared here like ghosts. The two corpse soldiers sniffed the air gently before exchanging a glance with each other, their eyes flashing. "There are the auras of living people," the male corpse soldier whispered. The female corpse soldier nodded lightly, "And there are two of them. It seems that the people Brother Nya encountered really broke into this place." The male corpse soldier glanced in the direction Yang Kai and Yang Yen disappeared, and his expression changed as he whispered, "Damn it, that place is where the ores and artifacts are stored, and there's also that thing that will be useful to the master's future plans." The female corpse soldier's eyes flashed fiercely as she said, "Let's follow them first. If you and I can deal with them together, there's no need to alarm the master. Otherwise, if someone breaks into this place, we won't be able to avoid punishment no matter what." Hearing what she said, the male corpse soldier's expression changed slightly, as if he was quite frightened, but he quickly nodded, "Good." Immediately, the two corpse soldiers circulated their strength, converged their auras, and quietly followed. Deeper into the secret cave, Yang Kai and Yang Yen shuttled through some wooden shelves, the two of them waving their hands and causing the ancient books on them to disappear. What was stored here were the ancient Yang sect's secret arts and secret records. Yang Kai didn't have time to examine them carefully, so naturally he had to collect them first. However, when he glanced at a book called Corpse Refining Technique, he immediately understood why there were so many corpse soldiers here. The ancient Yang sect was a great sect not inferior to Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, so it was normal for it to have such a secret record. Presumably, some of the disciples of the ancient Yang sect had cultivated such a secret record, which was why so many corpse soldiers had appeared here 2,000 years later. There were many secret arts and secret records, but after being collected by Yang Kai and Yang Yen, they were all quickly collected. After confirming that there was nothing left behind, the two of them continued to explore. A moment later, the two entered another secret cave. Looking at the dazzling array of artifacts in front of him, even Yang Kai, who was quite wealthy, couldn't help but be moved. There were at least 1,000 artifacts stored here, and they all came in different shapes and sizes. Sword-type artifacts accounted for less than 10% of the total, while the rest were discs, beads, various types of jewelry, flags, and other rare artifacts. There were also countless artifact armors. At the bottom of this secret cave, there was a huge spirit array in operation that seemed to be absorbing world energy to maintain these artifacts. The effect was quite good. Although more than 2,000 years had passed, most of the artifacts still gave off a faint glow. At a glance, it was obvious that they had not lost their spirituality. There were also some artifacts that, although not radiating any brilliance, were still very well preserved and could be used after being repaired. Most of these artifacts were Saint King grade, with 20% of them being Origin grade. Such a large number of artifacts really gave Yang Kai a pleasant surprise. Exchanging a glance with Yang Yen, the two of them split up without any trace of politeness. In less than half a stick of incense worth of time, this place had become empty. There's another secret cave. After Yang Kai finished collecting these artifacts, he turned his gaze towards a deeper passage, his eyes flashing with surprise. Previously, he and Yang Yen had passed through the ancient Yang sect secret cave where spirit grasses, spirit medicines, secret arts, and artifacts were stored. Now there was another one, but they didn't know what was inside, but since it was set up at the back, its value was definitely not low. With a trace of surprise, Yang Kai and Yang Yen continued to explore deeper. The two corpse soldiers who had been following them quietly appeared after they left, staring towards the other side with gloomy eyes. "What do we do?" "They went in there, that's a place even Master can't enter." The male corpse soldier asked. "What else can we do?" The female corpse soldier sighed lightly, "Since Master can't enter, we naturally can't either, so we can only wait here. However, it is said that the ancient Yang sect's hallowed treasure, Sun's true essence, is stored there. It has a strong restraining effect on corpses like us, otherwise, Master wouldn't have been unable to enter. I've also heard of this. It is said that this true essence is extracted from the core of one of the sun's stars. I wonder who possessed such a heavenly method and how it fell into the hands of the ancient Yang sect. Chapter 1297. There's no need for us to worry about such things. Although they've entered, with their cultivation, whether or not they can take away the sun's true essence is another matter. There's no need to worry about such things, the female corpse soldier sneered. The male corpse soldier also chuckled, the sun's true essence isn't so easy to obtain. Perhaps those two will suffer a big loss and fall here without us even needing to take action. All we need to do is watch the show. Thinking so, the mood of the two corpse soldiers brightened. After concealing their figures, they quietly hid and waited for something good to happen. Inside the cave, Yang Kai looked at the scene in front of him and almost couldn't help laughing. Inside this cave was a collection of saint crystals and all kinds of rare ores. These pieces of saint crystal were all high rank and were piled up into several small hills, each of which was more than 100 meters high. At a glance, each of these hills contained at least 3 million to 4 million saint crystals. In other words, there were tens of millions of saint crystals stored here. Previously, Yang Kai had been praying that this trip could really solve the current awkward situation of Dragon Cave Mountain, but now, his wish had been granted so easily. Exchanging a glance with Yang Yan, the two of them saw a deep sense of surprise in each other's eyes. Not in a hurry to collect the small mountain of saint crystals, the pair's eyes were instead attracted by a jade platform. This jade platform was snow-white in color and exuded a frigid aura, making the entire secret cave appear extremely cold. At first glance, it was obvious this jade platform was an extraordinary treasure. On top of the jade pedestal were 4 space rings and a strange ore shrouded in a layer of energy. Walking over to this jade platform and carefully examining it, Yang Yan let out a low cry, it's actually 10,000-year ice jade. 10,000-year ice jade. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he asked anxiously, are you sure? This is indeed 10,000-year ice jade, I can't be wrong. Seeing her confident look, Yang Kai naturally believed in her eyesight and for a moment, his eyes filled with both surprise and amazement. Ice jade was extremely rare, and 10,000-year ice jade was even rarer. If one used this 10,000-year ice jade to make a personal artifact and carried it around, it would allow a cultivator who cultivated the ice attribute to better convert world energy into ice world energy, enhancing their cultivation efficiency. However, 10,000-year ice jade didn't just have this function. When refining an ice attribute artifact, if some 10,000-year ice jade was mixed in, it could increase the artifact's power by 30% and even release ice jade's cold chi. This kind of cold chi was beneficial to both the physical body and the soul. The 10,000-year-old ice jade was also known as one of the 3 great mysterious jades. A piece the size of a fist was already a priceless treasure. Now that there was such a large piece of 10,000-year ice jade in front of him, how could Yang Kai not be surprised? What shocked him the most was that this 10,000-year ice jade was actually made into a jade platform on which 4 space rings and a piece of ore were placed. The 4 space rings were probably just casually placed here, but that head-sized, inconspicuous piece of ore was definitely something special, otherwise, it wouldn't have been protected by a barrier. Yang Kai glanced over at Yang Inflammation quietly and found that she was indeed observing the ore with a dignified expression, but had yet to speak. It was as if even she wasn't sure what this ore was, which made Yang Kai even more surprised. Let's take a look at these 4 space rings first. Yang Kai waited for a long time, but seeing no reaction from Yang Inflammation, he immediately proposed, reaching out and picking up the rings. Probing it with his divine sense, Yang Kai gently nodded after a brief investigation. Unsurprisingly, these 4 space rings also contained saint crystals and rare ores, half of each type. Needless to say, there was a massive amount of saint crystals, but the rare ores were even rarer than those outside. After tossing the rings to Young Inflammation and inspecting them, Young Inflammation smiled happily. Great, with these things, I can refine a treasure I've been thinking about. What kind of treasure? Young Kai was curious, wondering what kind of treasure would require so many things to be used. I won't tell you for now, but when the time comes, I may need to borrow your strength. Young Inflammation grinned and handed the rings back. Young Kai glanced at her but didn't ask anything. After putting away the rings, he turned to the jade platform and asked the stranger wrapped in a barrier, "Can you open this barrier?" "I can." Young Inflammation gently nodded, "But are you sure you want to open it?" "I don't know why, but I feel a dangerous aura coming from this thing." "You also feel the same?" Young Kai was surprised. He thought he was just imagining things, but he didn't expect Yang Yen to react the same way. Immediately, his expression became dignified. Something that could make him feel danger was definitely extremely dangerous, but at the same time, it was also extremely valuable. Young Inflammation didn't say anything and instead stared intently at the head-sized stone in front of him, nodding after a while. "Open it. I believe that even if it is dangerous, we should be able to defend ourselves. It would be a pity to let such a thing go." Saying so, he took out his tools to break barriers and scattered them around. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately became vigilant, secretly circulating his Saint Chi, preparing to act at a moment's notice. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai waved his hand and released the stone mongoose, sending it in order with his divine sense. The stone mongoose immediately rushed to the hill-like pile of Saint crystals and ores, opened its mouth, and began swallowing them. Young Kai didn't know what kind of magical structure the stone mongoose's body was, but the capacity of the stone mongoose's stomach was infinitely large. In the blink of an eye, it had swallowed half a hill. Young Kai had asked Young Inflammation before, and from her, Young Kai learned that the stone mongoose had an innate ability to evolve by swallowing ores. Although it would spit out most of the ores it swallowed and refine them, it would still absorb some of them. The essence of these ores it absorbed would become its capital for growth. Whatever properties the ores had, the stone mongoose would be able to develop an ability after absorbing them. Coincidentally, the first batch of ores the stone mongoose swallowed after it was born were space spirit crystals. These ores contained space force, so the stone mongoose's stomach seemed to have formed a huge space, allowing it to swallow them infinitely. Otherwise, even if an ordinary stone mongoose had an innate ability to swallow ores, it wouldn't have been able to swallow as much as Young Kai's. The stone mongoose swallowed the Saint crystals and ores at an incredible speed, so Young Kai immediately stopped paying attention to it and focused on Young Inflammation's movements. The barrier that enveloped this strange stone seemed to be quite complex, and even if Yang Yen took action personally, she would not be able to crack it in a short time. Yang Kai was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he quietly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. After investigating, he was surprised. Because in one of the secret caves the two of them had plundered before, there were two faint corpse auras hidden there. Although they were well hidden, under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, they still gave themselves away and were discovered by him. But what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that these two corpse soldiers were only third-order Saint Kings, and they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, simply lurking in place, motionless. Yang Kai was so happy that he pretended not to notice anything, paying attention to their movements while keeping an eye on Young Inflammation's progress. For Yang Kai, as long as he could take away all the things here, he would have succeeded. When the time came, he could tear space and take Young Inflammation away. Even if he alerted the countless corpse soldiers here, he could still easily escape. If it was before, he wouldn't have dared to tear space casually with someone. After all, the space he tore was extremely unstable, and there was a high chance of accidents happening during the process. He could cope with it alone, but if he brought another person with him, he couldn't guarantee their safety. But now, his understanding and comprehension of the Tao of space had reached a certain level, so it wasn't a problem for him to take someone with him and travel 1,000 kilometers in an instant. With such confidence, he naturally wasn't afraid of anything. The barrier covering the jade pedestal remained as strong as before even after Yang Yan's attack, but one could still see strange ripples flashing across its surface. As these ripples flickered, the barrier also began to fluctuate, sometimes expanding and sometimes contracting, giving it a strange appearance. Moreover, unlike the previous barriers, Yang Inflammation's expression this time was particularly dignified, his face flushed red, and he seemed to be having a hard time. As time passed, the light barrier began to tremble, and Yang Kai knew at a glance that it was about to be cracked. At that moment, Yang Inflammation suddenly shouted, "Be careful." As soon as her voice fell, the barrier shattered, and at the same time, a pure fire aura that caused both Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation to pale rushed out from the strange ore. In an instant, the entire secret cave became unbearably hot as a fiery dragon rushed towards them. Yang Inflammation's face suddenly turned pale. Although she had a premonition of danger, she hadn't expected such a thing to happen after cracking the barrier. Before the fiery dragon had even reached her, she felt like she was about to be melted. The power of several defensive artifacts on her body had been summoned at the same time she felt danger, forming a protective barrier in front of her. These artifacts were all origin grade low rank and were tailor-made for her. In terms of defensive ability alone, they were no worse than ordinary origin grade high rank artifacts. But even so, the fire dragon still rushed in front of her with unstoppable momentum. As soon as the pure and rich fire attribute aura came into contact with her protective shields, all of them melted away. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the two earrings on Yang Yan's earlobes shattered and the bracelet on her wrist also shattered. At the same time, the artifact armor she was wearing dimmed and lost its luster. The 3 layers of protective barrier were unable to resist the fiery dragon's invasion. In front of this fiery dragon, these barriers were as fragile as paper, and even the artifacts themselves were destroyed. Chapter 1298. The moment the 3 defensive artifacts Yang Inflammation had tailor-made for her were destroyed, Yang Inflammation couldn't help calling out in alarm. At that moment, a big hand grabbed her shoulder and dragged her back while Yang Kai's figure appeared in front of her. Yang Kai's expression was more dignified than ever as he waved his hands and sent out 2 black fireballs to meet the fire dragon. Demonic flames were born from the heart and transformed into a Coldine existence, but even so, when they came into contact with the fire dragon, they were annihilated, as if they were incinerated. Yang Kai's complexion changed as he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, a slight bird cry rang out from his body, and in the next moment, the artifact spirit flew out, spread its wings, and transformed into a several dozen meter long firebird. Opening its beak, it spat out a fiery red light, but this light was still unable to stop the fire dragon's advance. As soon as it came into contact with the fire dragon, the firebird's attack was completely destroyed. The fire dragon was like an unreasonable brute. No matter how Yang Kai tried to resist, it was able to easily tear apart his defenses. A human-like expression flashed across the firebird artifact spirit's eyes, revealing a hint of fear. Immediately after, a ruthless look appeared in its eyes as it spun around and shrank in size. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a streak of flames and charged into the fire dragon's body. The fire dragon's roar and the cries of the artifact spirit filled the secret cave, creating a lively atmosphere. When the artifact spirit rushed into the fire dragon's body, it was finally able to slow its advance for a moment, but this was only for a moment before the artifact spirit let out a sad cry and suddenly rushed out of the fire dragon's body, disappearing into Yang Kai's body in a flash. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He had already refined both the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace and the Artifact Spirit, so he could naturally sense the current state of the Artifact Spirit. The Artifact Spirit of this Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace, which had been refined by the Earth Lung Fire Pond for tens of thousands of years, was actually severely injured. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? The fire attribute spiritual energy contained within the artifact spirit was already extremely rich and pure. What exactly was the fire dragon? How was it able to injure the artifact spirit so severely in a battle of the same attribute? However, although the artifact spirit was injured, the fire dragon seemed to have been greatly weakened. Not only was its color much dimmer, but its body had also shrunk significantly, but it still rushed towards Yang Kai, as if it would not give up until it burned him and Yang Inflammation to ashes. On the contrary, Yang Kai's expression calmed down as a mysterious wave of power flowed out from his body. Immediately after, he stretched out his two big hands and gripped the void fiercely, as if he had caught hold of two invisible doors. Then, gritting his teeth, he tore them apart. A bottomless void crack, seemingly capable of swallowing all things, suddenly appeared, and as Yang Kai tore at it with his hands, this void crack grew much larger in a single breath. As soon as the void crack formed, the fire dragon plunged into it. The void trembled and distorted as the torn void crack became extremely unstable, as if it would collapse at any moment. Yang Kai let out a low roar as he pushed his space principles to forcibly stabilize the void crack, not allowing it to be destroyed immediately. 3 breaths later, the fire dragon shook its head and disappeared into the spatial rift. At the same time, the spatial rift suddenly cracked like a mirror and shattered into pieces. Standing in place, Yang Kai gasped for breath while Yang Inflammation, who had been dragged behind him, wore a look of fear. However, after suffering such a calamity, Yang Inflammation seemed to have thought of something as she stared at the strange stone, her beautiful eyes trembling violently as she covered her mouth and muttered, "Sun's true essence." Yang Kai's face twitched as if he had heard something incredible, his eyes bursting with light. Strangely enough, after the fire dragon was swallowed by the void crack, this piece of Sun's true essence, which Yang Yen called Sun's true essence, once again became ordinary and inconspicuous. Yang Kai couldn't feel the slightest burning heat from it, as if it was a stone that could be found everywhere on the side of the road, no one would care about it no matter where you threw it. However, there was no time to think about this at this moment. Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had sneaked into this place, and although they were being followed by 2 corpse soldiers, the 2 corpse soldiers had no intention of stopping them. But now, with such a big commotion, it was likely that many sleeping corpse soldiers had been disturbed. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai's face sank as he found that, just as he had guessed, most of the corpse soldiers who had been sleeping in the depths of the forked tunnels had awakened, and corpse chi fluctuations, both strong and weak, were rapidly approaching. At the same time, an oppressive roar came from the depths of the underground. This roar was like the roar of a fierce beast, carrying a thick evil chi and hostility. When Yang Kai heard it, he felt his soul become unstable and the ruthlessness deep in his heart showed signs of being drawn out, causing his eyes to become bloodshot. When the corpse soldiers that were rushing over heard this roar, as if they had received some kind of order, they all let out low roars from the depths of their throats, echoing the roar from a distance. All of them were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and their speed became even faster. In an instant, the entire underground cave was filled with wails and howls, causing one's scalp to tingle. The corpse soldiers that had been secretly following behind Yang Kai and Yang Yen had all revealed themselves at this moment, standing at the entrance of the secret cave, glaring at Yang Kai as they bared their fangs, a cold light flashing from the corners of their mouths. Seeing this, Yang Inflammation's heart sank and her face turned pale. However, the 2 corpse soldiers didn't seem to have any intention of attacking immediately. Instead, while staring at Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation, they were also secretly glancing at the piece of Sun's true essence, their eyes filled with dread. The moment the 2 corpse soldiers appeared, the originally ordinary Sun's true essence actually released a terrifying fire aura, but it didn't seem to want to leak out. It seemed that as long as the corpse soldiers didn't come close, it wouldn't show its power. Seeing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly stretched out his hand to grab the piece of Sun's true essence, wrapping it up with a massive amount of Saint Chi. Just as Yang Kai was about to put the Sun's true essence into his space ring, Yang Inflammation hurriedly shouted, "Don't." Yang Kai gawked and immediately realized that something was wrong. The sun's true essence flashed and burned away the divine sense and Saint Chi that Yang Kai had attached to it. Yang Kai couldn't help taking 2 steps back as he stared at the sun's true essence in horror. He couldn't put the sun's true essence into his space ring. Seeing this, the 2 corpse soldiers standing at the entrance unscrupulously grinned, the female corpse soldier shouting, daring to break into the corpse cave and even have ideas about the sun's true essence. When the master arrives, I'd like to see how you'll deal with this. The male corpse soldier also sneered, these 2 seem to be our companions. Sister Lan should be a little more polite, perhaps we'll all be sharing the same room in the future. The female corpse soldier coldly snorted, do we need to be polite with them? It will take at least 100 years for them to gain sentience and transform into corpse soldiers, and who knows if they'll succeed. If they don't, they'll only end up as food in our stomachs. The male corpse soldier pondered for a moment before nodding, and, if that's the case, there's no need to be polite with them. These 2 continued to exchange words, but Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them. Since the other party didn't dare to come in, there was no need for him to waste time killing them. On top of that, his actions just now had alarmed the corpse soldiers here, and listening to their conversation, it seemed that there were more corpse general level existences on the way here. The most important thing now was to find a way to take away this sun's true essence. Turning his eyes to Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai saw that Yang Inflammation was also at a loss, causing his heart to sink. Yang Inflammation naturally knew how to transport the sun's true essence, but it was a time-consuming and energy-consuming method. Trying to take it away with a space ring was obviously unrealistic. Just as Yang Inflammation was pondering, the low roar he heard before seemed to be getting closer and closer. At the same time, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky and enveloped the secret cave. Third Order Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai felt the tyrannical power of this pressure and his face changed greatly. The situation here was quite different from what he and Yang Inflammation had expected. Before, he and Yang Inflammation had estimated that even if there were corpse generals here, they would have only cultivated for 2,000 years. Inferring from the difficulty of their cultivation, they would only have a second-order origin returning realm cultivation or even lower. But now, a third-order origin returning realm corpse general had appeared, one that seemed to have reached the peak and was only 1 step away from becoming a corpse king. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? On second thought, it was likely that the existence of this corpse cave had accelerated the cultivation speed of this corpse general. Yang Kai knew that even if he used all of his means, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of such a master. On top of that, he also had to protect Yang Inflammation. Do I have no choice but to leave? Yang Kai stared at the sun's true essence with a look of unwillingness. This was one of the most valuable treasures he had ever seen so far. For him, it was even more important than the 9-branched jade crystal tree and second only to the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Because he still had a lot of profound Yin sunflower water, if he could obtain this sun's true essence and use it to refine the profound Yin sunflower water, the benefits he could obtain would be immeasurable. After refining the profound Yin sunflower water in the earth lung fire pond last time, Yang Kai discovered that doing so could not only enhance his physical strength, but also the power of his demonic flame. At the same time, it could also increase his cultivation. Yang Kai could only pin his hopes on Yang Inflammation. If even Yang Inflammation couldn't come up with a solution, Yang Kai could only withdraw for the time being. Yang Kai believed that even if these corpse generals were incredibly strong, they wouldn't be able to obtain this sun's true essence, otherwise, it wouldn't have been left empty for so many years. Chapter 1299. Just as Yang Inflammation's expression was uncertain and seemed to be at a loss of what to do, the source of the murderous aura was getting closer and closer. It was now less than 1,000 meters away and Yang Kai could even hear the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. Yang Kai sighed slightly, knowing that it would be too late if he didn't leave now. Although the sun's true essence was here and ordinary corpse soldiers didn't dare to approach, who knew what kind of means a corpse general that had cultivated for 2,000 years would have? Staying here would only bring him harm. But before Yang Kai could speak, Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as if she had thought of something and hurriedly waved to the side, "Xiao Xiao." The stone mongoose, who was devouring a mountain full of rare ores, heard this and rushed over without hesitation. At this moment, more than half of the mountain of ores had been devoured by the stone mongoose, leaving only a small portion behind. After the stone mongoose rushed over, Yang Inflammation pointed to the sun's true essence in front of her and asked softly, "Can you swallow it?" On the stone puppet's seemingly wooden face, a trace of hesitation and fear flashed across its eyes as a dignified look appeared on its face. The stone mongoose was born with the innate divine technique of devouring all kinds of ores and absorbing their essence. This divine technique was innate and was extremely powerful. It could even swallow space spirit crystals effortlessly, but in the face of such a head-sized piece of sun's true essence, the stone mongoose hesitated. Obviously, even for it, this thing was extremely dangerous. Seeing this, Yang Inflammation showed a helpless expression and didn't want to force it. After all, for Yang Inflammation, although the sun's true essence was extremely precious, the stone mongoose was also irreplaceable. This little thing had cooperated with Yang Inflammation many times to refine artifact refining materials, so Yang Inflammation had developed a certain degree of attachment to it. She didn't use it as a tool, but as a living creature. But to Yang Inflammation's surprise, after a moment of hesitation, the stone mongoose suddenly let out a low roar and its body glowed brightly. The surface of its body that was like an armor suddenly glowed, and mysterious existences like runes swam on its surface. The stone mongoose's aura underwent a huge change in an instant, giving off a feeling that it was impregnable, as if nothing in this world could destroy it. Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation were both dumbfounded. They didn't expect the stone mongoose to have such an ability. Those rune-like things only appeared for a moment before disappearing. The originally extraordinary armor on the stone golem's body flickered with a bright light, looking even more powerful. A series of cracking sounds came from the stone mongoose's joints. Soon after, under the dumbfounded gazes of Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation, the little stone mongoose's body suddenly grew a lot bigger, reaching a height of 10 meters before stopping. Then, it strode forward with a dignified look in its eyes, walked in front of the sun's true essence, and stretched out its big hand to grab the sun's true essence. A terrifying ray of fire flowed out from the sun's true essence, turning into a fire serpent that rushed toward the stone mongoose's big hand. The stone mongoose seemed to have a sinister smile on its face. It opened its big hand and grabbed the fire serpent. With a fierce squeeze, the fire serpent was easily crushed. Even so, Yang Kai saw that the stone mongoose's big hand seemed to have melted a little. This made his eyes twitch. Without the obstruction of the fire serpent, the stone mongoose directly grabbed the sun's true essence, opened its big mouth, and threw it in. In the next moment, the stone mongoose let out a muffled roar, as if it was enduring some unimaginable torture. The surface of its body glowed red, and the runes on its mighty armor appeared again. They exploded one by one, turning into a mysterious force that surged into its body, suppressing the terrifying fire power. After doing all this, the stone mongoose's body shrank again, and in an instant, it returned to its original size. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly put the stone mongoose into his black book space. Previously, he had seen how terrifying the sun's true essence was, so he didn't dare to casually put it into the black book space, but now that the stone mongoose had swallowed it, there was naturally no problem. Everything that happened here naturally didn't escape the eyes of the two corpse soldiers who were standing at the entrance and watching. Seeing that the two people who had rashly entered the corpse cave had a way to take away the sun's true essence, they could no longer remain calm. Letting out a roar, their figures flickered as they rushed over. 10 long black nails suddenly appeared on the 10 fingers of the female corpse soldier, and with disheveled hair, she grabbed at Yang Kai like a demon. The male corpse soldier opened his mouth and rolled out a thick corpse cheek towards Yang Kai and Yang Yen. Yang Kai coldly snorted and sent out a golden thread towards the female corpse soldier. At the same time, he waved his hand and sent out a series of black blade-like attacks towards the male corpse soldier. Space Blade. The male corpse soldier had already learned about some of Yang Kai's methods from his companions, so when he saw them, he was naturally shocked and hurriedly dodged. However, the female corpse soldier's body was pierced by the golden blood thread and bound in place. Yang Kai shook his golden blood thread and a golden light filled the sky. This trivial golden blood thread seemed to transform into a sheet of gold that enveloped the female corpse soldier. Impossible! The female corpse soldier cried out in shock, as if she had seen something inconceivable. When the golden light disappeared, her corpse was scattered all over the ground, like a crystal cup that had been pushed to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. The male corpse soldier saw that his companion, whose strength wasn't any worse than his, had been killed in a single confrontation, and his green eyes flashed with fear. How could he dare to continue entangling with Yang Kai? Quickly retreating, the male corpse soldier was about to leave this secret cave. At the same time, a tall and mighty figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the secret cave. This man wore a blood-red robe, and although his figure was still somewhat thin, he looked no different from a living person. His face was full of flesh and blood, and his eyes were the same color as an ordinary person's, black and white. However, from his body, a tyrannical murderous aura and extremely rich corpse chi could be felt. As soon as this corpse soldier appeared, he set his eyes on Yang Kai, who was in the process of taking away the jade pedestal made of 10,000-year ice jade, and with a wave of his hand, the male corpse soldier, who had just managed to escape from Yang Kai's space blade, was instantly pulverized into dust and exploded. Yang Kai saw this scene and his eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Corpse General!" This was the powerful corpse general he had sensed just now. In just a short time, this corpse general had arrived here and killed one of his subordinates in an instant. It seemed he was extremely furious. When this corpse general saw that everything on the ice jade pedestal had disappeared and that there was no longer the aura of the sun's true essence here, how could he not understand what had just happened? Immediately, he let out a low roar. Yang Kai's figure flickered for no reason as he felt as if he was being torn apart. At the same time, his knowledge seat suddenly began to churn, as if it was boiling. Yang Inflammation, on the other hand, was in an even worse state. With a flash of light from her body, her small face paled and she spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly having suffered serious injuries. "Leave the things behind." The corpse general shouted coldly as he strode towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not hesitate and once again sent out a dozen space blades while tearing open a void crack with both hands. Then, taking advantage of the corpse general's surprise to observe the space blades, Yang Kai took Yang Inflammation and rushed into the void crack. It wasn't until this moment that the corpse general seemed to realize that something was wrong, and with a roar, a thick yellow corpse chi spread out from his body, transforming into a giant tentacle that shot towards the void crack. But it was too late. By the time the corpse chi tentacle hit the void crack, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had already disappeared. Although the corpse general's attack had shaken the stability of the void crack, it was still unable to prevent the two from escaping. Space Force. The corpse general was stunned for a moment before exploding with rage, letting out a roar as a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. If these two had not cultivated this strange space force, how could he have allowed them to escape with his current strength? As long as he had 3 breaths of time, he would have been able to turn these two into meat patties and leave everything behind. A moment later, a number of figures appeared in the secret cave, all of them looking around with gloomy expressions. Each of these figures exuded an aura not inferior to the first corpse general who had arrived. All of them were peak origin returning realm masters, and there were as many as 4 of them. There were also first or second order origin returning realm corpse generals on their way here, causing the entire corpse cave to boil with excitement. Where's the sun's true essence? One of the corpse general wearing blue robes glanced at the original location of the jade pedestal and couldn't help frowning. It was taken away, The red-robed corpse general who was the first to arrive replied angrily. What? The sun's true essence was taken away? The other two corpse generals exclaimed in disbelief, was this person an origin-returning realm master? But I clearly sensed that one of them was just a second-order Saint King. He was indeed a second-order Saint King, but as for how he took away the sun's true essence, I don't know, the red-robed corpse general replied. You couldn't even stop a trivial second-order Saint King. Junior brother Long, have you been asleep for too long? The blue-robed corpse general looked at the former and sneered. The red-robed corpse general glanced at him faintly and said indifferently, the other party cultivated the Tao of space and seemed to be very proficient in it, directly tearing space to escape. Does Brother Mo think you have a chance to stop him? Space Force? Tearing space? Impossible. The other three corpse generals all cried out in alarm, their eyes overflowing with disbelief. There are still some remnant Space Force fluctuations here, whether it is true or not, all of you can determine for yourselves. The red-robed corpse general didn't seem to want to explain too much and fell silent. The other corpse generals heard this and released their divine senses one after another, but after a moment, their expressions became extremely ugly. They really did feel some remnant Space Force fluctuations, so it seemed that the red-robed corpse general wasn't lying. Chapter 1300. The secret cave fell silent for a while as the four corpse generals, whose strength was comparable to peak origin returning realm masters, fell silent, seemingly not intending to pursue Yang Kai. After all, if he could tear space and escape, even if they were stronger, they would not be able to catch up unless they also possessed a teleportation method similar to tearing space. Ha, that sun's true essence is the key to our promotion to Corpse King, but now it has been taken away. What should we do? A corpse general in white frowned, a look of annoyance on his face. Without this sun's true essence, we wouldn't be able to continue cultivating the final stage of the corpse refinement secret art. If we couldn't become corpse kings, how could we become immortal and indestructible existences? The last black-robed corpse general nodded in agreement, a fierce light flashing across his eyes, seemingly unwilling to let Yang Kai leave so easily. No, even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, we can't let him go. I'll go catch him and bring him back. The azure-robed corpse general grit his teeth, stomped his foot, and turned around, as if he really wanted to pursue. Brother Mo, have you forgotten the existence of that group of people from Star Emperor Mountain? Although 2,000 years have passed, if we leave this place at this time, we will definitely be targeted by them. Moreover, that person is proficient in the Tao of space, how could it be so easy to catch up with him? The white-robed corpse general hurriedly tried to stop him. Hearing the three-word Star Emperor Mountain, the other three corpse generals couldn't help but narrow their pupils. Not only did they reveal fear, there was even unforgettable hatred. Sure enough, the cyan-robed corpse general also dispelled the thoughts in his heart. The white-robed corpse general chuckled again, although we lost the sun's true essence, that may not be a bad thing. What? The azure-robed corpse general looked at him in amazement. Several brothers, do you know why our ancient Yang sect placed a piece of sun's true essence here? The white-robed corpse general smiled mysteriously. Junior brother Kong, do you know? The white-robed corpse general didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at the original location of the jade platform and slowly said, originally, I didn't dare to be too sure about this. But now, I'm 80% sure. Senior brothers, you might as well take a look over there and see if you can feel anything. Hearing this, the other three corpse generals glanced at each other before casting suspicious glances in that direction, releasing their divine senses at the same time. A moment later, the three corpse generals suddenly wore shocked expressions. The azure-robed corpse general's eyes shrank as he exclaimed, "What rich chi! It seems to be sealed and only a small amount is leaking out, but even so, the corpse chi here is much richer than in the corpse cave." As for the other red-robed and black-robed corpse generals, although they didn't speak, they also showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Obviously, the baleful Yin Qi was extremely important to them. The three corpse generals quickly turned their gazes to the white-robed corpse general, and the blue-robed corpse general asked, "Junior brother Kong, you are the only descendant of Master's bloodline, do you know something? If that's the case, then don't keep us in suspense. Let's talk about it with our brothers." Yes, Junior brother Kong, although the three of us are older than you, how could we compare to you when it comes to understanding the secrets of the sect? Moreover, when the sect was destroyed, we were only Saint Realm cultivators. If it weren't for Junior brother bringing the three of us to this place to hide, I'm afraid we would have long since perished. The red-robed corpse general, who seemed to be the most unruly of them all, couldn't help softening his gaze towards the white-robed corpse general as he listened attentively. The white-robed corpse general chuckled, "What happened in the past is already in the past, so several brothers need not worry about it. The reason I brought you here was because I was ordered by the sect master to preserve some of my ancient Yang sect's heritage." Speaking of this, the expressions of the four corpse generals all dimmed. Although the sect's heritage was barely preserved, the four handsome brothers of the past had now become like this, making them wonder if they had failed to live up to the sect master's expectations. After a moment of silence, the white-robed corpse general sorted out his mood and continued, "At that time, my strength was not high, and although the sect master was my father, I wasn't qualified to know too many of the sect's secrets. However, I occasionally heard my father and mother talking about this secret cave and heard some unknown things. It was said that there was an underworld spring sealed here." Underworld spring. The three corpse generals heard this and all exclaimed in shock. "Indeed." The white-robed corpse general nodded solemnly, "What an underworld spring is, perhaps we didn't know back then, but now, several brothers should know, right?" "Naturally." The azure-robed corpse general nodded solemnly, "This underworld spring is said to lead directly to the legendary underworld. It is a cultivation holy land that existences like us dream of. No wonder there was a corpse cave here, it turns out there is an underworld spring here." The black-robed corpse general also muttered thoughtfully. "In order to seal this underworld spring, our ancient Yang sect master found a piece of sun's true essence and used the scorching power of his sun's true fire to suppress this underworld spring. As a result, there was no room for error. In order to store this sun's true essence, several generations of sect masters had to pay a huge price to find the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal and place it here. It can be said that this matter is one of the sect's biggest secrets, and it seems that only the sect master and a few elders are qualified to know about it." After the white-robed corpse general finished speaking, he grinned meaningfully, "However, although I heard a few words back then, I didn't know much about it. On top of that, with the sun's true essence suppressing this place, we couldn't even get close, so I didn't tell several brothers about it. I hope these brothers don't take offense." "Ha ha ha." The azure-robed corpse general laughed and patted the white-robed corpse general on the shoulder, "Junior brother Kong, what are you saying? My four brothers have long been a family, how could we blame you? What's more, even if you had told us about it back then, we wouldn't have been able to do anything about it, but now it seems that there really is an underworld spring here. And, just the Yin Qi leaking out is already so thick, if we were to open this seal, wouldn't the benefits we could obtain be endless? With the help of this underworld spring, condensing a corpse king's body would not be impossible. This is far safer than cultivating the final layer of the corpse refining art. Yes, after all, no one has ever cultivated the final layer of the corpse refining art, and we have to rely on such a dangerous thing like the sun's true essence. Originally, I didn't approve of continuing to cultivate it, but now, all the problems have been solved. It seems that we really need to thank the guy who took away the sun's true essence." The red-robed corpse general was silent for a long time before suddenly thoughtfully saying, "I was wondering how the sect could have such a thing as the corpse refining art. Also, do you remember that Elder Lu seemed to have several powerful corpse slaves under his command? It seems that he cultivated them with the help of this place." The several corpse generals pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The azure-robed corpse general waved his hand and said, "All right, since we know that there is an underworld spring here, we should first find a way to break its seal. Presumably, without the suppression of the sun's true essence, it shouldn't be difficult for us to break it with our current strength. However, before that, it is inadvisable for outsiders to disturb the sect ruins, otherwise, if someone notices something unusual, it may attract the attention of Star Emperor Mountain. Isn't that simple? Just let them go out and move around. In any case, the masters outside are not unaware of the situation here. As long as they don't leave the sect ruins, it shouldn't cause any big problems." The red-clothed corpse general sneered and turned his head to look behind him. Unknowingly, a large number of corpse soldiers and corpse generals had appeared behind them. They stood there densely, each of them emitting a murderous aura and green eyes. Although they were of different shapes, from the way their eyes moved, it was clear that these corpse soldiers and corpse generals had their own spiritual intelligence. Moreover, their spiritual intelligence was not shallow. Several of the strongest corpse generals immediately issued a series of orders, and these corpse soldiers and corpse generals left the corpse cave in groups of 3 to 5, heading to various parts of the Grand Burial Valley. While these 4 corpse generals were talking, somewhere 1,000 kilometers away, a crack suddenly appeared in space. This crack was crooked and seemed to be very unstable, and in the next moment, a figure rushed out, followed by another. Almost at the same time as the second figure rushed out, the crack in space suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai turned his head back with a look of fear, his face gloomy to the extreme. Although at the last moment, he had managed to escape 1,000 kilometers away with yang inflammation by tearing space, the red-robed corpse general's attack had still affected the stability of the void crack. Just now, he and yang inflammation had almost lost themselves in the void crack. If it weren't for Yang Kai's increasing understanding of the Tao of space over the years, even if he could escape this time, yang inflammation would have died without a doubt. Facing such danger, yang inflammation didn't notice at all, but Yang Kai couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. He secretly decided that the next time he tried to escape using this method, he would first run to a position where the enemy couldn't interfere, otherwise, it was very likely he would regret it for the rest of his life. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't know whether it was just his imagination or not, but the moment he left the corpse cave, he felt an unusual aura from where the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal was. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Now that he was able to escape from a peak origin returning realm master, Yang Kai was already very happy. What's more, the harvest he gained this time was also huge. Not having time to examine everything one by one, Yang Kai only had time to pay attention to the situation of the stone mongoose inside the black book space. After confirming that it was fine for the time being, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi and wrapped yang inflammation in it before determining a direction and rushing towards the periphery of Grand Burial Valley. Yang inflammation seemed to have been frightened inside the corpse cave and didn't say a word along the way, simply sticking close to Yang Kai and shivering. She seemed to be naturally timid. Along the way, they didn't encounter any danger. Besides the Yin souls who were disturbed by Yang Kai's Saint Chi, there were no other obstacles. However, with Yang Kai's current impatience to leave, none of these Yin souls were able to catch up. In just half a day, the two of them had flown most of the way. Chapter 1301. When they entered Grand Burial Valley, because they had to search and explore, the two of them hadn't moved very quickly and could only proceed on foot, but now that Yang Kai was using his star shuttle to leave, it naturally wouldn't take him as long. Just as Yang Kai was hurrying out with Yang Yen, he suddenly came to a halt and turned his head to the side, seemingly noticing something, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "What's wrong?" Yang Yen asked in amazement, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly stopped. "It's nothing." Yang Kai replied faintly, "I ran into one of those people again, but her state seems to be a bit off." Off in the distance, a figure was hurrying over, and whether it was a coincidence or not, it just happened to be heading in the direction of Yang Kai. Under Yang Kai's careful observation, he discovered that this person was actually the young woman named Lu Ying who was always with Chen Shitao. However, at this moment, she looked quite flustered and her Saint Chi fluctuations were quite unstable, as if she had just experienced a difficult battle. In addition to her, Chen Shitao of Clear Sky Sect, Chen Fan Lei, and Wang Yuhan of Extreme Path Sect were nowhere to be seen. The other party had obviously encountered some kind of trouble. If it were a stranger, Yang Kai would have immediately fled. After all, he had just provoked those special existences in the corpse cave not long ago, so how could he be in the mood to stay? However, the other party was someone he knew, so even if he hadn't seen her before, it would have been fine, but now that he had seen her leaving, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling uneasy. In any case, it was thanks to Chen Shitao that he knew this place was Grand Burial Valley. After hesitating for a while, Yang Kai grit his teeth and sent his star shuttle to meet Lu Ying. Lu Ying looked around as she flew, seemingly looking for something, but when she suddenly noticed someone approaching, she couldn't help feeling startled and glanced towards Yang Kai. After seeing Yang Kai's face, she was overjoyed, the vigilance and panic on her face disappearing as she hurriedly flew over to meet him. Before she even arrived, she called out in a trembling voice, "Brother Yang." "Sister Lu Ying." Yang Kai rushed over and stopped in front of her, asking suspiciously, "Why are you so flustered?" "Brother Yang, please go save senior sister Chen and the others, they are being targeted by a ninth-order monster beast." "A ninth-order monster beast?" Yang Kai's face sank. How could there be a monster beast here? And a ninth-order one at that? A ninth-order monster beast was equivalent to an origin-returning realm master, so in a special place like Grand Burial Valley, there was actually a monster beast here. "Yang's here, Brother Yang, I beg you, brother, please, I beg you, brothers, please hurry, s quickly." Sister Lu Ying must be joking. Yang Kai didn't agree immediately, instead frowning and saying, "I'm only a second-order Saint King, not even as strong as Sister Chen or Brother Wang. They've both been trapped. If I go, wouldn't I be courting death?" Hearing this, Lu Ying's expression froze for a moment before she finally reacted. It was just that just now, she was anxious to find someone, and there were very few people in a place like Grand Burial Valley, so when she finally saw Yang Kai, she naturally hurriedly asked for help. Now that she was reminded by Yang Kai, her beautiful face suddenly paled. She had seen the power of that monster beast with her own eyes, and even with the combined strength of the four of them, they had barely been able to resist it. Even if Yang Kai went, with his cultivation, how could he turn the tide? He would most likely be implicated and unable to escape. For a moment, Lu Ying was stunned in place, her mind in chaos. Although Yang Kai did not agree immediately, he still asked, "What type of monster beast is it? What is its specific strength?" Lu Ying replied subconsciously, "It is a lightning attribute monster beast. In terms of strength, it should only be equivalent to a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but with the help of a thunder pond and spirit array, it is able to display extraordinary strength. Otherwise, senior sister Chen and the others would not have been trapped and unable to escape. Even if they were no match for it, escaping should not have been a problem." Thunder Pond. Before Yang Kai could answer, Yang Yan's eyes lit up, seemingly very interested. "And, many people know that there is a thunder pond here." This time, senior sister Chen's younger brother, Chen Fan Lei, wanted to use this thunder pond to cultivate a certain secret technique in order to break through his current bottleneck, but he didn't expect such an accident to occur, Lu Ying quickly explained. Yang Kai glanced over at Yang Yan when Yang Yan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, "I want the thunder liquid in that thunder pond." Yang Kai sighed, knowing that this time he would have to make a trip. Not to mention that he didn't really intend to stand by and do nothing. Now that Yang Yan was interested in that thunder liquid, it was definitely something very useful. The only reason he had said so just now was because he was being cautious. Thinking so, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and said, "Sister Lu Ying, please lead the way." Although this Yang's strength is not high, since Sister Chen is in trouble, I can't just stand by and watch, but I can't promise you anything, I can only say I will do my best. Ah. When Lu Ying heard this, her expression changed from worry to joy. Just now, when she heard Yang Kai's tone, she had thought he was unwilling to agree to help, but now, in the blink of an eye, the situation had taken a turn for the better. Overjoyed, she immediately nodded and led the way. However, she didn't seem to have much hope for Yang Kai. Along the way, she was still worried, spreading out her divine sense, from time to check if there was any other more powerful cultivator around. But to her disappointment, she found nothing. Along the way, through some inquiries, Yang Kai learned that their main purpose for coming to Grand Burial Valley this time was to find the Thunder Pond. Originally, everything was going smoothly, but after finding the Thunder Pond, Chen Fan Lei entered it and began to cultivate his secret technique while the other three stood guard. But a few days later, a silver night thunder beast suddenly appeared from the bottom of the Thunder Pond. Not only did this silver night thunder beast cause Chen Fan Lei's cultivation to fail, but this silver night thunder beast's intelligence was quite high as it activated the barrier around the Thunder Pond, trapping all four of them, clearly intending to kill all four of them who had intruded into the Thunder Pond. Because Lu Ying had a life-saving artifact that was very suitable for escaping, Chen Shitao, together with Wang Yuhan and Chen Fan Lei, forcibly tore open a part of the barrier, allowing Lu Ying to escape. However, because the barrier was placed next to the Thunder Pond, there was a constant supply of thunder force, so the other three didn't have time to escape and were still trapped. It had been a day and a night since Lu Ying escaped to find reinforcements, so no one knew what the situation was like. It's been so long, isn't it a bit too late? Yang Kai sighed slightly. That won't happen, Lu Ying waved her hand. Senior Sister Chen has a powerful defensive artifact, so even if she can't defeat it, she should be able to hold on for some time. Oh. Yang Kai raised his brow. Lu Ying took the initiative to explain, speaking of which, I must also thank Brother Yang. Last time, in the Lu Yen sand field, we collected a lot of saint crystals. After returning, we handed them over to the sect and the elders granted us some rare artifacts. Senior Sister Chen received a 9-palace heavenly silk parasol, which is an origin-grade high-rank artifact. Senior Sister Chen has already refined it into her body so she can use it freely. The artifact I used to escape was also granted to me by the elders, otherwise, with my strength, how could I have escaped? So that's how it is. Hearing this, Yang Kai also relaxed slightly. Since Chen Shitao had an origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact to protect her, there shouldn't be any major problems, otherwise, by the time he arrived, he would only be able to collect her corpses, which would be quite tragic. The location of the Thunder Pond wasn't close to the original position of the trio, so it took them half a day to reach their destination. Along the way, Yang Kai also paid close attention to his surroundings, fearing that some corpse soldiers or corpse generals would suddenly appear and surround him. After all, he wasn't sure if the special existences in the corpse cave would chase after him. Agreeing to rescue Chen Shitao had actually come with a certain risk. When they were still 10 kilometers away from the Thunder Pond, Lu Ying pointed and called out in surprise, "It's over there." It looks like Senior Sister Chen and the others are really safe. There was no need for her to remind him as Yang Kai had already noticed the anomaly in that direction. Up in the sky, there was a large blue cloud with lightning bolts flashing about. From time to time, 1 or 2 bolts of lightning would fall from the sky, creating an astonishing momentum. Below this blue cloud was an energy shield that covered the ground. Although it was impossible to see the exact situation inside, judging from the sounds of battle, Yang Kai could tell that Chen Shitao and the others weren't dead, but their auras were somewhat weak. It seemed they had persisted for so long and were about to reach their limit. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to say, "Let's go." His figure flickered and he crossed 1,000 feet in a straight line. Lu Ying also followed closely behind. At the same time, she opened her mouth and let out a melodious voice like that of a bird. This voice was full of ups and downs and sounded like the chirping of a bird, but it contained some information that outsiders could not detect. At the same time, Chen Shitao, who was struggling to hold on next to the thunder pond, smiled happily and called out, "It's junior sister Lu Ying. She's found help. We're saved." Hearing this, both Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei's spirits rose and they hurriedly pushed their defensive artifacts to resist the incoming lightning bolts. Fortunately, the three of them were working together to only defend and not counterattack, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. "Senior Sister Chen." A moment later, Lu Ying's tender voice called out from outside. Chen Shitao heard this and quickly turned her head towards the source of the voice, asking happily, "Junior Sister Lu Ying, did you find help?" "I didn't disappoint Senior Sister's expectations. I brought Brother Yang here," Lu Ying nodded quickly. "Brother Yang." Chen Shitao was stunned when she heard this and turned to look behind Lu Ying, only to see Yang Kai standing in place with a dignified expression, staring at the situation without saying a word. "Little Brother Yang." Chen Shitao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had never expected that the helper Lu Ying had found would actually be Yang Kai. Although she believed that he was a person of great destiny, luck had nothing to do with the current situation. If they just relied on luck, they would likely die. Chapter 1302. After learning that the helper Lu Ying had found was actually Yang Kai, Chen Shitao's mood suddenly became complicated and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. Although she intended to make friends with Yang Kai and build a good relationship with him so that she could invite him to travel with her in the future, if she couldn't even get past this hurdle, what future was there to talk about? Yang Kai was only a second-order Saint King, so how could he have broken the barrier here and rescued the three of them? However, in the end, he had come to help, so even though Chen Shitao was a little disappointed, she didn't say anything. Just as she was about to say some words of gratitude, Wang Yuhan of Extreme Path Sect shouted angrily, "What's the point of bringing him here? The three of us worked so hard to help you escape, yet you only brought this one person here. Are you looking forward to us dying early?" Although he wasn't swearing, his words were still quite heavy. Lu Ying's little face suddenly went pale as she stared at Wang Yuhan, her face filled with guilt and uneasiness. Chen Shitao's pretty face, on the other hand, sank. "Brother Wang, aren't you going a bit too far? Don't you know what kind of place this is? Normally, no one comes to Grand Burial Valley. Junior Sister Lu Ying being able to find little brother Yang is already a stroke of luck, what else do you want?" She bluntly scolded Wang Yuhan, causing the latter's expression to darken slightly. Although he didn't refute, anyone could see his disdain. Yang Kai, who was standing outside, finally shifted his gaze from where he was originally observing and glanced over at Wang Yuhan faintly, but he didn't say anything. The other party's words were obviously belittling him, and although Yang Kai wasn't happy to hear them, he didn't bother to argue with him. What Yang Kai cared about was the barrier and the Silver Knight Thunder Beast inside. There was no need to mention the barrier here. Since there was a special thunder pond here, it was obviously a restricted area of the ancient Yang sect. It should have been created specifically for those who cultivated thunder attribute secret arts or martial skills. However, the Silver Knight Thunder Beast had somehow managed to open the barrier here and trap Chen Shitao and the others inside. The Silver Knight Thunder Beast was originally a monster beast with the thunder attribute, and with the assistance of the thunder pool and the fact that it was fighting within the restrictions, its strength was indeed as Lu Ying had said. The Silver Knight Thunder Beast's appearance was a bit strange. It had the head of a cow, the body of a deer, and the tail of a leopard. Lightning and a thick layer of scales. These scales were about the size of a human's palm and at first glance were incredibly tough attacks. On its forehead, there were two curved horns that were also surging with lightning. With a shake of its huge head, it attracted the blue clouds in the sky and the power of the heavenly lightning above to smash onto its horns. Immediately after, it shot out from its horns and attacked the opposite side. The horns seemed to have some kind of magical power that could increase the power of the heavenly lightning. From time to time, the Silver Night Thunder Beast would open its mouth and spit out a ball of lightning. These balls of lightning smashed into Chen Shitao and the others, and after they exploded, they would fill the sky with lightning arcs that slithered about like tiny snakes. Their destructive power was astonishing and impossible to defend against. Chen Shitao's group of 3 was currently hiding behind a large 10-meter umbrella. This umbrella exuded a strong energy fluctuation and its surface was covered in flowing runes. This should be the origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact Lu Ying had mentioned before, the 9 Palace Heavenly Silk Umbrella. As soon as the thunder attribute attacks came into contact with it, they would be blocked by the mysterious power of this 9 Palace Heavenly Silk Umbrella, greatly reducing their power. Yang Kai observed for a moment and immediately realized that if it weren't for this defensive artifact, Chen Shitao's group of 3 would have died countless times already. Although with this excellent defensive artifact, Chen Shitao was able to withstand most of the Silver Night Thunder Beast's attacks, she was still forced into a difficult situation. On the other hand, in front of Wang Yuhan, there was a colorful screen. This screen was also a defensive artifact, so the attacks that Chen Shitao failed to block were all blocked by this screen and the lightning arcs were quickly absorbed by it and disappeared to some unknown place. The last one, Chen Fanlei, however, was like a Silver Night Thunder Beast as arcs of lightning danced around his body. He didn't make any defensive movements and instead simply swallowed the scattered thunder attribute energy into his stomach. Of the 3, he appeared to be the most relaxed. It was as if the scattered lightning arcs not only couldn't hurt him, they actually enhanced his strength. Yang Kai couldn't help but pay more attention to this young man. In his heart, he judged that this young man either had a special physique or cultivated some kind of extraordinary secret art. His spirit was also the same as before, his eyes shining brightly, as if he was full of vitality. The 3 of them were defending against the Silver Night Thunder Beast's onslaught, so they weren't in any immediate danger, but if they continued like this, once Chen Shitao and Wang Yuhan's Saint Qi ran out, it would only be a matter of time before the 3 of them were defeated and killed. Even if Chen Fanlei had a special physique and secret art, he wouldn't be able to survive. Little brother Yang. Chen Shitao took the opportunity to call out, if you have any methods, use them quickly, we won't be able to hold on much longer. Seeing Yang Kai standing in place without moving, neither helping or immediately leaving, she naturally became anxious. Yang Kai said lightly, wait a moment. Chen Shitao's expression became bitter, but she no longer urged him. On the other hand, Wang Yuhan glared at Yang Kai coldly, seemingly thinking that if Yang Kai didn't want to help, he should just scram. Lu Ying also became anxious and joined the battle, but she was blocked outside the barrier and could only attack it to see if there was a chance she could break it. Besides Yang Kai, no one noticed that Yang Yen had secretly taken action. Breaking this barrier was something Yang Kai naturally left to Yang Yen, so he didn't act rashly. This barrier was obviously extraordinary at first glance, and with the Thunder Pond acting as its energy source, it couldn't be broken in a short time by brute force, so why should Yang Kai waste his energy? After a while, Yang Yen suddenly whispered, you can start now. It will take me some time to break this barrier, I'm afraid it won't be as fast as you directly attacking it, but I've already transferred its energy source, so you just need to attack. Good. Yang Kai nodded and summoned the 100 Mountains picture again, but this time was different from when he rescued Chen Shitao and the others. As soon as the 100 Mountains picture appeared, 20 phantom mountains flew out, each one larger than the last, and under Yang Kai's urging, they smashed towards the barrier mercilessly. I was wondering what kind of skill he had, but it turns out he's just relying on brute force. Sister Chen, we can't pin our hopes on this little brat, it's more important we find a way out ourselves. Seeing Yang Kai use the same method as last time, Wang Yuhan couldn't help ridiculing, can't he see that with this Thunder Pond as support, this barrier can't be broken by brute force? Chen Shitao frowned. She also felt that Yang Kai's actions were a bit reckless, but Wang Yuhan's words still made her feel uncomfortable, so her pretty face became cold and she didn't answer. As he spoke, the illusory mountain peaks smashed into the barrier with great momentum, causing it to tremble. At the same time, the power of thunder and lightning in the lightning pool surged out in an attempt to replenish the energy of the barrier. Chen Shitao and Wang Yuhan had seen this situation countless times, and it was precisely because they understood this point that they didn't waste any energy attacking the barrier. Because of the power of thunder, this barrier was almost impossible for them to break. However, what caused them to be extremely shocked was that the power of lightning that surged out from the lightning pool only circulated on the barrier for a moment before it was transferred outside for some unknown reason. As for the barrier itself, it did not receive any replenishment. As far as the eye could see, at the periphery of the restriction, there was something that looked like a piece of dead wood standing there. All the lightning energy that had been transferred away had surged into this piece of dead wood, and then disappeared into the ground. This both surprised and delighted them, not knowing how a trivial piece of dead wood could play such a magical role. Yang Kai also didn't know why, but he had full confidence in yang inflammation. Seeing that this method of transferring power was really effective, he spared no effort in urging the power of the 100 Mountains picture to continue smashing the barrier. He didn't want to stay here any longer, so he didn't hold back. The power of the 100 Mountains picture was several times more terrifying than the last time, causing Chen Shitao to be secretly shocked. Only now did she realize that Yang Kai had been concealing part of his strength last time. While Yang Kai was smashing the barrier, the Silver Night Thunder Beast inside obviously wouldn't just sit idly by. After noticing something was wrong, it let out a roar that sounded like the roar of a cow and the roar of a tiger. Immediately, the blue clouds in the sky moved and a bolt of lightning thicker than a human leg shot out, striking the two horns of the Silver Night Thunder Beast. The two horns flashed brilliantly as a bolt of lightning more powerful than the previous one shot towards Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang, be careful." Chen Shitao shouted a warning. She was well aware of the power of this attack. If she didn't have the 9 Palace Heavenly Silk Umbrella, she wouldn't have dared to take it head-on. Yang Kai was only a second-order Saint King, so if he was hit, he would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. What surprised her though was that although Yang Kai heard her warning, he stood in place and didn't move. Instead, a purple shield appeared in front of him and a burst of wind and earth power suddenly surged from this shield, forming a large sandstorm that blocked in front of Yang Kai. With a cracking sound, the lightning entered the sandstorm, but was blocked by the sandstorm. It only took a moment for it to disappear without a trace. An Origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact. Wang Yuhan muttered as he stared at the shield with some envy. He was a disciple of Extreme Path sect and had a third-order Saint King cultivation, but so far, he had not been able to obtain an Origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Chen Shitao being able to obtain one was a reward from an elder of the sect, so where did this surnamed Yang obtain such a high-grade artifact? Moreover, looking at the defensive power of this artifact, it seemed to be no worse than the 9 Palace Heavenly Silk Umbrella. Comparing it to the artifacts he owned, Wang Yuhan suddenly felt that he was quite poor and couldn't help feeling a little resentful. Chapter 1303. Just as Wang Yuhan was eyeing Yang Kai's artifacts enviously, the Silver Night Thunder Beast let out a low roar, as if the failure of its attack just now had completely enraged it. It only used half of its energy to deal with Chen Shitao and the others while focusing the other half on Yang Kai, the two horns on its head flashing with lightning as it opened its mouth wide, releasing a thunderous roar. This made Chen Shitao and the others overjoyed, because the pressure on their side had suddenly been greatly reduced. Half of the attacks that had been suppressing them were now being diverted by Yang Kai. The three of them glanced at each other but did not waste Yang Kai's efforts. Chen Shitao continued to use her 9 Palace Heavenly Silk Parasol to defend while Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei summoned their own offensive artifacts and pushed them towards the barrier trapping them. For a time, the area around the Thunder Pond became very lively as all kinds of Saint Chis burst forth and the power of many artifacts was displayed. Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei both had some status in Extreme Path sect, so the grade of the artifacts they possessed was naturally not low. Although they did not have an origin grade high-rank artifact, they were qualified to wear 1 or 2 origin grade low-rank artifacts. Using all of their strength, the barrier around them began to falter in a short time. Seeing this scene, the two of them knew that success or failure would depend on this, so they didn't dare to hold back and used all of their strength. Lu Ying also seemed to be encouraged and pushed her strength to the limit. Outside the barrier, Yang Kai had the protection of his purple shield, so he naturally wasn't afraid of the Silver Night Thunder Beast's long-range attacks. After seeing that he had attracted most of the monster beast's attention, he pushed the power of the 100 Mountains picture to the limit, pouring his Saint Chi into the illusory mountain peaks one after another. This group of people worked together from the inside and outside. In less than 10 breaths of time, the thunder attribute barrier that Chen Shitao and the others had been helpless against actually dimmed and began to crack like a spider web, as if it would collapse at any moment. When Wang Yuhan saw this, he knew that this was a good opportunity to show off, so with a wave of his hand, he summoned a blue sword into his grasp and held it up in front of him. Then, he bit the tip of his tongue. Spitting out a mouthful of blood towards the cyan sword, the blade of the cyan sword trembled, as if it had been given life by Wang Yuhan. It was as if she wanted to break free from his restraints and fly away. As for Wang Yuhan himself, after spitting out a mouthful of blood mist, an abnormal blush flashed across her face. Clearly, he would have to pay a price for the move he was about to use. As his sword buzzed, Wang Yuhan's aura soared madly. Shortly after, he shook his sword and a ray of sword light shot out from the sword toward the restriction. As the sword wave whistled through the air, Wang Yuhan himself was also wrapped in it, giving off a faint feeling of being one with his sword. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the barrier, and as soon as he came into contact with it, countless tiny arcs of lightning appeared on the barrier and shot towards the sword wave. A cold snort rang out, accompanied by a violent buzzing sound from the sword. Lightning and sword light collided, and for a moment, they were in a stalemate. Two completely different types of energy collided and melted with each other, and the sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out in the void. This stalemate only lasted for a moment before Wang Yuhan suddenly roared, "Break for me." As soon as his voice fell, the sword wave suddenly shot out and tore a large hole in the barrier. Lightning flashed a few times, and with a crisp crack, the barrier around the thunder pond was finally broken. Less than 20 breaths of time had passed since Yang Kai attacked. On one hand, it was because Yang Kai didn't want to waste time and had gone all out, but on the other hand, it was also because Chen Shitao and the others were not ordinary Saint King realm cultivators. They were all elites of their respective sects, so whether it was in terms of Saint Chi density or density, they far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators in the same realm. Moreover, this barrier was only opened by the Silver Night Thunder Beast. Although they didn't know why it knew how to open it, it obviously didn't understand how to transform it and hadn't been able to display its full power. Otherwise, even if everyone worked together, it would have taken them a great deal of effort to truly break this barrier. The moment the barrier was broken, Chen Shitao and her brother rushed out, no longer willing to remain in place. They were obviously still feeling some lingering fear. Wang Yuhan, on the other hand, laughed heartily as he descended from the sky with a smug look on his face. The cyan sword in his hand flickered before returning to his body and immediately assuming an enigmatic look, as if he was waiting for others to praise him. Chen Fanlei looked at him with a look of worship and said sincerely, "Big brother is truly amazing." His junior brother being so cooperative naturally made Wang Yuhan even happier. Although he spoke a few words of modesty, his eyes were constantly glancing towards Yang Kai with a hint of provocation. "Isn't it too early to be happy?" Chen Shitao splashed cold water on Wang Yuhan's head as she stared solemnly towards the enraged Silver Night Thunder Beast floating midair. It seemed that because the barrier had been destroyed, the Silver Night Thunder Beast's demonic chi soared to the sky at this moment, and the cyan clouds in the sky faintly exuded a terrifying pressure that resonated with its demonic chi, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Wang Yuhan's face twitched as he said casually, "Junior Sister Chen, rest assured, everyone was caught off guard before and was trapped by this thing's barrier, unable to display its full strength. Now that we've escaped, we naturally won't give it any more chances. Junior brother, come with me and try out its skills." "Good." Chen Fanlei's face was filled with eagerness as he nodded heavily without hesitation. Before Chen Shitao could say anything else, the two brothers from Extreme Path sect rushed up. Yang Kai frowned but didn't bother to stop them. He had come here this time because Lu Ying had asked him for help and because he needed the thunder liquid from the thunder pond to treat his yang inflammation. As for whether these people lived or died, it was not up to him to decide. However, Yang Kai didn't know if this Wang Yuhan had lost his mind. Facing an origin-returning realm monster beast, he actually dared to underestimate it. Looking at him, Yang Kai guessed he was the kind of cultivator who spent most of his time in the sect cultivating and rarely fought with others. This kind of person generally had good cultivation, but when it came to a real fight, they lacked the ability to kill or preserve their life. Moreover, they didn't know how to adapt to the situation and were easily confused by appearances. Yang Kai thought that he and Chen Fanlei would definitely suffer a big loss. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, after Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei met the Silver Night Thunder Beast head-on, they actually fought in a disciplined manner, completely unlike what Yang Kai had imagined. They were both cultivators who had no combat experience. Wang Yuhan's combat experience was excellent and his ability to adapt to the situation was also quite outstanding. Although he and Chen Fanlei couldn't do anything to the Silver Night Thunder Beast, their movements were extremely flexible, and whether it was the use of their artifacts or the use of their martial skills, they were all perfectly executed. The Silver Night Thunder Beast couldn't do anything to the two of them. Yang Kai's expression changed as he understood that since these two dared to go up, they had a certain level of confidence. As for Chen Shitao, after watching the situation worriedly for a while, she also relaxed and a strange light flashed across her pair of beautiful eyes, obviously thinking of killing this beast and snatching its core. The monster core of a ninth-order monster beast, and one that belonged to a Silver Night Thunder Beast at that, was extremely valuable. Whether it was used for alchemy or artifact refining, there were many people who needed it. What's more, the other materials used to refine this monster beast were also obviously valuable. It seemed that because they had been trapped by the spirit array before, Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei had become quite angry, so now that they were free, they began fighting fiercely against this Silver Night Thunder Beast. The brother and Chen Fanlei's teamwork was flawless, one attacking while the other defending, practically toying with the Silver Night Thunder Beast in the palm of their hands. Without the protection of this spirit array, the Silver Night Thunder Beast actually fell into a slight disadvantage in this battle. If it weren't for the palm-sized scales covering its body, it would likely have been seriously injured. This caused Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei to be pleasantly surprised, causing them to become even more ruthless. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to the thoughts of these four and instead signaled to Yang Yenyun. Yang Yenyun saw this and nodded lightly before quickly flying over to the thunder pond, taking out a special container, pouring his Saint Chi into it, and beginning to collect the thunder liquid from the thunder pond. This thunder pond didn't cover a large area, only about 300 meters in diameter, but it seemed to be bottomless. The liquid flowing in this thunder pond was also not ordinary liquid, but rather one that contained a large amount of thunder attribute energy. This kind of thunder pond could be artificially created. As long as something that could attract heavenly thunder was placed here and some barriers were set up to preserve the power of this thunder pond, after a few dozen years or even 100 years, a prototype of this thunder pond could be formed. If some thunder attribute herbs were added during this period, the formation of this thunder pond could be accelerated. There were also thunder ponds that were naturally formed. These kinds of thunder ponds were extremely rare, but they were of great benefit to a cultivator who cultivated a thunder attribute secret art or martial skill. This thunder pond in Grand Burial Valley originally belonged to the ancient Yang sect, so many cultivator knew of its existence, otherwise, Chen Shitao and the others would not have come here. However, none of them had expected that at the bottom of this thunder pond, there would actually be a silver night thunder beast living there. What's more, it had suddenly appeared while Chen Fanlei was cultivating his secret technique. If it weren't for the silver night thunder beast having only recently broken through to ninth order, they would have been in big trouble this time. Even so, being able to escape now was all thanks to Yang Kai's timely arrival. Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei were entangled with the silver night thunder beast, allowing Yang Yanyun to take the opportunity to collect the thunder liquid. Yang Kai was quite happy with this arrangement. As for whether or not the four of them would stay here to fight the thunder beast after collecting the thunder liquid, that was none of Yang Kai's concern. Right now, he just wanted to get as far away from this dangerous place as possible. The fierce battle above seemed to be getting fiercer and fiercer. During the battle, the silver night thunder beast let out a roar and spat out a ball of lightning from its mouth again, exploding around Chen Fanlei and Wang Yuhan. Although these balls of lightning failed to hurt them, they still forced them to defend themselves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the silver night thunder beast suddenly stopped moving in midair. It raised its huge head and let out a continuous roar. The roar was mixed with unparalleled anger. Chapter 1304. Along with the lightning beast's low roar, the blue clouds in the sky seemed to be attracted by something, wriggling and rolling. Soon after, under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, the blue clouds actually transformed into the shape of an inverted funnel, madly pouring into the silver night lightning beast. After just 3 breaths of time, the blue cloud that had been shrouding the sky disappeared, all of it absorbed into the silver night thunder beast's body. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and his hair stood on end. Although the silver night thunder beast did not seem to have changed in the slightest, he faintly felt a dangerous aura emanating from it. At that moment, Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei, who had originally seen the silver night thunder beast remain motionless and had wanted to rush over to kill it, also rushed over to this monster beast, but before the two of them could use any kind of killing move, the silver night thunder beast suddenly glared at them with its huge eyes, a hint of disdain and ridicule flashing across its eyes. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the silver night thunder beast, as if because it had just absorbed the blue cloud, its strength had soared greatly. It wasn't until this moment that Wang Yuhan finally felt something was wrong and shouted, "Not good." His figure flickered and a series of palm-sized prismatic energy shields suddenly shot out from his body, forming a dense array around him. Chen Fanlei also realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse and a flash of lightning appeared around his body, as if he was wearing an armor of lightning, giving him a fierce appearance. However, the silver night thunder beast turned a blind eye to this and its figure flickered, transforming into a bolt of lightning and disappearing from where it stood. The next moment, Wang Yuhan's grunt and Chen Fanlei's roar rang out at the same time as the two of them were knocked down from the sky by a great force. The countless prismatic energy shields around Wang Yuhan's body burst into dust and Chen Fanlei's thunder battle armor instantly dimmed. It was clear that both of their faces had suddenly turned pale and they both coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time, clearly suffering heavy injuries. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, causing Chen Shi and Peach Girl, who had been watching from below, to go pale. Both of them cried out in alarm. All of their intentions to take action were instantly extinguished and all of them rushed out to meet one of the two thunder beasts, preparing to examine their injuries. A beast shadow flashed in the air. The silver night thunder beast that had disappeared earlier appeared once again. This time, it glanced coldly at Yang Inflammation, who was standing beside the lightning pool and collecting the lightning liquid. A trace of anger flashed in the beast's eyes. Its body swayed and disappeared again. Its strength. Sure enough, after absorbing the azure cloud in the sky, his strength increased tremendously. Yang Yen stood in place without moving, but he instinctively felt a trace of danger. The surface of his body flashed red, and a layer of protection instantly formed. Almost at the same time this layer of protection appeared, it collapsed. In the void, the shadow of a silver night thunder beast was faintly discernible. It was so fast that Yang Yen could barely see it. Her face paled slightly, but she quickly calmed down. Just as the silver night thunder beast was about to kill her, Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of Yang Inflammation, reaching out with a fist wrapped in demonic flame and punching the void. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's figure was sent flying backwards, grabbing Yang Inflammation who was standing in place. The silver night thunder beast that had disappeared reappeared with a roar. It seemed to be unable to stand still, its huge body staggering backwards as its 4 powerful claws left visible marks in the air. As soon as it steadied itself, it let out a roar and a huge ball of lightning instantly formed in its mouth. Shaking its head slightly, the ball of lightning shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as a golden thread shot out from his fingertips. In an instant it turned into a golden net that covered the sky, enveloping the ball of lightning and cutting it wantonly. Before the ball of lightning could reach him, it exploded under the influence of an external force. Countless tiny lightning snakes gushed out from it and dissipated into the world. The golden thread passed through the surging territory of the lightning snakes and directly attacked the silver night thunder beast, stabbing towards its body like a sharp sword. With a soft sound, the surface of the silver night thunder beast's body blossomed with dazzling sparks. The incomparably sharp golden threads were actually unable to directly pierce through the silver night thunder beast's body. Instead, they were stopped by the scales on the surface of the beast's body. They were only able to penetrate less than 3 inches before completely losing their momentum. Yang Kai seemed to have expected this and stared coldly at the silver night thunder beast, a budding lotus flower appearing in his eyes. This silver night thunder beast was quite extraordinary and its cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's. If Yang Kai wanted to end this battle quickly, he could only use his trump card. When the silver night thunder beast saw this lotus flower, it instinctively felt a sense of danger and a look of panic appeared in its eyes. It didn't dare to look at Yang Kai again and its figure flickered as it rushed into the thunder pond and disappeared. The thunder pond rippled and calmed down once more. It actually fled without fighting, which surprised Yang Kai greatly. However, Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was not willing to fight the silver night thunder beast at this time. Since the other party had retreated, this was undoubtedly the result he wanted. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would not have let this ninth-order thunder beast leave. On the other side, Chen Shi and Tao Nu had just helped the injured Wang Yuhan and Chen Fan lay up from the ground when they glanced over and saw the silver night thunder beast fleeing in embarrassment. This scene stunned them, none of them understanding what Yang Kai had done to actually frighten away such a monster beast. Exchanging a glance, all of them were a little surprised. At that moment, Yang Inflammation suddenly handed something to Yang Kai and whispered a few words into his ear. Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced over at the pale Wang Yuhan thoughtfully, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as a faint smile appeared on his face. Wang Yuhan was inexplicably stared at by Yang Kai, but he didn't show the slightest timidity and instead stared back at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. Little brother Yang. Chen Shi Tao slowly walked over and stared at the thunder pond in surprise, asking, was the silver night thunder beast injured? I don't know, but it retreated on its own accord. Chen Shi Tao was stunned and immediately smiled bitterly. It seems that little brother Yang is really amazing, even able to scare away the silver night thunder beast. It seems this mistress has underestimated you. Sister Chen is too kind, scaring it away was not my doing, it was brother Wang and your little brother's actions. That monster beast probably knew it was not your opponent so it retreated, Yang Kai replied lightly, not intending to claim any credit. That's right. Wang Yuhan followed up without any trace of politeness, looking at its appearance just now, it should have used some kind of secret technique to suddenly increase its strength, but the price of using this secret technique is extremely high, and having just broken through to the ninth order not too long ago, I'm afraid it was unable to suppress the backlash from using this secret technique, so it took the initiative to retreat. Hearing what he said, the others fell into deep thought, none of them speaking for a while, tacitly agreeing with Wang Yuhan's guess. "Brother Wang seems to know a lot about this monster beast," Yang Kai suddenly said with a smile. "What?" Wang Yuhan frowned. "Nothing." Yang Kai waved his hand before turning to Chen Shitao and saying, "Sister Chen, since this matter is settled, I'll take my leave first." "Where are you going?" Chen Shitao asked. "Naturally, I'm going to leave this place." Yang Kai replied casually, but suddenly seeing Chen Shitao looking at him with a faint smile, his expression became awkward as he laughed. "After we separated from you last time, we got lost here for a long time, but now that we've finally found the right direction, we shouldn't get lost again." After all, Yang Kai had told her last time that they had left this place, but after so many days had passed, he was still here. Obviously, he had lied last time. Chen Shitao didn't pursue the matter and instead turned to the others and said, "Then let's also leave." But junior brother hasn't succeeded in cultivating that secret technique yet. Wang Yuhan was taken aback and subconsciously didn't want to act together with Yang Kai. The other party's words just now really made him vigilant, and he didn't know if the other party had discovered something. "Since there's a 9th order Silver Night Thunder Beast here, naturally we can't continue cultivating. Being able to escape this time was our good luck, if we had stayed any longer, but that Silver Night Thunder Beast is clearly injured, so with our strength, we may be able to take it down." Wang Yuhan still had ideas about the Silver Night Thunder Beast even now. Hearing him say this, Chen Shitao was obviously a little tempted, but she still turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother Yang, what do you think? Do you think we can kill that Silver Night Thunder Beast if we stay here now?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. He could tell that Chen Shitao seemed to be asking for his opinion, but in fact, she wanted to invite him to act together. If he joined them, she might really stay to deal with the Silver Night Thunder Beast. After all, in their minds, the Silver Night Thunder Beast had indeed suffered a severe backlash from the secret technique, so as long as they could find a way to force it out of the Thunder Pond, they might be able to kill it. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately shook his head. "I don't know if we can kill it, but this is not a place to stay for long. There may be some unexpected things that may happen. If Sister Chen trusts this Yang, it's best to leave quickly." He didn't say anything about what had happened inside the corpse cave, so it sounded like he was deliberately mystifying things. Wang Yuhan's expression became unhappy, but just as he was about to say something, Chen Shitao suddenly nodded and said, "Since little brother Yang says so, let's leave quickly. Fan Lei, your secret technique doesn't require you to cultivate in the Thunder Pond. You can also find some Thunder Attribute Spirit Pills, but their effects will be a bit worse. Once we arrive at Black Crow City, I'll help you purchase them." She seemed to firmly believe in Yang Kai's judgment. Good, Chen Fan Lei had no objection, naturally following his elder sister's lead. Chen Shitao looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Since that's the case, let's leave the valley together. At least we can look after each other on the road." Yang Kai naturally couldn't refuse her, so he nodded in agreement. Although Wang Yuhan was reluctant, he couldn't do anything on his own, so he could only pinch his nose and accept. Thus, the group of 6 headed out of Grand Burial Valley together. Chapter 1305. Along the way, Chen Shitao finally remembered to inquire about Yang Kai's origins, so after making some discreet inquiries, she learned that Yang Kai wasn't a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, nor was he a disciple of a great family. Instead, he lived on a small mountain called Dragon Cave Mountain by himself, seemingly intending to establish himself as a king. Simply put, Kai Yang was someone who didn't belong to any sect or sect. He didn't even have a shadow or a backer. He was a cultivator who only relied on himself. No matter where he went, there were many such cultivators. Their cultivation was extremely difficult. First, they didn't have a master to guide them. On the road of cultivation, it was inevitable that some accidents would occur. Second, they didn't have a good cultivation environment or cultivation resources. Third, if they were bullied, there was no one to help them. So generally speaking, these cultivators didn't have any future prospects. Although their numbers were huge, those who were truly successful in their cultivation were extremely rare. And those who were successful in their cultivation were all recruited by great sects and families. Someone like Yang Kai, who had cultivated to the second-order Saint King realm, was already quite amazing. So when she learned about this, Chen Shitao actually admired Yang Kai greatly while Wang Yuhan showed a look of disdain. Obviously, in his opinion, Yang Kai would never reach the third-order Saint King realm. Perhaps he would have a chance to break through to the third-order Saint King realm, but it was absolutely impossible for him to reach the origin returning realm. Not only did Chen Shitao admire Yang Kai greatly, even her younger brother, Chen Fanlei, was very interested in him. This young man was actually quite a good person and wasn't a scheming person. Instead, he seemed to be full of vigor and vitality, even though he was injured. Chen Shitao kept asking Yang Kai about what had happened to him in Luyan's sand field. Yang Kai would pick up some irrelevant things to talk about, but the other side actually listened with great interest and would ask questions at just the right moment. Along the way, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. In this group of four, except for Wang Yuhan, Yang Kai found it somewhat difficult to get along with, but the other three were relatively easy to get along with. Half a day later, the six of them finally left the Grand Burial Valley. Up until now, Yang Kai hadn't found any traces of those special existences in the corpse cave, which made him feel relieved, knowing that this matter should be over for the time being. Another day later, a small mountain range appeared in front of them. There were several peaks in this small mountain range, and although the world energy aura here wasn't very rich, it wasn't thin either. Seeing this, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he stopped and cupped his fists to Chen Shitao and the others, several friends, although I don't know where you are going, I will part ways here for the time being. My companions and I still have some matters to deal with, so we will be staying here for a few days. How many days? Chen Shitao's eyes lit up. Good, we also want to rest for a few days. As you can see, Fan Lei and Brother Wang haven't been able to properly restore themselves after being injured, so we should all rest here. You guys are also resting here. Yang Kai frowned slightly. What? Could it be that little brother Yang doesn't welcome us? Chen Shitao looked at Yang Kai reproachfully. Of course not, this is not my property, it's just an ownerless mountain range, naturally anyone can go down. That's good. Chen Shitao smiled, and since little brother Yang came from Heavenly Fate City, you must be returning to Heavenly Fate City, right? Naturally. This place isn't close to Heavenly Fate City. If you rely on your star shuttle to fly, it will take at least 2 to 3 months, and if you encounter any delays along the way, it may take even longer. Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully and asked, I wonder if Sister Chen has a good way to save us this time. What good way could I possibly have? Naturally, it's to use the space array. Little brother Yang probably doesn't know that Black Crow City, which is 5 days away from here, has a space array that directly connects to Heavenly Fate City. There's such a thing. Yang Kai couldn't help turning his head to look at Yang Yenyun, but he found that she had a blank look on her face, obviously not understanding this. Would this mistress deceive you? Chen Shitao smiled. Black Crow City is a masterless city and doesn't belong to any great force. Although the space array in the city isn't as strict as the space arrays belonging to great forces, not everyone can use it. However, Fan Lei seems to know a senior who is in charge of guarding the space array. If he can vouch for little brother Yang, it won't be a problem to let him use it. However, using it will require a lot of Saint Crystals. Saint Crystals aren't a problem, as long as it can be used. Yang Kai smiled happily and quickly turned to Chen Fan Lei. Chen Fan Lei grinned. Brother Yang can rest assured, I once helped a senior who was in charge of guarding the space array with a small favor, so asking him to make an exception shouldn't be a problem. What's more, Brother Yang is not someone of unknown origin. Good, then I'll have to trouble Brother Chen when the time comes. Yang Kai hurriedly expressed his gratitude. After that, he looked down at the small peaks below and said, then let's stay here for a few days. After we're done with our business, we'll head to Black Crow City together. Chen Shitao and the others naturally had no objections and immediately flew towards the small mountain range. Although Chen Shitao and Luing had not been injured in the battle with the Silver Knight Thunder Beast, they had consumed a great deal of Saint Chi and had not had much time to recover along the way. As for Chen Fan Lei and Wang Yuhan, they needed to heal themselves as soon as possible. So, the group of 4 flew towards one of the small peaks and soon disappeared. Yang Kai and Yang Yen, on the other hand, flew to another remote mountain peak. A moment later, the two arrived at their destination and Yang Kai immediately pushed his Saint Chi to open up a temporary residence in the belly of the mountain. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, it was naturally not difficult for him to open up such a place. In just the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a simple cave mansion had taken shape. After entering the cave mansion, Yang Kai's expression became extremely dignified. Yang Yen also seemed to notice this and followed behind him without saying a word. After walking to the innermost part of the cave, Yang Kai suddenly sat down cross-legged. Did something happen to Xiao Xiao? Yang Yen Yun asked hurriedly. After the stone mongoose swallowed the sun's true essence, it had been stored away by Yang Kai. Yang Yen Yun did not know what the stone mongoose's current situation was, but Yang Kai suddenly wanting to stay here was definitely related to this matter. It's not a big problem, but if things continue like this, the stone mongoose won't be able to bear it, Yang Kai sighed lightly. I guessed as much. In fact, even if you didn't ask, I would have asked you to stay here for a few days to deal with Xiao Xiao and the sun's true essence first. Hearing this, Yang Yen Yun immediately took out some of the things she had refined from her space ring and began arranging them in the cave mansion. The sun's true essence matter was of great importance, so she did not dare to take it lightly, so before letting the stone mongoose out, she had to arrange a barrier around it, otherwise, once its aura leaked, it could cause trouble. With her attainments in spirit arrays, arranging some aura-isolating barriers was naturally a piece of cake. After half a day, the entire cave mansion was covered in layers of invisible barriers. Even if an origin-returning realm master came here, they would not be able to see anything. Only then did Yang Kai wave her hand and release the stone mongoose from the black book space. As soon as the stone mongoose appeared, the temperature inside the cave mansion began to rise, and the stone mongoose's body became as red as fire, exuding an intense heat that was enough to distort one's vision. Its body even showed signs of melting. A pained expression appeared on the stone mongoose's face as its eyes became extremely red. The violent heat of the sun's true essence was not something it could resist. The stone mongoose being able to persist until now was all thanks to its own innate talent. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate and immediately took out the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal. A cold aura rippled out from it and instantly neutralized the high temperature inside the cave mansion, causing it to become ordinary again. Yang Kai then poured his Saint Chi into the stone mongoose's body. The stone mongoose seemed to have received some kind of command and staggered to its feet, opened its mouth, and immediately spat out the sun's true essence, which landed firmly on the ice jade pedestal. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and beckoned to the stone mongoose, waiting for it to come over so he could carefully examine its condition. Fortunately for Yang Kai, although the stone mongoose seemed to have suffered some damage, it was not serious. As long as it rested for a while, it should be able to recover. This made Yang Kai feel relieved, and at the same time, he was more optimistic about the stone mongoose's potential. After transmitting his divine sense to the stone mongoose, telling it that it could refine the rare ores in its stomach at will to repair itself, Yang Kai put it away again. Previously, in the corpse cave, the stone mongoose had swallowed 7 or 8 hills worth of saint crystals and rare ores. Yang Kai did not know if saint crystals would be useful to the stone mongoose, but those rare ores would definitely be useful to the stone mongoose's growth. Yang Kai was not stingy and believed that after the stone mongoose absorbed the essence of those ores, it should be fine. Obtaining a piece of sun's true essence was far more valuable than obtaining any number of ores. After dealing with the stone mongoose, Yang Kai turned to Yang Yen and asked, "How do we do this? If the stone mongoose can't be preserved for a long time, we won't be able to bring it back to Dragon Cave Mountain. Just refine a special container." Yang Yen seemed to already have a plan in mind and replied faintly. "What kind of material do you need?" "Naturally, it's an ice attribute material. This 10,000-year ice jade pedestal is the best material. Don't worry, I have a way, but refining it will be a bit troublesome and will take at least 10 days. 10 days, no problem, it won't be easy for them to heal their wounds." Yang Kai smiled lightly and immediately got up, handing over the 4 space rings he had collected from the corpse cave to Yang Yen. He believed that the contents of these space rings should be enough to meet the needs of Yang Yen to refine the special container. Not wanting to disturb Yang Yen any longer, Yang Kai walked out of the cave mansion and sat down cross-legged. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai could not help feeling surprised and overjoyed. When he was collecting the sun's true essence before, Yang Kai had used the artifact spirit, but the artifact spirit had been somewhat powerless against the sun's true fire and had been injured. Chapter 1306. Yang Kai had thought that this situation would be very troublesome, but when he looked at the artifact spirit again, he found that it was actually sleeping inside the artifact refining furnace. Although its injuries were still there, they weren't as serious as Yang Kai had imagined. On top of that, it seemed to have absorbed a trace of the sun's true fire and was in the process of refining it. That trace of sun's true fire was visible to the naked eye and was swimming about inside the artifact spirit's body like a small snake, but no matter how it struggled, it was unable to escape from the artifact spirit's shackles and was gradually being assimilated by the fire attribute energy inside it. The artifact spirit was actually a blessing in disguise. This made Yang Kai overjoyed. After all, in order to collect the sun's true essence this time, both of his capable assistants had been injured, which made him very depressed. Now that the artifact spirit was fine and the stone mongoose was also fine, Yang Kai naturally felt relieved. With the artifact spirit in such a state, it was likely that it would be impossible to use the artifact refining furnace to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead for the time being, so Yang Kai simply sat down and adjusted his breathing while inspecting his harvest. In addition to the 4 space rings he had thrown to Yang Yen, which contained a large number of saint crystals and rare ores, the stone mongoose also had a lot of similar things in its stomach. In addition, there were some secret arts that originally belonged to the ancient Yang sect that Yang Kai had collected from the secret cave. Needless to say, these artifacts would be handed over to Yang Yen to handle. Many of these artifacts would need to be repaired before they could be used again. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't need any other artifacts to enhance his combat effectiveness right now, so he naturally didn't care about them. As for the secret arts, Yang Kai was interested in taking a look. After all, the ancient Yang sect was not inferior to great forces like Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect for more than 2,000 years, so the secret arts of the ancient Yang sect would certainly not be lacking. What's more, these secret arts that were placed in the secret cave were likely related to the inheritances of the ancient Yang sect. After inspecting these secret arts, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Yang Kai found that, just as he had guessed, all of these secret arts and secret books were top-notch, and any one of them would attract the interest of many cultivators. Among them were some of the ancient Yang sect's secret techniques that were extremely high-grade and profound. Even a peak origin returning realm cultivator would be interested in them. With Yang Kai's current capital, there was no need for him to waste time and energy cultivating these things. Of course, if he had enough time, he could still choose one or two secret techniques to cultivate. Not only would this increase his combat power, but it would also increase his chances of survival when he encountered danger. At the very least, Yang Kai was really interested in a few of them. However, when he remembered that he now had to cultivate golden blood threads, refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, cultivate the Tao of space, and deal with the colored glass bead that Dai Yuan had given him, Yang Kai could only put aside these thoughts and silently put away these secret arts and 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 secret arts for future use. Although he had no intention of cultivating these secret arts and secret arts and secret arts and secret arts, Yang Kai was still greatly inspired by them. In particular, there was a secret art that specialized in body tempering that interested him the most. This was the first time Yang Kai had heard of a secret art that specialized in body tempering and physique tempering. The reason why Yang Kai's physique was so strong was partly because of the large amount of demonic qi he had absorbed from his unyielding golden skeleton, giving him some of the physical attributes of the demon race. On the other hand, it was also because of the various opportunities he had obtained over the years. However, on second thought, the unyielding golden skeleton secret art he obtained when he first started cultivating should also be a body tempering secret art, but the unyielding golden skeleton secret art created by great demon god naturally couldn't compare with the ancient Yang sect's secret art. It wasn't that great demon god's aptitude wasn't enough, but rather that he had only managed to reach the Saint King realm at the time of his death and had yet to leave Tongxian realm. Naturally, his knowledge and experience couldn't be compared with that of a great sect that had existed for countless years. Yang Kai didn't know what grade this body tempering secret art from the ancient Yang sect was, but after studying it for a while, he could tell that it was a priceless treasure. Such a secret art was definitely worth cultivating. With his identity as an origin-grade alchemist, refining some pills for body tempering would allow him to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The first few stages of this secret art wouldn't take too much time. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer thought about it and instead sat down cross-legged and continued to refine his golden blood threads while taking the time to comprehend the mysteries of this body tempering secret art. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days passed. During this time, this small mountain range was unusually calm, with nothing happening. This was not surprising though, as this place was so close to Grand Burial Valley that no one would normally come here. If it were 1,000 or 2 years ago, the situation would have been very different. At that time, many cultivators would have gone to the depths of Grand Burial Valley in search of treasures, so this place would have been quite lively. But now, although some people still entered Grand Burial Valley, there weren't many of them. Besides those like Chen Shitao who had set goals, there were also some inexperienced cultivators who wanted to make a name for themselves. Most of these people had fallen in Grand Burial Valley and were unable to return safely. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in front of his cave mansion when his expression suddenly changed and he looked up towards a certain direction. In the distance, a blue streak of light was rapidly approaching, and this person didn't seem to have any intention of hiding her presence. Yang Kai naturally recognized at a glance that it was Chen Shitao riding a star shuttle. Calming the Saint Qi in his body, Yang Kai waited quietly. A moment later, Chen Shitao flew over and landed not far in front of Yang Kai, looking at him with a smile. After meditating for a few days, Chen Shitao had obviously recovered. At this moment, her face was like a peach blossom, her eyes filled with ripples, and her body exuded a sense of grace. After her body landed, a faint fragrance wafted towards Yang Kai, causing him to involuntarily feel refreshed. Sister Chen. Yang Kai didn't show any intention of getting up, simply nodding lightly to her as a greeting before raising his brow slightly, looking at Sister Chen's complexion. It seems you've recovered. Chen Shitao smiled, thank you for your concern, little brother Yang. This mistress wasn't injured, it was just that she consumed a lot of her Saint Qi, so I've already recovered. And, that's good. May I ask why Sister Chen has come here? Are you preparing to depart? Not yet, Chen Shitao shook her head slowly. Although Fan Lei's injuries this time weren't serious, they weren't light either. I'm afraid he'll have to stay here for a few more days. That's good, I'll also need a few days to recover. This mistress came here this time specifically to thank little brother Yang for helping us twice. The first time was fine as we weren't in any life-threatening danger, but if it weren't for little brother Yang the second time, I'm afraid we really wouldn't have been able to leave Grand Burial Valley alive. This mistress will engrave this kindness in her heart. If little brother Yang has any use for this mistress in the future, please feel free to come to Clear Sky Sect and this mistress will definitely not refuse. When she said these words, her face was solemn, and it was obvious that she was extremely sincere. Yang Kai smiled lightly and waved his hand. I didn't do much, all I did was help you escape. Being able to come out alive was all thanks to your strength. That Silver Night Thunder Beast wasn't confident it could kill you in this situation, so it took the initiative to retreat. Is that so? Chen Shi Tao frowned, seemingly a little confused. If this was really the case, then the Silver Night Thunder Beast shouldn't have come to provoke them in the first place, so while she was recovering these past few days, she had been thinking about this issue and really couldn't figure out why the Silver Night Thunder Beast suddenly retreated. After thinking about it for a while, she could only guess that it had something to do with Yang Kai. Now that she had tried to probe him, Yang Kai still firmly denied it, causing her to wonder if the Silver Night Thunder Beast's retreat was really what Yang Kai said. Yang Kai didn't have any intention to discuss this issue in detail though and simply said lightly, as for thanking me, there's no need for that. When one goes out, there will always be difficulties. Since everyone here knows each other, it's only natural for us to support each other. Perhaps the next time this Yang needs Sister Chen's help, he will need it. A somewhat charming smile appeared on Chen Shi Tao's pretty face as her eyes flashed happily. Being able to meet little brother Yang is really this mistress' good fortune. Do you think I'm some kind of person with great destiny? Yang Kai laughed in surprise. Hee hee. Chen Shi Tao giggled. Although there's no basis for such a statement, this mistress firmly believes it. If it weren't for me riding on your luck, how could I have the opportunity to stand here and talk to you now? Forget it, you can think whatever you want. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not bothering to defend himself. Actually. Chen Shi Tao opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated for a moment before hesitating. Yang Kai immediately knew that she should have some inconvenient things to say to him, so he put on a respectful expression and listened attentively. Seeing this, Chen Shi Tao slowly said, in fact, this mistress came here this time to first express her thanks and second to ask if little brother Yang has any plans to enter a sect. Enter a sect? Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled. Sister Chen wouldn't want me to join Clear Sky Sect, right? Speaking to a smart person like little brother Yang is really easy. Chen Shi Tao smiled like a flower and nodded. I do have such an idea. After all, you've always been cultivating alone without the guidance of a master or the protection of a sect, so you may not see any drawbacks right now, but once your cultivation advances further, there will be some situations that brother Yang won't be able to cope with. Yang Kai gently nodded, knowing that what she said made sense. For example, before he fought with the cultivator brought by Xie Hongwen, Yang Kai really hadn't heard anything about Shi because he didn't have any elders to tell him about it. If he had known about it earlier, he wouldn't have been so passive at that time. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Chen Shi Tao seemed to have received some kind of encouragement and continued, moreover, since you were able to cultivate to the second order Saint King realm, your aptitude isn't low. With your current realm, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter Clear Sky Sect. Half a year from now, our Clear Sky Sect will hold a trial open to the entire Shadowed Star. No matter who it is, as long as they pass this trial, they can enter the sect. Chapter 1307. Of course, when you first enter the sect, your status and treatment will definitely not be too high, but with your cultivation, as long as you complete a few sect missions, becoming an inner sect disciple shouldn't be a problem. I wonder if little brother Yang is interested in participating in this trial? If so, this mistress can find you a trial token, saying so, Chen Shitao looked at Yang Kai eagerly, seemingly really hoping to become his fellow sect disciple. After all, Yang Kai's strength wasn't low, so once they became fellow sect disciples, she could legitimately invite him to join her when she went out to travel in the future. Under her gaze, Yang Kai hesitated, not showing any intention to refuse immediately. This caused Chen Shitao's expression to shake. She felt like there was hope and was about to strike while the iron was hot when Yang Kai said, "This one appreciates Sister Chen's good intentions, but for the time being, I have no plans to join any sect." Chen Shitao's expression darkened, somewhat surprised by Yang Kai's answer. Yang Kai smiled and explained, "If I were really alone, joining a sect wouldn't be a problem, but as Sister Chen can see, I have companions." "You mean that girl with yang inflammation?" Yang Kai nodded. "It's not just her, there are others as well, about a dozen of them." "Several dozen." Chen Shitao was stunned. And their cultivations are uneven, some origin returning realm, some Saint King realm, and even some immortal ascension boundary in Saint realm cultivators. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "So it's like that." Chen Shitao murmured before immediately smiling, "No wonder you refused, since little brother Yang has such concerns." Since little brother Yang has such concerns, this mistress won't say anything more. Although Chen Shitao was a little disappointed that she wasn't able to invite Yang Kai to participate in the trial, since he had such a reason, she naturally wouldn't force him, so after chatting with Yang Kai for a while, she took her leave and returned to another small mountain peak not far away. After she left, Yang Kai smiled slightly, his eyes flashing as if he was thinking about something, his eyes suddenly flashing as he stared at a certain spot in the sky. Faintly, he asked, "You've been watching for so long. Did you see anything?" As his voice fell, there seemed to be a faint fluctuation of aura coming from the other side of the void. However, it disappeared in a flash and there was nothing unusual about it. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "What? Since Brother Wang is here. Do you need my invitation before you're willing to show up?" Hearing Yang Kai's words, Jiang Yuning nodded. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void, and a figure strangely appeared, looking at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. He asked in disbelief, "How did you find my tracks?" Saying so, he put away the cloak-like artifact he was wearing and stared at Yang Kai, quickly saying, "My aura-concealing cloak is an origin-grade high-rank artifact, it's impossible for you to see through it." An origin-grade high-rank artifact. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Brother Wang has a good artifact, but its grade isn't low. However, with your strength, you won't be able to display its full power. It just so happens that this Yang is quite sensitive to others spying on him, heh. You have some skill." Wang Yuhan coldly snorted, not showing the slightest embarrassment even though his figure had been exposed. "Brother Wang, what are you doing here instead of healing yourself over there?" "If I hadn't noticed Brother Wang's aura, I might have already attacked just now." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a faint smile. "Humph, my injuries have already healed, and I didn't come here with any malicious intent, I was just curious," Wang Yuhan replied indifferently. "If you're just curious, then that's fine. If Brother Wang has any complaints about me, you may as well say it directly. If I can change, I will, but if I can't. Brother Wang, please endure for a few days. How could I have any complaints about you?" Wang Yuhan's face sank, but he suddenly smiled faintly. "However, you refusing Sister Chen's proposal was a wise move. Although your strength isn't low, it's still not enough to enter a big sect like Clear Sky Sect. If you fail to live up to Sister Chen's good intentions, you won't be able to explain yourself. That's my business, there's no need for Brother Wang to worry about it. And, if Brother Wang has nothing else to say, please go back. I just came here to borrow Black Crow City's space array with my companions, so I will naturally leave when the time comes. That would be for the best." Wang Yuhan nodded expressionlessly, cupped his fist slightly, and turned to leave. Yang Kai suddenly said, "Right, I don't like being spied on in secret, so I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time, what will you do? Wang Yuhan turned around and stared at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously, the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea suddenly surging and enveloping Wang Yuhan. Wang Yuhan's complexion changed drastically. At that moment, he actually felt an aura of death approaching him, but just as he was about to counterattack, he found that this feeling had disappeared while Yang Kai was still sitting in the same place, looking at him with a smile, as if he hadn't done anything at all. Wang Yuhan's expression immediately became suspicious and cold sweat dripped down his back. After a while, he turned his head and flew off into the distance. What's there to be jealous about? It's really inexplicable. Yang Kai muttered. Naturally, Yang Kai knew why Wang Yuhan didn't like him and why he was hiding nearby. However, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts about Chen Shitao at all. After leaving Black Crow City this time, they might never see each other again, so this Wang Yuhan was a bit crazy. Although he understood that Wang Yuhan wasn't a good person, Yang Kai didn't warn Chen Shitao. After all, Yang Kai was too lazy to do such a thing. On top of that, Chen Shitao wasn't a woman who was ignorant of the ways of the world, so even if Yang Kai reminded her, she would understand Wang Yuhan's true nature. For Yang Kai, as long as he could use Black Crow City's space array, he wasn't willing to intervene in anything else, but since the other party had come to spy on him, Yang Kai naturally wanted to teach him a lesson. Although the soul deterrence just now seemed to have disappeared and didn't have any effect on Wang Yuhan, Yang Kai had secretly planted a seed of fear in his heart. If there was any kind of conflict between them in the future, all Yang Kai had to do was stimulate this divine sense seed and Wang Yuhan would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. With Yang Kai's current powerful divine sense, it was naturally impossible for him to do such a thing to a third-order Saint King cultivator. Unless a cultivator at the second-order origin returning realm or above personally investigated Wang Yuhan's knowledge sea, it would be possible for them to find this divine sense seed and destroy it. The probability of such a thing happening was negligible, so Yang Kai wasn't worried. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai felt that he had neither exposed his strength nor exposed himself just now, so he closed his eyes with satisfaction and continued to focus on his own matters. 3 days later, Chen Fanlei and the others who were recuperating from their injuries came out one after another. Yang Yen handed a ring-like object to Yang Kai. This ring contained a bone-chilling cold and was obviously refined from some kind of ice attribute material. Yang Kai also sensed a trace of 10,000-year ice jade aura from it. Using his divine sense to investigate it, Yang Kai immediately found that the sun's true essence, which he had been unable to deal with, was stored inside this ring. Moreover, there were many barriers placed around it that gathered a large amount of ice attribute energy to restrain the spread of the sun's true fire. This ring was somewhat similar to a space ring, but its capacity was extremely small, only 10 meters in diameter. It should be an artifact that Yang Yen had specially refined to store the sun's true essence. With such a thing, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the aura of the sun's true essence being exposed, and it would also be more convenient for him to transport it. After inspecting it for a moment, Yang Kai was overjoyed and put it away while praising Yang Yen fiercely, praising her as if she was a pair of heavens above and earth below. Yang Yen glared at Yang Kai fiercely. After finishing his business here, Yang Kai met up with Chen Shitao and the others and learned that it was almost time for them to set off. After a brief discussion, the 6 of them immediately rushed towards Black Crow City. Along the way, Wang Yuhan no longer displayed his usual enthusiasm and instead became taciturn, deliberately distancing himself from Yang Kai. Whenever someone noticed him, Wang Yuhan would stare at him strangely. Chen Shitao and the others didn't notice this and instead explained the situation of Black Crow City to Yang Kai in detail along the way. Through her explanation, Yang Kai learned that because Black Crow City's geographical location was somewhat special, it wasn't controlled by any single great force. This was because it was located at the intersection of Extreme Path Sect, Imperial City Sect, and Extreme Pavilion. At that time, in order to determine the ownership of Black Crow City, these three great forces had fought with each other for many years, but each of them had lost a number of disciples while still failing to obtain the city. In the end, no one knew what kind of agreement the three families reached, but none of them dared to meddle in the affairs of Black Raven City. As a result, Black Raven City was able to generate a powerful force on its own. Led by the city lord, Black Raven City had recruited many powerful warriors to guard the city. With the help of some nearby mineral veins, Black Raven City was able to survive in the middle of the three factions. Moreover, there were many cities like Black Crow City on Shadowed Star. Most of them were because some great forces were in a deadlock and couldn't decide who would own the city, leaving it to fend for itself. As a result, the city itself developed into a force of its own. Such a force naturally attracted a number of cultivators, and through recruitment, it was occasionally possible to recruit a powerful cultivator to join them. This kind of city was generally called free cities, and there were at least 800 of them on Shadowed Star. Because free cities didn't have the strict constraints of sects, their management was relatively loose, and the position of city lord was frequently changed. Generally, whoever had the biggest fist would become the city lord, so most of these free cities didn't have much influence. Many great forces didn't care about these free cities and instead cooperated with them. However, there were always exceptions. On Shadowed Star, there were 2 or 3 free cities that had strength not inferior to great sects. These free cities were often firmly controlled by a single great family or several great families and were relatively united. Although there was still infighting, it was restrained to an acceptable level. Once an external enemy invaded, these free cities would band together. After hundreds of years and thousands of years of growth, these super cities were now no less important than the great sects on Shadowed Star. Chapter 1308. Black Crow City naturally couldn't be compared to a super city, so even though Chen Fan Lei was just a Saint King Realm disciple of Extreme Path sect, he had some relationship with a senior who guarded the space array in that city. He had once been entrusted by that senior with a small favor, so this senior shouldn't refuse to give Chen Fan Lei face. Learning of this, Yang Kai relaxed, knowing that using the space array shouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be as troublesome as returning from Demon Blood City last time. However, in order to operate on Shadowed Star, one really needed to have some connections, otherwise, just relying on the space arrays in the various cities would be a headache. Fortunately, Yang Kai's luck was quite good. Both times he returned from outside, someone had taken the initiative to help him. Yang Kai just didn't know if there was a pass that allowed him to freely use the space arrays on Shadowed Star. If there was such a thing, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient. Yang Kai didn't think such a thing existed, but after casually asking, he learned from Chen Shitao that such a pass really did exist. This surprised him greatly and he quickly asked. Chen Shitao seemed to know what he was thinking and naturally told him everything she knew. Listening to Chen Shitao's explanation, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although this kind of pass did exist and was recognized by about 80% of the great forces on Shadowed Star, obtaining it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There were only 2 ways to obtain it. The first was to organize a grand event that would benefit the entire Shadowed Star. This condition sounded simple, but in fact, it was impossible to accomplish. There were as many great forces on Shadowed Star as there were hairs on an ox, and although there was cooperation between them, there were also constant conflicts. Things that were beneficial to one side could be detrimental to the other, making it difficult for everyone to agree, so it was simply impossible to achieve such a condition. The second method was much simpler than the first. If one could gather together 10 first-class sects and jointly act as guarantors, one could obtain a pass that would allow one to travel unimpeded on Shadowed Star. This method was certainly simpler, but that was only relative to the first method. After all, there weren't many first-class sects on Shadowed Star, at most 20 of them. It was basically impossible to gather 10 of them at once. For example, Shadow Moon Hall, Clear Sky Sect, and Colored Glass Sect, which Yang Kai had come into contact with, were all first-class sects and had such qualifications. As such, the guarantor had to be a reputable elder in their respective sects. Both of these methods could obtain the pass Yang Kai wanted, but after listening to Chen Shitao's explanation, Yang Kai gave up on these ideas. With his current ability, he couldn't complete either condition. As the group chatted along the way, time flew by, and 5 days later, the group of 6 arrived in front of Black Crow City without a hitch. After paying some Saint crystals, the guards at the city gate let them pass. After entering the city, Yang Kai looked around and found that the city was crisscrossed with roads of varying widths. On both sides of these roads, there were many shops. Although the cultivator traffic in Black Crow City couldn't be said to be like a school of fish crossing a river, it was still bustling with activity. "Little brother Yang, are you going to stay here for a while, or are you in a hurry to leave?" Chen Shitao suddenly turned back to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, "If possible, I naturally want to leave here as soon as possible. There are still some things I need to deal with." On this trip, he had obtained so many materials and Saint crystals, and the stone mongoose had stolen a lot of 1,000 illusion-colored glass, so Yang Inflammation couldn't wait to throw himself into his artifact refining career. Yang Kai had heard from her that she was going to refine something shocking. As for what she was going to refine, Yang Inflammation had been secretive and vague about it, making Yang Kai feel quite helpless. Without even mentioning Yang Inflammation, the situation of the stone mongoose's 2 capable assistants made Yang Kai unwilling to stay outside any longer. Only after returning to Dragon Cave Mountain could he completely relax and allow his 2 assistants to recuperate. Hearing him say this, a look of disappointment flashed across Chen Shitao's eyes, but she didn't insist and instead said, "Since that's the case, Fan Lei will go to the space array now and see if that senior is there. If everything goes well, little brother Yang should be able to leave this place before nightfall." Yang Kai naturally had no objections and politely requested Chen Fan Lei to leave before standing in place with Chen Shitao and the others and waiting quietly. During this time, Chen Shitao tried to invite Yang Kai again to participate in Clear Sky Sect's trial, but Yang Kai politely refused. Seeing this, Chen Shitao didn't insist and instead began chatting and laughing with Yang Kai about other things. About an hour later, Chen Fan Lei returned. However, his expression was somewhat awkward, as if he had failed to live up to his expectations. Seeing this expression, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling his heart skip a beat, secretly wondering if the other party wasn't willing to accommodate him. If this was the case, flying back to Dragon Cave Mountain from here really would take 2 to 3 months. Chen Shitao obviously also had some speculations, so after her younger brother arrived, she hurriedly asked, "Fan Lei, did it not go well?" Chen Fan Lei smiled awkwardly, a look of guilt appearing on his face as he shook his head and said, "It didn't go well." "What's wrong?" Chen Shitao asked. "That senior happened to not be in the city. I heard from others that he seemed to have accepted a mission and left the city." "Left the city?" Chen Shitao was stunned. How could he leave the city at this time? "Were you fooled by them?" "No, of course not." Chen Fan Lei quickly waved his hand. "I also asked around and learned that the senior did indeed have a mission and left the city a few days ago. It seems the soonest he will be able to return is 3 days later." 3 days. Chen Shitao murmured before turning to look at Yang Kai and smiling apologetically, "Little brother Yang, I'm sorry, it seems there were some twists and turns in the situation. I'm sorry to disappoint you." "It's fine, there are always accidents," Yang Kai replied faintly. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show the slightest displeasure, Chen Shitao relaxed and said, "But that senior won't be back for 3 days at the soonest. Can you wait here for a few days? You can rest assured, as soon as that senior returns, we will definitely arrange for you to leave here. If it's only 3 days, there's no problem. Even if I have to wait 10 days, it won't hurt. After all, it's better than having to fly for 2 to 3 months with Yang Yen. However, Brother Chen, can you be sure that senior won't take too long?" If it takes too long, it won't be worth it. That's fine. Chen Shitao smiled sweetly. If that senior hasn't returned in 3 days, we'll go somewhere else. Whether it's Extreme Path Sex Gale City or Clear Sky Sex Black Sea City, they're both only 10 to 15 days away from here. These two cities have space arrays set up in them that are directly connected to Heavenly Fate City. Here, Fan Lei and I have to rely on our connections, but in Gale City or Black Sea City, we can make our own decisions. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, the last trace of concern in his heart disappearing as he nodded in agreement with Chen Shitao's proposal. Since they had decided to wait here for 3 days, they naturally had to find a place to stay first. Fortunately, there were many inns in Black Crow City, and Chen Shitao were both rich women with a net worth of 1,000,000 Saint crystals, so naturally, the accommodations they found wouldn't be too shabby. A moment later, the group of 6 arrived at a top-level inn called Flying Spirit Palace. This Flying Spirit Palace was a famous existence throughout Black Crow City and was one of the most high-end inns in the city. Generally, the cultivator who entered and left this place was either rich or noble, each of them not to be underestimated. Staying here for a night would cost at least 3,000 high-rank Saint crystals. This price was not small. One had to know that in an ordinary inn, the best room would only cost 100 Saint crystals for a night, but the price of this Flying Spirit Palace was several dozen times that of an ordinary inn. If it weren't for Yang Kai having helped them twice, the last of which being a life-saving grace, Chen Shitao wouldn't have been so extravagant. After all, although she had a lot of Saint crystals, she had never been so extravagant before. This time, she was borrowing Yang Kai's glory to be extravagant. Although the price was ridiculously high, after settling in, everyone felt that it was worth it. The reason was none other than the fact that every guest who stayed here lived in a separate small attic. The attic was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was for receiving guests, the second floor was for meditation, and the third floor had a special alchemy room and refining room, which could be used by some of the resident alchemists and refiners. Each floor was arranged with at least 7 or 8 barriers. These barriers not only isolated the divine sense of others from probing but also served as an early warning system. At the same time, in each pavilion, there were 2 young and beautiful girls serving them. These girls were also cultivator, but their cultivations weren't very high. Most of them were Yuan Qi cultivators, and there were even some at the separation and reunion boundary. All of them had undergone special training and were capable of meeting most of the guests' requirements. Of course, some requests that were too excessive would still not be met. According to the cultivator in charge of receiving everyone, this Flying Spirit Palace was actually the property of the city lord's master and several other elders in the city, so there was no need to worry about its security. It was impossible for anyone to come here to cause trouble. The cultivator in charge of receiving everyone had intentionally or unintentionally revealed this information as a warning to Yang Kai and the others not to underestimate the background of this inn and not to take the initiative to cause trouble here. With 6 people in their group, of course, there was no need for 6 pavilions, so Chen Shitao took the initiative to ask for 3. Shi and Luing shared 1, Wang Yuhan and Chen Fan Lei shared 1, and Yang Kai and Yang Yen shared 1. After the arrangements were made, everyone dispersed and settled down in their respective pavilions to rest. Yang Kai and Yang Yan's pavilion was built in a very unique style and was given a very sentimental name, Flying Flower Snow Moon Pavilion. Seeing this, Yang Yen couldn't help curling his lips. Yang Kai naturally didn't have any strange ideas and chose a room with Yang Yen before sitting down to rest. Chapter 1309. After a silent night, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation took the opportunity to wander around Black Crow City. After all, since they were already here, they might as well see if there was anything special here. If they were lucky, they might be able to find some useful materials. After wandering around for an entire day with Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai had a great harvest. Some materials that were difficult to find or buy in Heavenly Fate City were actually easily found here. Naturally, the prices weren't as good as those offered by Shadow Moon Hall, but during their trip to Grand Burial Valley, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had harvested a lot of Saint Crystals, so naturally, they didn't care about these prices. Yang Inflammation had purchased 40 to 50 million Saint Crystals worth of artifact refining materials here, but it seemed like she still hadn't had enough. Although Yang Kai didn't say much about this, he couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. With the rate Yang Inflammation was spending, the Saint Crystals they had harvested this time wouldn't last much longer. However, judging from the materials she had purchased, Yang Kai vaguely felt that she really seemed to be refining something extraordinary. While feeling slightly apprehensive, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little expectant. If it weren't for the fact that she was worried about being targeted by others, Yang Inflammation would definitely have dragged Yang Kai along with her. Even so, Yang Kai noticed that along the way, many people were paying attention to him and Yang Inflammation, whether intentionally or unintentionally, as if they were interested in the two of them. This wasn't surprising though. A young man and woman spending tens of millions of Saint Crystals in a single day was bound to attract the attention of some people. Fortunately, these people seemed to have some kind of scruples and didn't do anything out of line, simply hiding in the shadows and observing. It wasn't until evening that Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation returned to Flying Spirit Hall. As soon as they entered Floating Snow Moon Pavilion, Yang Inflammation went straight to the third floor, seemingly wanting to use the artifact refining materials there to do something. Yang Kai sat in meditation alone on the second floor. About 2 hours later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside with a slight frown. At the same time, he waved his hand and the door to his room opened silently. Outside stood a young girl in green clothes, one of the two maidservants assigned to Floating Snow Moon Pavilion. She first politely bowed to Yang Kai before opening her mouth and softly saying, "Young lord, a guest has come to visit. I wonder if young lord would like to meet him." "Who is it?" Yang Kai was stunned. "He says he's your companion, surnamed Chen." "Chen?" Yang Kai was surprised, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Is he alone?" "Yes." The maidservant nodded gently. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile, and without waiting for the maidservant to ask again, he waved his hand and said, "I know, tell him to wait a moment, I'll be right back." The maidservant bowed again, turned around, and gracefully walked down the stairs. Yang Kai didn't get up immediately and instead sat in place, a light flashing across his eyes as he pondered for a while before standing up and walking outside. On the first floor, in the reception area, Chen Fanlei sat in a dignified manner, his two thick eyebrows arched over his brow and his eyes shining brightly. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he had an innate manly aura about him, giving him a heroic appearance. Especially his eyes, which seemed to be filled with spirit at all times, were the most attractive thing about him. The two maidservants assigned to Floating Snow Moon Pavilion were attracted to him, stealing glances at him from time to time, a faint blush appearing on their cheeks. Chen Fanlei was obviously aware of this, but he pretended not to notice and just sat there with a serious expression on his face. However, from the way he moved his body from time to time, it seemed like he was sitting on pins and needles. After a while, Yang Kai came down from upstairs. Chen Fanlei hurriedly got up, cupped his fists, and said, "Brother Yang, I took the liberty to come here and disturb your cultivation. I hope Brother Yang doesn't take offense." Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced at him in surprise before a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said warmly, "Brother Chen is too polite. I am also bored, so there's no need to disturb you." Saying so, he ordered the two maidservants to bring some tea. The green-clothed maidservant who had gone upstairs earlier nodded and went to prepare. Not long after, not only was tea served, but a plate of spirit fruits was also brought up. Yang Kai didn't know why Chen Fanlei had suddenly come to see him, so he didn't ask rashly. Chen Fanlei also didn't seem to have any intention of directly telling him what was going on and instead began chatting with Yang Kai. However, young Kai clearly felt that Chen Fan Lei was quite different from usual. It was as if the existence of the two maidservants next to him was putting a lot of pressure on him, making him constantly pay attention to his words and actions, causing his original vitality and heroic spirit to disappear by more than half. His words and actions were often incoherent. Every time this happened, the two maidservants would try to hold back their laughter, causing Chen Fan Lei to feel extremely embarrassed. Seeing this, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before suddenly waving his hand and saying to the two maidservants, "There's nothing else for you to do here, go and rest. If there's anything else, I'll call for you." The two maidservants glanced at each other, and although they were a little disappointed, they still obediently nodded before reluctantly leaving. Before leaving, they secretly glanced over at Chen Fan Lei, as if they had fallen deeply in love with him. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. However, after the two maidservants left and Chen Fan Lei and Yang Kai were alone, Chen Fan Lei obviously breathed a sigh of relief and his usual state was instantly restored. No longer embarrassed, he began chatting with Yang Kai about anything under the sun, sometimes laughing heartily and sometimes wearing a serious expression as he argued with Yang Kai about cultivation problems, refusing to budge an inch. This conversation lasted for 2 hours, and even though it was already late at night, Chen Fan Lei still didn't show any intention of leaving, nor did he state his purpose for coming here. Yang Kai couldn't sit still any longer. Did this guy forget his purpose for coming here? Thinking so, Yang Kai lightly coughed and asked, "Does Brother Chen have something to discuss with me this time?" Chen Fan Lei heard this and showed a stunned expression before immediately slapping his forehead and crying out in shock. He really had forgotten. Seeing this, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and stared at him quietly, waiting for him to speak. "Actually, it's nothing important, it's just that Brother Yang has helped me twice in Grand Burial Valley and now that we've come to Black Crow City, I can barely be considered half a host, so I thought I should entertain Brother Yang." Entertain him? Yang Kai raised his brow. Chen Fan Lei nodded heavily, "I heard that there is a very interesting place in Black Crow City. This Chen has been admiring it for a long time but has never had a chance to visit it. Now that I've taken the opportunity to offer Buddha some flowers, I wanted to accompany Brother Yang to see it. What does Brother Yang think? An interesting place?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "What kind of place is it?" A trace of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Chen Fan Lei's face, but it quickly disappeared as he grinned meaningfully. "Allow this Chen to keep you in suspense, Brother Yang will know when the time comes." Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile and pondered for a moment before saying, "Good, since Brother Chen has specially invited us, we'll go and see it, but should we bring Sister Chen and the others with us?" "Absolutely not." Chen Fan Lei's face changed drastically as he hurriedly waved his hands. "This kind of thing can't be known to her, otherwise she'll skin me alive. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to avoid her eyes and ears, I wouldn't have come here so late at night." "Oh." Yang Kai's brow rose as he suddenly guessed what kind of place Chen Fan Lei wanted to go. After thinking about it for a moment, he asked, "What about Brother Wang?" "Brother Wang went out during the day, saying he was visiting an elder here. He doesn't know when he will be back, so we don't need to wait for him." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Since that's the case, let's go." Seeing that Yang Kai had agreed, Chen Fan Lei's spirits lifted and he immediately led the way. Together, the two left Flying Spirit Palace and merged directly into the crowd of Black Crow City. At night, Black Crow City seemed to be even livelier than during the day, with the number of cultivators coming and going. Chen Fan Lei had obviously prepared well in advance and led Yang Kai through the streets skillfully. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of an inconspicuous house. At the entrance of this house stood two Saint Realm cultivators in black armor, holding long spears in their hands. In the darkness of the night, these two pairs of eyes coldly stared towards Yang Kai's direction. At first glance, there was nothing special about this place, it seemed to be just an ordinary house, but when Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate, he was surprised to find that there were many barriers placed around it, making it impossible for him to investigate the situation inside. However, from time to time, some cultivator would swagger into the house. These cultivators had varying cultivation levels, but no matter which one entered, the two cultivator guards at the entrance turned a blind eye to them, not even bothering to ask them any questions. This made Yang Kai very curious, wondering what kind of place this was that it seemed to be so lively. After arriving here though, Chen Fan Lei stopped and instead stared at the house with a somewhat excited look on his face. Yang Kai clearly felt that the temperature of Chen Fan Lei's body seemed to be rising and the flow of his blood had also accelerated. Glancing at him suspiciously, Chen Fan Lei grinned meaningfully and said, "Let's go, we've arrived." Saying so, just like the other cultivators who had entered the house, Yang Kai swaggered inside. The two guards didn't show any intention to stop him, simply turning a blind eye to Yang Kai and Chen Fan Lei. After entering the house, Yang Kai passed through a dark stone path and turned a corner. Suddenly, a very lively atmosphere greeted them. The air was filled with the fragrance of wine and women, and a burst of crisp and sweet laughter filled the air. At the same time, an unknown low-pitched melody drifted out from somewhere. There was actually a completely different world inside this place. Yang Kai looked around in amazement and found that what he saw was something like an open-air square. On this square, there were countless banquets, and at each table, there were guests who had arrived early and were drinking and enjoying themselves. In the arms of these guests, there were some charming women accompanying them. Each of these women had charming eyes and different temperaments, but without exception, all of them were exceptionally beautiful with fair skin and slim figures. Their clothes were also very different. Some of them were extremely revealing, while others only wore close-fitting gauze, making them look like young married women from good families. Chapter 13:10. This scene stunned Yang Kai as he secretly thought that the place Chen Fan Lei wanted to take him to was exactly as he had guessed. This place was clearly similar to a brothel in a city where ordinary people lived. However, this place was many times more luxurious than an ordinary brothel because all who entered and exited this place were cultivators, and the women accompanying them were also cultivators. At the very least, when Yang Kai swept the place with his divine sense, he did not find any woman with a cultivation lower than Yuan Qi boundary, but their strength was not high either, the strongest only immortal ascension boundary 3rd or 4th stage. The cultivation of the men who were seeking pleasure here was also the same, the highest being a Saint Realm cultivator, only slightly higher than the cultivation of these women. Chen Fan Lei's interest in this kind of place greatly surprised Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at him, Yang Kai could not help but be dumbfounded. Chen Fan Lei seemed to have lost his soul at this moment, his mouth wide open as he stared blankly at the exaggerated scene in front of him, as if the visual impact had made him lose the ability to think or act, his face flushing red. Kai Yang slowly shook his head, but just as he was about to wake him up, a woman dressed like a young woman suddenly walked over. This woman's face was like a peach blossom, her beautiful eyes were like stars, bright and dazzling. Her chest was towering, and her waist was graceful. Gracefully arriving in front of the two young men, she bowed, "This mistress greets the two young lords." As she spoke, she glanced over at Chen Fan Lei intentionally or unintentionally, covering her mouth as she giggled. However, this was obviously not the first time she had seen such a scene, so she didn't care too much and instead asked, "The two young lords look unfamiliar, is this your first time visiting our joyous union pavilion?" Yang Kai glanced over at Chen Fan Lei and saw that he still seemed to be in a daze. Sighing slightly, he knew that he could not count on him and nodded gently, "This is indeed our first time here, but we have been admiring this place for a long time. This time, we were passing through Black Crow City and decided to come take a look. So that's how it is." The young woman nodded lightly when she heard this, and then she stroked the beautiful hair by her ear and revealed a wisp of a flirtatious expression intentionally or unintentionally. She puckered her lips and said with a smile, "Then are the two of you satisfied? If you are, then how about I arrange a room for the two of you?" Seeing that Yang Kai and Chen Fan Lei's cultivation wasn't weak, she knew that the two of them would definitely not be willing to stay in this square for too long, so she took the initiative to make this suggestion. Of course, Yang Kai had no objections. He nodded and let her make her own arrangements. The young woman responded and led the two of them through the square, heading straight for the exquisite pavilions at the back. At the same time, in a private room deep inside Joyous Union Pavilion, an old man and a young man were sitting cross-legged across from each other. The old man had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation while the young man was a third-order Saint King. The old man was calm and composed, silently circulating his cultivation method, not in a hurry. On the other hand, the well-dressed young man seemed to have something on his mind, frowning from time to time as he looked outside. "Yu Han, your heart needs to be tempered a bit more," the old man said lightly without raising his eyelids. The young man opposite him was startled when he heard this, and a look of guilt appeared on his face as he respectfully said, "What seventh grandfather says is right, Yu Han is still too young." The old man smiled lightly, opened his eyes, and looked at the young man opposite him. "You don't have to blame yourself too much, after all, this matter is related to your future, so it's only right that you put some effort into it. Although our Wang family isn't a small family, it isn't a great family either. In this generation, you are the most promising one, being able to enter the extreme path sect and even cultivate to the third-order Saint King realm. If you have the opportunity, breaking through to the origin returning realm is not impossible. When that time comes, you will be one of the pillars of my Wang family, and your background is much better than this old master's. Presumably, you will go further than this old master in the future. Seventh grandfather's praise is too excessive. Yu Han can reach where he is today all thanks to the family's support. If I really succeed in my cultivation in the future, I will definitely not disappoint the family. With your words, I can rest assured. If it weren't for you and some other clansmen came to ask this old master for help, this old master would never have agreed. Although I have obtained a position as a steward of Joyous Union Pavilion, you should know that this place is secretly supported by Imperial City Sect. On top of that, there is also the City Lord's Master's shadow. If something were to happen here, my Wang family would not be able to bear the consequences. Yu Han understands, but this time, the person we are dealing with is only a second-order Saint King, and we won't attack him directly. We just need to create some trouble for him, so there shouldn't be any problems. If not for this, how could I have agreed to your nonsense?" The old man snorted lightly before immediately changing the topic and asking with a chuckle, "The woman you fancy really comes from a great force like Clear Sky Sect?" "Indeed." The young man on the opposite side seemed to regain his spirit and immediately said, "Not only does she come from Clear Sky Sect, but her status there is also not low. On top of that, her net worth is quite high, at least 1,000,000 Saint Crystals." "1 million?" The old man was startled when he heard this, and a trace of greed flashed across his eyes. "She's just a trivial third-order Saint King, how could she have such a huge net worth? Her luck was quite good. Last time, she found a Saint Crystal lode in the Lu Yen Desert and mined there for 5 months, collecting nearly 10 million Saint Crystals. After returning to Clear Sky Sect, she handed over most of it to the sect, but still kept a portion for herself. So that's how it is." The doubts in the old man's heart vanished, and he pondered for a moment before he said, "If it's like this, then it's even more impossible to let her go so easily. You must obtain this woman. So long as you're able to obtain her heart, then your future cultivation will be smooth, and you won't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore." Yu Han also thinks so, otherwise he wouldn't have taken action to deal with that little brat surnamed Yang. I don't think that little brat has any good intentions toward Sister Chen. As long as this matter is exposed, Sister Chen will definitely not want to see him again. "That's a good idea, but are you sure he'll come here?" the old man asked again. The young man smiled, "I'm not too sure, but I'm at least 80% sure." "Let's hear it," the old man asked with interest. The young man immediately explained to him, and the old man nodded from time to time with a look of approval on his face. At that moment, a soft voice suddenly called out from outside. The old man's eyes flashed, and after listening for a moment, he shouted, "They really came." "Really?" The young man was overjoyed. "And?" The old man looked at the young man with a smile and tossed him something. "Your plan is good, you can carry out the next step. You can handle this matter yourself. This is this old master's steward token. With this token, others will cooperate with you on some insignificant matters." The young man took the token and quickly kowtowed. "Many thanks, seventh grandfather." In another room of Joyous Union Pavilion, Yang Kai and Chen Fan Lei were temporarily placed here to rest. The young woman who had led them here was nowhere to be seen, so besides Yang Kai and Chen Fan Lei, there was no one else in the room. There was a pot of spirit tea on the table, but Yang Kai didn't drink a single drop, while Chen Fan Lei drank cup after cup, seemingly trying to use the spirit tea to extinguish the raging flames in his body. While he was drinking tea, Yang Kai just looked at him with a smile. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Brother Chen, is this your first time here?" "N." Chen Fan Lei nodded, a look of embarrassment on his face as he suddenly looked up at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang seems to be quite familiar with this place. Could it be you have some experience in this place?" "Nonsense," Yang Kai said with a straight face, "It's also my first time here." "Ha!" Chen Fan Lei let out a hollow laugh, not knowing if he believed him or not. Yang Kai suddenly looked at Chen Fan Lei meaningfully and asked, "Brother Chen shouldn't have come to this place for no reason, right? You don't look like someone from this place, so is there a reason? Can you tell me a thing or two?" Chen Fan Lei smiled bitterly and asked, "Did Brother Yang see through me?" "It's just a guess," Yang Kai didn't deny it. "Since that's the case, this Chen won't try to mystify things." Chen Fan Lei took a deep breath and calmed down a lot before saying, "Does Brother Yang think this place is just a place to have fun? Is it not?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Naturally not. If it was just to have fun, there are several other places in Black Crow City, so there was no need for me to come here." Chen Fan Lei said a few words before his expression returned to normal. After all, he was a Saint King realm cultivator, so he still had some mental fortitude. "Oh. Is there something special about this place that attracted Brother Chen?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "In fact, it's not some kind of unspeakable secret. Anyone who knows about Joyous Union Pavilion should have come here with the same purpose as this Chen. Although this Joyous Union Pavilion is purely a brothel, there is a group of well-trained women who specialize in dual cultivation. These women cultivate a very strange dual cultivation secret art that is very useful for breaking through bottlenecks." Dual cultivation secret art to break through bottlenecks? Yang Kai's eyes lit up, immediately understanding what Chen Fan Lei wanted to do here. N. Chen Fan Lei nodded gently. "Last time, I wanted to use the Thunder Pond to break through my current bottleneck, but unfortunately, I was obstructed by the Silver Night Thunder Beast and failed. However, after soaking in the Thunder Pond for a few days, I felt that I was just one step away from breaking through. If I relied only on hard work, I didn't know how long it would take me to succeed, so I came here to give it a try. If I'm lucky, I may be able to save a lot of effort and herbs, but if I'm unlucky, it doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just return to my sect and continue cultivating." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai suddenly understood. He had been wondering why Chen Fan Lei, who felt so much pressure just from being stared at by two trivial maidservants, would shamelessly come here. It turned out that he wanted to use this place to break through his bottleneck. Everything made sense now. Could it be that Brother Chen found this method by himself? Yang Kai asked, intentionally or unintentionally. "Oh, it was Brother Wang who told me. When I was discussing my bottleneck with him this morning, he told me that there was such a secret place in Black Crow City. I originally wanted to find Brother Wang, but unfortunately, he never returned, so I could only ask Brother Yang to help me." I hope Brother Yang won't blame me, Chen Fan Lei said apologetically. Chapter 13:11. Listening to his explanation, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he grinned meaningfully. Brother Chen asked me to accompany you because he thought highly of me, how could I blame you? Speaking of which, I'm also very interested in this place. Brother Yang, you. Chen Fan Lei stared at him in amazement. Yang Kai grinned, Brother Chen misunderstands, I'm just interested in their dual cultivation secret art that can help one break through bottlenecks. However, if this is really the case, then this dual cultivation secret art is simply too powerful. You should know that the biggest obstacle to our cultivation is bottlenecks. Often, a single bottleneck can delay one's cultivation for a lifetime. If this dual cultivation secret art is really so powerful, it would be enough to become the foundation of a sect. There would be no need to open a joyous union pavilion here. Brother Yang means. Although Chen Fan Lei wasn't a schemer, that didn't mean he was stupid. He could more or less understand the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Isn't there some hidden dangers in using dual cultivation to break through bottlenecks? Yang Kai's expression became serious as he looked at him seriously. I don't know, brother didn't tell me. Chen Fan Lei couldn't help but frown. After hearing Yang Kai's words, he suddenly became vigilant. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was indeed the case. If a bottleneck could be broken through with the help of dual cultivation, wouldn't it be too simple? I don't know if Brother Chen has ever come into contact with a dual cultivation method before, but most of the dual cultivation methods in the world are actually extremely insidious. They harvest yin to supplement yang, or harvest yang to supplement yin. Dual cultivation methods will only benefit one party. Since this joyous union pavilion can exist here, the dual cultivation method should not be one that harvests yang to supplement yin, but rather one that is similar to the former. By sacrificing one's own primordial yin or yuan qi, the guests who come here can help increase their cultivation and break through their shackles. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before explaining his understanding of the dual cultivation method. In fact, even if he didn't say anything, Chen Fan Lei should have already heard about it. After all, he wasn't an ignorant youth. Even if he hadn't come into contact with the dual cultivation method himself, he should have at least heard about it from others. And Yang Kai himself had cultivated the dual cultivation technique, so he naturally had the right to speak about it. If that's the case, then there might really be hidden dangers. After all, if I don't have a special cultivation method to refine other people's primordial yin or yuan qi, even if my cultivation level increases temporarily and I break through the bottleneck, it may cause my foundation to be unstable. Chen Fan Lei pondered for a moment before muttering, but if that's the case, why did Big Brother specifically mention such a place? If he hadn't suddenly left, I would have thought he wanted to bring me here. Maybe Brother Wang didn't mean it and you misunderstood something, Yang Kai said casually. So that's how it is. Chen Fan Lei gently nodded, then what should I do? Since there is such a hidden danger, I can't hold on to my original plan. I would rather spend more time in seclusion and cultivate than let this dual cultivation method ruin my foundation, especially with a woman I don't even know. After sobering up, Chen Fan Lei finally regained his usual cleverness and got up. Brother Yang, let's go now. Since we've already come here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You're being too rude to others, and if we just leave like this, we might end up offending the owner of this place. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. Chen Fan Lei scratched his head, a helpless and bitter smile filling his face. If he had known this would happen, he would never have brought Yang Kai to this place. Now, even if he wanted to leave, he had to be careful. Could it be that we're really going to? Chen Fan Lei looked at Yang Kai expectantly, as if he was looking forward to it, but also somewhat hesitant. Yang Kai laughed, that depends on Brother Chen's own intentions. Of course, dual cultivation method should be avoided if possible, but if it's just for pleasure, it doesn't matter. Brother Yang, you must be joking. Chen Fan Lei's face turned red. At that moment, Yang Kai's expression changed and he turned his head towards the door. There was a soft knock on the door and the young woman who had led the two of them in before returned and said softly, "Two young lords, this mistress has been rude." As she spoke, she pushed open the door and walked in, followed by two maidservants. One of them was carrying a fragrant wine pot, while the other was carrying a plate of spirit fruits. Gracefully walking forward, they placed the things in their hands on the table and obediently stood behind the young woman. The young woman sat down beside them and asked, "May I ask if the two young lords have come here to seek pleasure or do you have some other request?" "What do you mean by seeking pleasure? What if I have some other request?" Yang Kai raised his brow and asked calmly, as if he was a seasoned veteran, causing the young woman to not dare underestimate him. The young woman pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes filled with infinite charm, causing Chen Fan Lei's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. Gently opening her red lips, she said, "If you are simply looking for pleasure, our Joyous Union Pavilion has many excellent aptitude and beautiful girls for the two young lords to choose from. I guarantee the two of you will be satisfied. Moreover, whether it is in terms of cultivation or beauty, these girls are far superior to the other places in Black Crow City. Of course, in terms of price, they are not something those places can compare with." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "The price is not an issue, as long as you are satisfied with it, but what is the highest cultivation of your pavilions, young woman?" The young woman smiled sweetly, "Young lord's vision is quite high, but in terms of cultivation, young lady Hong Yu is a second-order Saint King." Second-order Saint King. Yang Kai was stunned, exchanging a glance with Chen Fan Lei, both of them seeing the look of disbelief in each other's eyes. Neither of them had expected there to be such a woman here. After all, with such a high cultivation, it was basically possible to enter one of the great sects, much better than wandering around here. The young woman continued, "However, young lady Hong Yu only marries twice a year. After those 2 times, no matter what the price is, she will not marry. Of course, whether she marries or not is up to her. If she doesn't like it, even if young lord offers a high price, it will be useless. This young lady Hong Yu seems to have a bit of a temper, forget it." Yang Kai waved his hand, "There's no need for such trouble." "Very well." The young woman seemed to be relieved and asked eagerly, "May I ask if the two young lords have any other requests?" "I heard that your noble sect has a group of women who specialize in dual cultivation that can help one break through bottlenecks. Is this true?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The young woman gently nodded, "Our Joyous Union Pavilion does have such a group of women. Moreover, of the guests who come here, as long as they are Saint King Realm cultivators, 8 out of 10 come here because of this. It seems that the two young lords are the same. We have recently encountered some bottlenecks in our cultivation and have been unable to break through, so we decided to come here. If that's the case, then that's easy to handle. If you don't mind, how about leaving everything to this mistress? I'm sure the two young lords will be satisfied," the young woman asked with a smile. "Good," Yang Kai gently nodded. The young woman slowly got up and walked out. It seemed like she was going to arrange something. But when she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and said, "By the way, young masters, I'll say this first. Although some of the guests here are able to smoothly break through their bottlenecks with the help of dual cultivation, not all of them can succeed. If the two young masters are unable to achieve their wishes, rest assured, we understand this point. If we really are unable to achieve our goals, it's because our opportunities are not good enough, we won't blame you." The young woman nodded with satisfaction before really leaving. After she left, Chen Fan Lei looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he had specifically asked for a woman who had cultivated a dual cultivation secret art. Yang Kai also didn't show any intention of explaining anything to him. Chen Fan Lei thought about it for a while before steeling his heart, thinking that it was just a spring breeze, as long as it wasn't dual cultivation, he would be fine, so he simply picked up the spirit fruit on the table and began eating. A short time later, the young woman returned, but this time she was accompanied by a dozen or so young and beautiful women. These women's looks and figures were truly outstanding, each of them as beautiful as a flower, but the most remarkable thing about them was their cultivations, all of them first-order saints. This kind of cultivation was far higher than any of the women in the outside world. With these dozen or so women standing there, their fragrances suddenly filled the room, like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, a particularly enchanting sight. Chen Fan Lei's eyes flashed a green light as he looked around, satisfied with all of them. Yang Kai, on the other hand, remained calm and didn't say anything. The young woman observed from the side and a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes, but she didn't say anything and simply clapped her hands lightly. The group of women who had entered walked out and soon were replaced by another group of women. The cultivation of this second group of women seemed to have improved again, with one of them now being a second-order saint. This time, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. The young woman was even more surprised, her brow furrowing slightly as she clapped her hands once more and a second group of women walked out, replaced by a third. "Two young lords, are you still not satisfied?" After waiting for a moment, she saw that Yang Kai still didn't show any signs of interest, so her pretty face couldn't help sinking as she asked coldly. After all, the women who had entered this time were all of the highest quality in their joyous union pavilion, and there was even a third-order saint cultivator among them. One of the young men seemed to be quite satisfied as he seemed to already have an appetite, but the other was a bit irritating as he didn't show any signs of interest, causing her to wonder if he was deliberately looking for trouble. Yang Kai smiled lightly, ignoring her annoyance as he slowly said, "Your noble establishment should have more than this, right? If so, that would be quite disappointing." The young woman snorted and waved her hand, allowing the third group of women to walk out as she grit her teeth. "This young lord's vision is truly extraordinary. Our joyous union pavilion does indeed have higher quality girls, but there aren't many of them and their prices are quite high. I just don't know if two young lords can afford them." Chapter 13:12. Like I said, the price is not an issue, as long as you are satisfied. Yang Kai smiled lightly before tossing a space ring towards the young woman. The young woman caught it and swept it with her divine sense. After seeing the number of saint crystals inside, her beautiful face changed slightly, but in the next moment, a smile appeared on her face, her previous annoyance instantly forgotten as her beautiful eyes flashed. "This young lord is truly generous. Since that is the case, this mistress will not dare disappoint you." Saying so, she flipped her hand and put the space ring away, but from the look on her face, it was obvious she was very satisfied with the price Yang Kai had offered. With a wave of her hand, a silver light suddenly shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but he wasn't on guard. Opening his hand, he caught all the silver lights. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find that what he had caught was actually a mirror as thin as a cicada's wing and silver in color. On each of the mirrors, there was a beautiful figure. Their expressions were different. Some were angry, some were happy, some were sitting, and some were standing. They were so lifelike that it was as if a real person was sealed in them. Their beautiful eyes made one's heart tremble. However, Yang Kai soon discovered something special about these mirrors. The figures on these silver mirrors only made a few simple movements, repeating the same process over and over again. These girls are our joyous Union Pavilion's signature beauties, each of them a first-order Saint King, and each of them is a virgin. If young lord had not taken out so many saint crystals at once, this mistress would not have been able to make this decision. I believe they should be able to meet the requirements of two young lords, but if you are still not satisfied, this mistress can only express her deep regret. First-order Saint Kings. Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression indifferent, still unable to see anything as he continued to examine the silver mirrors in his hand. There weren't many of these silver mirrors, only 7 or 8 in total, but they were obviously some kind of special artifact that could record several images, allowing those who looked at them to feel as if they were seeing them with their own eyes. As such, even though the beauties on these silver mirrors only made a few simple movements, they were still able to perfectly display their graceful bearing. If Yang Kai had simply come here to seek pleasure, each of these beauties would have met his requirements, but since learning that Chen Fan Lei had come here because of Wang Yuhan's inadvertent reminder, Yang Kai, he knew something was wrong with this trip. At this point, how could he not realize that Wang Yuhan clearly had bad intentions towards him? Yang Kai's methods were extremely clever, and his plans were interconnected, so, he had not exposed himself. Yang Kai had been stalling, deliberately making things difficult. Mainly, he wanted to see what Wang Yuhan was trying to do. Yang Kai didn't really intend to seek pleasure here, so he quickly examined each of the silver mirrors, slowly shaking his head as soon as he saw one before tossing it to Chen Fan Lei, who had been staring at him from the side. After examining 3 or 4 mirrors in a row, Yang Kai still seemed to be indifferent, causing the young woman to become somewhat impatient, but thinking about how the other party had already paid so many saint crystals in advance, she didn't become angry and instead just waited quietly. When Yang Kai examined the 5th silver mirror, he glanced at it casually, but in the next moment, his complexion changed and his eyes flashed a terrifying light. Even his aura suddenly fluctuated as he stared fixedly at the beautiful figure in the silver mirror in his hand. The young woman had been observing Yang Kai's expression all this time, so how could she not notice the change in his expression? Chuckling lightly, she asked, "Has young lord found a beautiful woman?" Yang Kai raised his eyes and a complicated light flashed across them, causing the young woman to be startled. But soon, that expression disappeared and she returned to normal. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Yes, I have indeed taken a fancy to someone. This woman meets my requirements very well. I've made madam laugh." Saying so, Yang Kai tossed the silver mirror back to the young woman. The young woman caught it, looked at the figure in the silver mirror, and murmured, "It's her." And, for young lord to take a fancy to her, his vision is not bad. "What is this girl's name?" Yang Kai asked casually. The young woman giggled and covered her mouth. "Young lord, please don't take offense. It's not that this mistress cannot tell you, it's just that Joyous Union Pavilion has a rule that all the girls who marry here will not reveal their true names, but young lord can call her you, You, A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he gently nodded and asked, "Then what kind of secret art does she major in?" This time, the young woman frowned and hesitantly asked, "Isn't young lord asking too much?" "Mistress, please don't take offense. It's just that this one came here to use dual cultivation to break through the bottleneck, so naturally I want to know what kind of secret art she cultivates. Otherwise, if there is a conflict between us, wouldn't that be terrible? And, young lord is a very cautious person, this is also reasonable." The young woman listened to this and didn't know whether she really believed him or not, but she still smiled and said, "In that case, there is no harm in telling young lord. Miss Yu, originally cultivates an ice attribute secret art, but this does not conflict with young lord's secret art because her current dual cultivation method does not rely on the power of the ice attribute. So, no matter what attribute secret art you cultivate, it will not conflict with her. If you really have such concerns, this mistress will naturally inform you in advance. So that's how it is." Yang Kai took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision, nodding, "Good, then it's her." "Good." The young woman saw that Yang Kai had made up his mind and gently clapped her hands. A woman who looked like a maidservant immediately walked in and ordered, "Take this young lord to Ice and Snow Pavilion." The maidservant nodded and led the way. Yang Kai looked at Chen Fan Lei and grinned, "Brother Chen, help yourself." "Ah, good. Chen Fan Lei nodded repeatedly. Immediately, Yang Kai followed the maidservant out the door. After walking a few thousand meters and disappearing into the darkness, Yang Kai's face suddenly sank and his body trembled slightly, as if he was unable to suppress his emotions. He never expected that he would meet such a person in this kind of place, let alone one from Tongxian realm. How could he not be shocked? Originally, he didn't dare to be too sure. After all, the world was so big, so how many people were there who looked the same? But when he learned that the other party's name was Yu, and that she cultivated an ice attribute secret art, coupled with her first-order Saint King cultivation, Yang Kai immediately determined that this Yu, was really the person he knew. It had been more than a decade since Yang Kai stepped into Tongxian Realm's territory, but he had never met anyone he was familiar with in Tongxian Realm's territory. Now, the first person he had met was not only related to him, but had also ended up in this kind of brothel. Most importantly, she should have been with Su Yen. Now that she was here, where was Su Yen? Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as a series of thoughts crossed his mind. Finally, with the help of his powerful mental fortitude, he managed to suppress his emotions and began chatting with the maidservant, trying to inquire about this woman named Yu. But whether it was because Joyous Union Pavilion's rules were too strict or because this maidservant's status was too low and she really didn't know anything, no matter how Yang Kai asked, he couldn't get any useful information out of her, causing the maidservant to feel extremely guilty and constantly apologize. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only sigh softly and prepare to inquire about this Yu, in detail when he met her. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a pavilion. The pavilion was built quite exquisitely, and it was unknown what material it was made of, but it actually faintly emitted a chill. Arriving here, the maidservant bowed and said, "Young lord, please come in. Lady Yu usually meditates and cultivates in this loft. Since today is her wedding day, she must have received the news and is waiting for young lord." "I understand." Yang Kai waved his hand and sent the maidservant away before striding into the loft. There was no one on the first floor, but Yang Kai's divine sense had already locked onto a person on the second floor. After realizing that this person's aura was indeed that of someone he knew, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quickly walked upstairs. The sound of footsteps rang out like a drum, causing a certain woman on the second floor to tremble in fear. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a dangerous light, but very quickly, as if she had thought of something, her face darkened, and she smiled bitterly. She only sat quietly at a round table, waiting expressionlessly. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived on the second floor, pushed open the door, and entered a snow-white room. Everything in this room was pure white, whether it was the curtains or the bedding, everything was white. Coupled with the faint chill in the air, it gave one the illusion that they had entered a world of ice and snow. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw the woman sitting there. She looked faintly uneasy and had her head lowered, showing no intention of getting up to greet him. A few strands of her hair were draped over her chest, giving her an incomparably lonely and helpless appearance, causing anyone who saw her to feel pity for her. Yang Kai walked straight towards her, causing the woman's tender body to tremble slightly, as if she was a little panicked and a pained expression appeared on her face, but she still sat in place without moving. It wasn't until Yang Kai came to her side that she sighed as if she had accepted her fate and stood up to greet him. "This mistress greets honored guest. May I know when honored guest would like to begin?" She had obviously received the news and had kept her head down from beginning to end, not even glancing at Yang Kai, as if she was afraid of something. Moreover, she didn't have the slightest bit of emotion and went straight to the point. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just quietly looked at her, causing Yu, to feel even more uneasy. Being pierced by his gaze, Yu, felt as if her entire body had been seen through and her tender body couldn't help but tremble. After a long while, this esteemed guest did not have any intention of making a move. Yu, frowned slightly. Just as she was about to say something again, a sigh came from the other side. Then, a vaguely familiar voice sounded in her ears, "Elder Qian Yu, long time no see." Chapter 13:13. Although it was just a faint greeting, when the words Elder Qian Yu entered her ears, the woman opposite him trembled violently as she raised her head and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Immediately, a look of surprise and confusion flashed across her beautiful eyes, as if she had recognized Yang Kai but wasn't quite sure, a complicated look on her face. "What's wrong?" Does Elder Qian Yu not recognize this Yang? Yang Kai smiled at her. Yang Kai. Qian Yu exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hand as her beautiful eyes trembled violently, it's really you. In this kind of place, besides me, who would know you are Elder Qian Yu? Yang Kai raised his brow. Qian Yu's expression became even more strange as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, both wanting to laugh and wanting to cry. After struggling for a long time, she finally calmed down and a touch of cordiality appeared in her eyes, as if she had found a family member she had not seen for a long time. Taking a deep breath, her full breasts heaved up and down as she called out, I never expected to meet you here. Yang Kai grinned, I didn't expect that either. Right, let's sit down and talk, Qian Yu suddenly recovered and quickly said. Yang Kai nodded and sat down. Qian Yu also sat down, and as their eyes met, both of them fell silent. Obviously, both of them had a lot of questions they wanted to ask, but for a while, they didn't know where to start. Qian Yu's mood was unstable, but so was Yang Kai. This Lady Yu, in front of him turned out to be Elder Qian Yu of Tongxian Realm's Ice Sect. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with this woman, at most they could be considered acquaintances. However, she had taught Su Yan cultivation before, and although they weren't master and disciple in name, there was still some friendship between them. After Meng Wuya brought Xia Ning Chang and Su Yan back to Tongxian Realm through the Void Corridor under the central capital, because Meng Wuya had to remove the profound heavenly seal demon commander Zhang Yuan had placed on him, he couldn't protect Su Yan all the time, so he had entrusted her to Ice Sect, a hidden sect. Later, Yang Kai also came to Tongxian Realm and after many inquiries, he also rushed to Ice Sect, where he met Elder Qian Yu and even fought with her. At that time, in Ice Sect, in addition to Qian Yu, Yang Kai vaguely remembered there were several other Saint Realm elders. One of them was Qian Hao, Elder Qian Yu's brother, while Ice's Ice Sect, Sec's Ice Sect, Ice Sect's Ice's Masters as elders, SSSSS. At that time, Yang Kai only had a transcendent realm cultivation and was able to fight against several Saint Realm Masters of Ice Sect. It was all thanks to his soul-devouring insects that he was able to force out Ice Sect's Sect Master, Qinya, and after a long conversation, he was able to fuse with Su Yan's soul and reach the grand accomplishment stage of his yin-yang joyous unification art. Less than 20 years had passed since then, and the elder-level character that Yang Kai had to look up to had now fallen into a lonely and desolate state. She even seemed to have some freedom, unable to make her own decisions, and could only wait here for guests to choose. Using a dual cultivation secret art to help others break through bottlenecks, the vicissitudes of time, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. Moreover, his cultivation was now higher than Elder Qian Yu's. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind before Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he smiled. I heard that Lady Yu, used to cultivate an ice attribute secret art. May I ask where Lady Yu, came from and how she ended up here? Qian Yu frowned and subconsciously glared at Yang Kai, but after seeing the strange light in his eyes, she suddenly understood and replied faintly, I indeed used to cultivate an ice attribute secret art, but that has nothing to do with honored guest. As for how I ended up here, honored guest has nothing to do with it. Yang Kai didn't seem to care and just smiled indifferently, since that's the case, this Yang won't ask. However, when we begin our dual cultivation secret art, it's only natural that we communicate more, so this Yang would like to have a long talk with Lady Yu to enhance our mutual understanding. What does Lady Yu think? Since it is honored guest's request, this mistress will naturally cooperate, Qian Yu replied indifferently. Yang Kai gently nodded and began chatting casually with Qian Yu about some trivial matters, most of which were interesting rumors about various places. Qian Yu listened with great interest, and although her expression remained cold, her beautiful eyes revealed a look of curiosity. After a long silence, Yang Kai's voice paused and his expression became serious as he nodded lightly to Qian Yu, good, the divine sense monitoring us has left. Qian Yu's expression also became solemn as a look of surprise appeared on her face, Yang Kai, you're still somewhat unfathomable. Back then, You were just a transcendent yet dared to break into ice sect alone. Now that you've come to Joyous Union Pavilion, you're actually able to detect the divine sense monitoring us. How did you do it? The divine sense monitoring them here must belong to an origin returning realm master. If Qian Yu hadn't noticed Yang Kai's strange look, she wouldn't have cooperated with him so much. However, Qian Yu clearly sensed that Yang Kai's cultivation was just a second-order Saint King, which greatly surprised her. Yang Kai smiled lightly. My divine sense is slightly stronger than an average cultivator's. It's more than just slightly stronger. Qian Yu smiled bitterly and shook her head, not wanting to get to the bottom of this matter, instead eagerly asking, "Why are you here?" "I also want to ask you this question." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he looked at her solemnly. "It's a long story," Qian Yu smiled bitterly. Qian Yu smiled bitterly, picked up the cup and teapot on the table, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Yang Kai. After sorting out her thoughts for a moment, she said, "Presumably you now know why our ice sect has been hiding in that glacier world all this time, right?" "And, I understand a little. It is said that you were there to guard the bone race." Yang Kai nodded lightly, recalling some memories of the past. But the bone race's resurgence was too fierce, something our ice sect had not anticipated. Among them, there was even an unrivaled existence, and our ice sect was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. With just a few Saint Realm Masters, it was impossible to resist. Fortunately, when the seniors of Ice Sect killed the Bone Race, they seized a star shuttle which was controlled by each generation's Ice Master. After Ice Sect was destroyed, Ice Master Qinya knew that she could not escape with us, so she could only take the risk of breaking into the Star Field's gate near Ice Sect. By relying on the power of that star shuttle, we were able to enter star territory. I also inquired about this. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Since we entered star territory, how could we appear here? What about Ice Master Qinya? What about Su Yan? Where are they now? Yang Kai asked anxiously. Qian Yu's expression darkened. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face suddenly went pale as a bad feeling filled his heart. Qian Yu saw his expression and immediately knew he had misunderstood, quickly waving her hand and saying, "You don't need to think too much. Although I don't know where they are now, Ice Master Qinya and Su Yan should be fine." "How can you be so sure?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "Because of this." Qian Yu suddenly flicked her wrist and two crystal-clear ice beads appeared in her palm, each of them about the size of a fingernail, pure and flawless. As soon as he saw these two ice beads, Yang Kai's expression froze as he stared at one of them, unable to move his eyes away. He felt Su Yan's aura from this ice bead while the other one contained Qinya's aura. "What are these?" Yang Kai looked up at Qian Yu. "These are ice soul beads condensed using one of our ice sect's secret techniques. As long as the bead exists, the owner exists. If the bead shatters, the owner dies." Qian Yu explained softly, "Each ice soul bead corresponds to one person. We were afraid of being separated from one another in Star's territory, so we condensed them as a precaution. I have their ice soul beads, and they also have mine. Since these two ice soul beads haven't shattered, it means they are still alive." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed as a look of pleasant surprise flashed across his eyes. As long as Su Yan was fine, he felt relieved. Although he didn't know where she was now, one day the two of them would meet again, Yang Kai firmly believed. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Can you give me this ice soul bead?" Qian Yu smiled lightly, "Of course, that's not a problem. After all, you are the closest person to Su Yan in this world." Saying so, she handed over the ice soul bead that belonged to Su Yan. Yang Kai thanked her profusely before reaching out and accepting it. As soon as he touched it, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of Su Yan's appearance and the smile she gave him all those years ago, a trace of tenderness flashing across his eyes. Yang Kai sensed the aura of this ice soul bead for a moment before carefully storing it into his black book space. After doing this, young Kai let out a long sigh as his body and mind relaxed greatly. The invisible pressure that had been weighing down on his heart for so long also dissipated at this moment, and the Saint Chi in his body began to circulate uncontrollably, causing the nearby world energy to surge violently. After learning that Su Yan was fine, young Kai felt the pressure in his heart disappear and his aura began to fluctuate, showing faint signs of breaking through on the spot. For a long time, although young Kai hadn't spoken much about Su Yan to anyone, even if it was just for himself, he would only occasionally think about her, but this kind of worry and concern had subtly become a stumbling block on young Kai's path forward, and also a shackle in his heart. Now, under the impact of Su Yan's aura, this shackle had broken, and with the ice soul bead, young Kai was naturally able to relax. After refining the profound Yin sunflower water in Lu Yan's desert, young Kai's cultivation had soared to the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. Now, almost 2 years had passed and he was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough. Today's events were just a prelude. Even without today's events, young Kai estimated that he would be able to break through in 3 months at the earliest and half a year at the latest. He had rushed back to Dragon Cave Mountain in a hurry because he wanted to prepare for this breakthrough. The abnormalities in his body naturally didn't escape Qian Yu's eyes and she stared at him suspiciously. Qian Yu smiled happily and was about to congratulate him when young Kai frowned, forcibly suppressing the tumbling of his Saint Qi, blushing slightly before returning to normal. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.